Chapter 772. Li Qingshan shook his head. Sure enough, life was not always smooth sailing. In the past, when he had wanted to keep a low profile and cultivate, there had not been much trouble. Now that he had finally achieved initial success, this dangerous wilderness had become a place of peace. The Marquis of Serene Sea also felt that it was a pity. If Li Qingshan had let Huang Xiqing go and allowed him to go back to make arrangements, there would definitely be countless troubles waiting for him. Huang Xiqing was a schemer, had a complicated network and had endless plots and schemes. When the time came, Li Qingshan only needed to step into the first trap. Even if he could kill his way through, he would definitely become a public enemy in the end and end miserably. Li Qingshan's seemingly rash battle was like hitting a poisonous snake where it hurt, making him famous. Now, even his own family had to deal with him carefully, afraid that this lawless madman would suddenly kill him. Alright then. These days you can't take shortcuts. You have to do things step by step. If you want to kill someone, you have to do it in their home. How can you expect them to come to you? Li Qingshan slapped his thigh in reflection. The Marquis of Serene Sea felt a chill in his heart. This was his home. His hands and his sleeves clenched into fists. Don't worry, I'm not someone who will kill the innocent. Probably. Li Qingshan smiled and said words that did not reassure the Marquis of Serene Sea at all. Then he stood up and left the manor. The Marquis of Serene Sea was stunned for a while. He sighed in relief and unclenched his fists. There was a small seal in his hands. It was his strongest weapon, the seal of mountains and rivers. The forced friendliness on his face immediately turned ferocious. When had he, the great Marquis of Serene Sea, been bullied like this by a foreign boy? As long as this boy did not die, he would never have a day of peace. The feeling of living in the same tree city with such a person was terrible. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea also felt that killing him was troublesome. He had been thinking about this problem for the past few days, but he could not think of a foolproof plan. It was not that he could not think of a way. The problem was that if he failed, even if there was just a bit of news, this madman would definitely kill him at all costs. A man of wealth would not sit under the eaves. With his status, there was no need for him to take this risk. In the end, the Marquis of Serene Sea let out a long sigh. I'll put up with you. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. In this world, even gods and ghosts are afraid of the wicked. Li Qingshan returned to the branch where the silver eagle stood. He glanced back at the Marquis of Serene Sea's manor high above. He could naturally clearly sense the Marquis of Serene Sea's wariness towards him. He sighed with a smile. Kind people get bullied and kind horses get ridden. If a person was too weak, the people around him would involuntarily bully him, even if there was no benefit to it and it was purely to satisfy their sense of superiority. When facing those vicious and evil people, even if they suffered losses and were bullied, they would choose to endure it. They would curse in their hearts and hope that fate would punish this person. The sky was hazy and the surroundings were dark. It was almost night and the humidity in the air was getting thicker. The mist province was prone to rain. Even when it was not raining, there were very few sunny days, let alone in the southern region that was close to the South Sea. The heavy rain poured down, landing on the tens of thousands of green leaves. There was a kind of quiet noise. The rain finally passed through the canopy after so much difficulty and turned into a gentle drizzle, dancing through the air and merging with the rising mist. They were indistinguishable and became hazy. Shaoan held a book and sat on the wooden floor. Her white monk robes and black sandalwood hair flowed down her back. The rain outside the window constantly drifted in. She quietly flipped another page. Tall bookshelves surrounded her as she stared at this visitor she had not seen in a very long time. This was the archives of the Hawkwolf Guard. It recorded the various cases and missions ever since its establishment. After several thousand years, even with the protection of formations, the pages had already yellowed, and the words had already become blurred. Since ancient times, the number of cases had decreased, and the records had become sloppy, filled with half-heartedness. Didn't I give you a jade slip? What are you still reading these stupid books for? Li Qingshan walked in and sat down beside her. He had obtained a lot of spoils from Huang Xiqing's 100 treasures pouch. Pills, arcane artifacts, and talismans went without saying, but there were many specialties of the South as well as a jade slip that recorded the various information about the Hawkwolf Guard of the South Sea Commandery. I've already taken a look at that. Little and leaned against him and flipped through another page. What did you find? Li Qingshan put his arm around her shoulder and leaned over to read the words in the book. Qingshan, let's go into secluded cultivation, alright? Little and nudged him with her head. Sure. But we need to find a suitable dwelling first. Living on a tree feels like a monkey. Do you have any places you like? Li Qingshan looked away from the book and smiled at her. There are a few places. Let's go take a look. Little Anne's eyes shone brightly. She unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province and pointed at a few spots with her slender finger. If the Marquis of Serene Sea were present and saw the places she pointed at, he definitely would have cried out. Li Qingshan had a vague impression of these places as well, so he agreed immediately. All right, no problem. Then what do you think about this place? Little Anne pointed at the terrain of a valley. This should be a good place, but it's occupied by some unwelcome guests. I can't help it. For the sake of my little Anne, all I can do is clean it up. I'll help you. As a result, the two of them happily made up their minds. Their first stop, Savage Mountain, the lair of demons. The path of cultivation consisted of wealth, companionship, method, and location. Although location ranked last, it was still indispensable. A good dwelling could drastically increase the speed of a cultivator's cultivation. Whether it was absorbing the spiritual chi of the world or comprehending the laws and ways, it possessed an innate advantage. Large sects like the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Sword Collection Palace, and the Umbraline sect were all established in such blessed lands, which was why they could continue to exist for centuries, millennia, or even tens of millennia. The south was extremely vast, but the number of true blessed lands was still limited. There were no weaklings who could occupy these places. They were either cultivators with great cultivation or sects with great influence. The two were often one and the same. Among all the blessed lands in the south, Savage Mountain ranked in the top 5. However, it was not a cultivator who occupied it. Strictly speaking, it was not a sect either. Who knew how many years ago, for the sake of Savage Mountain, the cultivators of the south had kicked up a storm of blood. However, even if someone managed to become its master, they would often die a violent death before long. The sect that occupied this place for the longest time was a powerful demonic sect in the past. Their influence almost rivaled the greatest sect of the south, the Myriad Poison Cult. However, several decades later, they were defeated by the combined efforts of numerous demonic cultivators. The sect was annihilated and buried in the dust of history. Afterwards, the demonic cultivators decided to share this place, establishing their own dwellings and electing 8 cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation as the 8 cave masters. They swore a blood oath to never encroach on one another. If an enemy invaded, they would fend off the enemy together. Finally, the competition ended. Just like that, it was passed down from generation to generation, constantly absorbing independent cultivators. The number of cave masters varied from time to time, but it also formed a tremendous force that no one could shake anymore. It was known as the Lair of Demons. Apart from the local demonic cultivators of the south, many cultivators who had broken the law and were wanted by the imperial government had fled here too. 1,000 years ago, the Hawkwolf Guard of the South Sea Commandery had labeled this place as a forbidden zone. A war that lasted for several centuries unfolded. As the Great Xia Empire declined and lost control of these distant places, the Lair of Demons no longer had any opponents, and its name became even more resounding. The funniest part was that the master of the White Wolf Guard that Li Qingshan had smashed to a pulp was one of the cave masters of the Lair of Demons. They really were like rats and snakes in the same nest. The cloud flew high into the air, passing through the canopy of trees, passing through the rain and passing through the clouds. The sea of clouds rose and fell as far as the eye could see. The sun shone down on everything. The scenery was magnificent. Li Qingshan sat on the cloud with Little Anne as a pillow on his leg. She smiled, remaining quiet like before. Many years ago, when she had just recovered her ability to speak, there was a period of time when she liked to talk very much, but it did not last for too long as she had nothing to say to other people, but there was no need for her to speak too much with him. They looked at each other and smiled, knowing each other very well. However, Li Qingshan liked listening to her speak very much. Her voice was not the soft and sweet voice of a young girl, but it was ethereal, with a hint of the sound of gold and jade. You've gone to a lot of trouble in the past few days. Li Qingshan touched her cheek. He said he was looking for a dwelling, but in reality she was also helping him choose an opponent. They would not be so weak that he would find them boring, nor would they provoke third heavenly tribulation cultivators. Don't be too careless. They have a geographical advantage and they all have their own tricks up their sleeves. Li Qingshan alone won't be able to defeat them, and he can't expose his identity as the North Moon either. That's simple. Just don't let anyone leave. Savage Mountain sat on the ground, curving into the shape of a horseshoe, forming a huge valley. As for the remnants, they formed countless ravines. This place was different from the other places in the south. There were not as many towering trees. There were many buildings in the valley, just like a bustling city. Li Qingshan stood at the entrance of the valley, in front of a gate that was dozens of meters tall. He raised his head and looked up. On the rock wall that towered into the clouds, there were 4 large words, "Death to trespassers." The 4 words were dripping with blood, as if they had just been written with fresh blood. "Who's down there?" Someone shouted loudly on the gatehouse. "White Eagle Commander Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan said slowly, his voice like thunder spreading throughout the entire valley. "Ah." That person was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and carefully examined Li Qingshan's white clothes. Then he laughed and said, "Lord Commander, are you tired of living? You dare to stroll around my lair of demons? Aren't you afraid that our cave masters will come out and skin you alive?" A roar of laughter came from the gatehouse, completely unafraid of Li Qingshan's identity and cultivation. "I was just about to visit the cave masters. Open up." The laughter on the gatehouse became even louder. They had fought against the Hawkwolf Guard for so many years. Although they had already achieved complete victory, never had a White Eagle Commander come to visit them. Someone even made a ruckus. The lair of demons is renowned far and wide. Even the Hawkwolf Guard has to bow down to them. As for the possibility that this new White Eagle Commander had come to kill them, they did not even consider it. How was that possible? A while later, as if they had received some order, a tiny corner door opened up from below. "Come in, Commander. Our cave masters wish to see you." Li Qingshan stood there without budging. "Please open the front door." "Thank you." Like a droplet of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, the laughter that had just died down began again. "Haha," he said, "please," and he even said thank you. How hilarious. He really is from a renowned Orthodox sect of the Green Province. He's probably come to purge us demons this time. Chapter 773. In the depths of the valley, the 5 cave masters of the lair of demons gathered on a tall tower for a discussion. "Where's the first cave master? Why isn't he here yet?" said an ascetic. His forehead bulged, his cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were sunken, completely bloodshot. His lips were blue and there were 2 fleshy feet on his forehead. At first glance he did not seem human at all. He seemed like he was wearing a ghost mask and a scarlet kasaya. Ghost ascetic, the first cave master has already been in secluded cultivation for 2 years. It's not like you don't know. How can you disturb him over something as small as this? Said a woman. She was beautiful. Although she was not supreme beauty, her figure was plump and plump. She was wrapped in rings of silk, half hidden and half exposed, which made her seem even whiter and more alluring. The ghost ascetic glanced at her as if he was wary. He said nothing more. He was only the 6th cave master of the lair of demons, while this plump beauty was the 4th cave master. She seemed human, but she actually came from a rare other human race known as the Silkworm Madam. If she was considered plump, then she would seem like a petite little girl compared to the man beside her. At first glance, the man no longer seemed like a human, but a squirming, white mountain of flesh. His facial features were almost completely squashed by the fat. He was the 2nd cave master of the lair of demons, the gentleman of heavenly blubber. His body rippled like a wave and he said, "Humph, it's nothing. That's the White Hawk Commander. Even Huang Xiqin died to his hands. I think he's come with ill intentions. Since he's bold enough to come, we can't let him leave here alive, or what will become of our lair of demons' dignity." The speaker was a man in his 40s. His dark, skinny face was filled with murderousness. He wore many golden rings and a black scorpion was tattooed on his face. The scorpion's tail was split into 3 parts. Instead, he seemed the most like a normal person here, except his skin was slightly purple. The others maintained a certain distance from him. "Way of the Poison, your disciple is dead, but you don't have the courage to avenge him, so you want to borrow our hands." The ghost ascetic was afraid of the Silkworm Madam, but he was not afraid of him, as Way of the Poison ranked last among the cave masters of the lair of demons. He was only the 8th cave master. Way of the Poison's face was filled with resentment. The White Wolf Guard Li Qingshan had killed was his proud disciple, yet he had been killed like a bug. How could he not hate Li Qingshan? However, there was nothing he could do even if he hated it. The lair of demons was not a sect, and unless an enemy came to invade, there was no unity to speak of. The other cave masters were more than happy that his proud disciple had been killed, so there was no way they would avenge him. He didn't dare to provoke the existence that killed Huang Xiqin by himself. He originally thought that it would be difficult to take revenge, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come to him. How could he miss it? We swore a blood oath. If an enemy invades, we will work together. Do you dare to go against it? Way of the Poison shouted. Who said he came to become our enemy? Perhaps he came to surrender, just like that Huang Xiqin bastard wishing to rope us in. Ghost Ascetic said. I think it's highly possible. Mate Sanyang said smilingly, as long as he's not crazy, he's not here to kill us. You want to work with the Hawkwolf Guard? Don't forget about the blood feud of so many years. Way of the Poison said furiously and sunkenly. Since the boss isn't here, I'm in charge here. Let him in and listen to what he has to say, or other people will think we're afraid of him. If what he says satisfies us, we'll let him die a quick death. If not, we'll let old Five's bugs eat him up bit by bit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled, and something that resembled an arm actually extended from the pile of flesh. He pointed at the pocket man, in the corner, who had remained silent the entire time. The reason why he was called a pocket man was because he wore pockets of various sizes on him, basically swallowing him completely. It was even impossible to distinguish his gender. Apart from 100 treasures pouch, every other pocket was a bug pouch. He was the 5th cave master of the lair of demons, Mountain Worm. As soon as the gentleman of heavenly blubber said that, the other cave masters stopped talking. He was determined to kill Li Qingshan. They all thought about it and exchanged glances with one another. You Wufeng, once this Li Qingshan sect comes, I'd like to see how you can still cultivate in peace. You want to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation and rule over the lair of demons? You're dreaming. The gentleman of heavenly blubber thought and glanced around. Do you have any objections? The cave masters all agreed to lure Li Qingshan in and kill him. The first cave master was cultivating, and the other 2 cave masters were not in the lair of demons. However, with the geographical advantage of Savage Mountain and the various formations and traps, a mere White Hawk commander definitely had no chance of survival. In the drizzle, Li Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was black and his clothes were white. He stood tall and straight, but he maintained a calm smile the entire time. As the dark clouds hung low and low, Savage Mountain seemed even taller and steeper. It was gloomy and filled with hostility. Every single cave seemed like a cold eye. Even the hot wind that swirled around above his head seemed like it was mocking him. Knock. Then go ahead and knock. Let's see who'll open the door for you. Why don't you beg me? I pity you and I might even help you open the door. Piss off to the Green Province. This isn't a place you should be in. The entire Savage Mountain was alarmed. Even more people gathered on the tower, pointing and mocking the lone Li Qingshan below. There were men and women, monks and laymen. Some wore long robes and short skirts, and they carried feather fans and silk scarves. They were like people of the Central Plains. Some had painted their faces and bared their chests and abdomens. They possessed the distinctive characteristics of the South. There were also some who possessed the characteristics of demons and other folk, while some did not even resemble humans at all. For a moment, demons danced about, which just happened to match the name, Lair of Demons. No one feared Li Qingshan. The more gentle and polite he was, the more unbridled their laughter became. It was like they were looking at a strange clown. With their identities, there were not many opportunities for them to mock an expert like that. This feeling was similar to watching a ferocious tiger from outside a cage. Angering the tiger, making it bare its fangs and claws and roar angrily, yet unable to harm itself because of the iron bars. This was a rare joy. Then I'll come and knock. As a result, Li Qingshan lowered his head and grinned, revealing his fangs. Then he walked towards the huge door. Suddenly, Li Qingshan raised his head. A figure lunged down from the top of the city gates. It was a big, white fatty with a horned helmet on his head and a set of armor on his body. He let out a furious roar and swung his fists in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The air exploded, and the fatty's descent rapidly slowed down. In the end, he landed heavily in front of Li Qingshan. You've got guts. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This guy clearly hadn't even passed the first heavenly tribulation. The fatty sat up and saw Li Qingshan the moment he laid eyes on him. His pale face immediately paled even further before reddening again. He rapidly backed away and turned around, cursing at the top of the walls. Who the fuck pushed me? His ancestor. A string of obscenities mixed with the dialect of the southern border. He had been like this just now, standing on top of the city wall and yelling happily. Caught off guard, a palm struck his back, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Fatty Luo fell down. He's fucking finished this time. Maybe this hero from Qingzhou will be merciful and not kill him. Roars of laughter erupted from the top of the city wall again. No one sympathized with his plight. Instead, they did their best to belittle him. Was there anything more exciting than watching a tiger on top of a mountain than someone falling down? Apart from the person directly involved, everyone was very excited and eager. Fatty Luo suddenly turned around and pointed at Li Qingshan. I'm warning you, don't move. My master is the gentleman of heavenly blubber, the second cave master of the lair of demons. He's in there right now. If you harm me, he won't spare you. Li Qingshan smiled without saying anything. He pointed at the corner gate. As if he had just been pardoned, Fatty Luo turned around and fled. When he was about to enter the corner gate, he did not forget to turn around and say, "At least you know your place." There was a series of regretful boos from the top of the city walls. Fatty Luo's arrival on top of the city walls led to another hubbub. They became even more contemptuous of Li Qingshan below. Benevolence was not acknowledged here. The more vicious one was, the more respected they were. Li Qingshan finally arrived in front of the city gates and raised his hand. The huge ghost face painted on the city gates suddenly appeared, biting towards Li Qingshan. Is anyone home? Boom. The ghost face vanished, and the city gates shattered. Rubble flew everywhere. It was like 10,000 tons of explosives had exploded. Boulders 10 to 15 meters across whistled through the air like weightless pebbles. A group of demonic cultivators stood behind the gates. Suddenly there was a great rumble. Rocks of various sizes charged over like furious bulls. Before they could even unleash their cultivation, they were struck by the boulders and immediately reduced to mincemeat. The demonic cultivators who watched on from the top of the city gates were directly swallowed by the dust and rubble. Quite a while later, the tremors subsided, but the rumbles continued to echo through the valley. A demonic cultivator on his last breaths, whose lower half had been crushed by a boulder, looked up. The city gates that stood several dozen meters tall had already vanished completely, reduced to a huge gap. Mangled corpses were strewn across the ground and rubble was piled up. A figure emerged from the dust. When the figure approached, he saw the calm smile on his face, as if he did not think he had done anything impressive. The demonic cultivators near the city gates below the first heavenly tribulation had all been reduced to sieves by the rubble. Even if they had passed the first heavenly tribulation, they would die on the spot if they were hit by the boulders. Li Qingshan walked past the rubble and corpses, walking into the valley. In front of him was a wide road, facing the tallest peak of Savage Mountain. A tall tower stood on the peak. He could feel that a few powerful auras were gathered there. It was where his target was. In the tall tower, the cave masters were all shocked. He actually dared to attack. Mate Sanyang was very surprised. He destroyed the gates of the lair of demons and killed countless demonic cultivators. This was equivalent to forming a death grudge. There was no room for negotiation. This was completely different from what she had expected. Is he crazy? And you still say you're not here to be enemies with us? Way of the Poison looked at Ghost Ascetic mockingly. Chapter 774. What a dense spirit chi. Li Qingshan walked along the main road with large strides. The deeper he went into the valley, the denser the spirit chi became. Just taking a breath of the air made him feel refreshed. Compared to this place, the cave abode in the Chain Mountain was simply too inferior. There weren't as many towering trees in the valley, so his field of vision was much wider. Savage Mountain, thousands of meters tall, was filled with all kinds of strange flowers and plants. There were even green pines welcoming guests, strange rocks, birds singing and butterflies dancing. A few streams meandered between the mountains, turning into waterfalls that flowed straight down, passing through the clouds and falling into the green ponds, splashing thousands of pearls and jade. The scenery was beautiful, like an immortal realm. And in this immortal realm, sat a large city. Rows upon rows of buildings of all styles. There were savage temples built from giant rocks, as well as large houses built from logs. Colorful totems could be seen everywhere, fully displaying southern borders' colorful customs. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have thought that this was southern borders' infamous lair of demons, and that the people living here were a bunch of lawless demonic cultivators? Even in a savage land like this, they were notorious. Compared to them, the villains and murderers outside were as pure and obedient as children. Li Qingshan happily enjoyed the scenery, as if he was looking at his new home. When he walked into the city, the bustling streets and alleys instantly quietened down. Watchful, vigilant, and hostile gazes came from the buildings on both sides of the road. The smile on Li Qingshan's face faded a little. He could sense the existence of layers of formations around him, or rather, he had already stepped into numerous formations of various sizes. Normally, sects would focus on external defense, setting up defensive formations and strictly controlling those who entered. Internally, they wouldn't set up too many barriers, making it easy for disciples to interact. But Lair of Demons was different. There were all kinds of people here and people often came and went. The 8 cave masters were also on guard against each other, and the disciples and lackeys below them were even more conflicted. Because of the blood oath, the cave masters could at least maintain a semblance of peace. But the demonic cultivators below them often fought, often coming to blows at the slightest disagreement. Not only did the cave masters not stop them, they were even happy to see it happen. Incompetent people didn't have the right to live in Lair of Demons. This was the way of survival for demonic cultivators. Gu refinement was like survival of the fittest. There was no trust or love between people, only vigilance and exploitation. Wild beasts used urine to divide their territories, while cultivators used formations. Every building had at least one spirit array in operation, and a large area of buildings would be covered by an even larger spirit array. This is probably the place with the densest concentration of spell formations in the world. It's only because this is a paradise that these spell formations can be activated, and their power is probably far greater than normal. No wonder they dared to open the side door and let me in. It was like walking right into a trap. Are you waiting for me to sink even deeper? Hey, if it's just Li Qingshan, it'll be a narrow escape. After being silent for so many years, it's time for North Moon to come out and stretch his muscles. Suddenly, the sound of a child crying came from up ahead. Li Qingshan walked up and saw a child wearing red clothes and a tiger head hat sitting in the middle of the road, crying loudly. His voice was full of energy and his voice was loud and clear. In this silent city, there was a trace of strangeness. Little guy, why are you crying? Li Qingshan smiled. He even crouched down as if he was completely unaware of the strangeness and danger. He had always been kind to children. My puppy is going to die. The child continued to wipe his tears with his head lowered. Oh, where's your puppy? Let me take a look. I might be able to save it. It's useless. You're dead for sure. The child suddenly raised his head. His red face carried a viciousness and gloominess that did not match his age. With that, an invisible, mysterious power immediately attached itself to Li Qingshan's body, invading his soul deeply. A curse. It was one of the most difficult attacks to defend against. It could often kill and injure the enemy invisibly. Once he was affected by the curse, it would be 10 times more troublesome than being poisoned. However, the conditions to cast the curse were extremely strict. After saying that, the child immediately bled from all his orifices and died. He was clearly just a puppet, and it was very likely to be one of the conditions to cast the curse. The smile on Li Qingshan's face disappeared. Under the suppression of the spirit turtle, his soul was cleansed, and the curse vanished without a trace. Damn it, is the difference in cultivation too great? A blind old man in tattered clothes holding a walking stick grunted. He felt that his curse had failed and cursed under his breath. However, this was nothing. As the first person who dared to attack directly, his actions would definitely be rewarded by the cave masters. Even if the curse failed, the other party could do nothing to him. Boom. A strong gale swept up the broken pieces of wood, filling the room. A large hole appeared in the thick wall. Li Qingshan passed through over 10 layers of walls and 7 or 8 formations. He stood there, staring coldly at the blind old man. Who are you? What do you want? The blind old man retreated, trembling. I'm just an old blind man who's about to die. He even pretended that he had nothing to do with this matter. However, his heart was filled with fear. How did he know it was me? My curse shouldn't have left any traces behind. Don't worry, I've always been a person who respects the old and cherishes the young. Come, give me the walking stick. The weather's nice today, I'll take you out for a walk. Li Qingshan took the blind old man's walking stick with one hand and grabbed his bony wrist with the other. Half pulling, half dragging, he walked back the way they came. The demonic cultivators watched him pass through their own halls in fear. The blind old man was trembling. He was no longer pretending. He was truly filled with fear, yet he dared not resist. Arriving on the streets beside the child's corpse, Li Qingshan said calmly, "Come, open your mouth." The blind old man saw that he could not be merciful. He suddenly spat out a string of mysterious and difficult words. With a squelch, the walking stick was stabbed into his mouth. Good boy. Li Qingshan stabbed the crooked, knotted walking stick inch by inch into the blind old man's body, all the way through and standing upright on the ground. However, he was still alive. Although many of his organs had been pierced, and even his dantian's qi was not spared, he was still a cultivator after all. His crooked body curled into a ball from the pain. Whoever dares to touch him can accompany him, Li Qingshan said. He left behind this strange marking to attract the gazes in the darkness. He continued forward. Many restless figures in the buildings on the two sides of the road cowered. Li Qingshan felt like he was in a much better mood. After walking for a while longer, just when he was about to reach the end of the valley, he stopped and raised his head to look at the tall tower on the mountain. 5 pairs of eyes stared at him from afar. The spiritual energy in the air grew denser and denser. The region at the bottom of the valley was the center of Savage Mountain. It was a beautiful place. The dwellings of the 8 cave masters were all built here. Regular disciples could only build dwellings on the 2 sides of the mountain. This place was like the bottom of a pocket, the end of a trap. The formations laid down here could not be compared to the formations in the city, be it in terms of quality, scale, or power. Even if they did not take action, they could trap a second heavenly tribulation cultivator or demon commander to death. The 5 cave masters were all waiting. They were waiting for Li Qingshan to take another step forward. Then it would be his death. A great battle was about to erupt. However, Li Qingshan just happened to not move. He just stood there, his lips curling into a smile. Esteemed guest, why don't you come up the mountain for a chat and state your intentions? The gentleman of heavenly blubber's voice rang out from the tower. Li Qingshan finally moved, but he did not move forward. Instead, he turned around and made his way to the left. A building that stood 100 feet tall was called Drunken No Return. It was richly ornamented, with overhanging eaves and corners. With a gentle breeze, wind chimes rang out. It was so exquisite and magnificent that it did not seem like something from the south. And despite knowing that Li Qingshan had arrived, the restaurant was still bold enough to open its doors. Boss, bring me some alcohol. Li Qingshan stepped over the door sill. There was not a single customer in the restaurant, but many tables still had food and drinks on them. As far as the eye could see, there was only a girl around 16 or 17 standing behind the counter, clattering away at her abacus. She did it a few more times as if she had calculated a satisfactory result. Only then did she raise her head and smile. There's no boss, only the lady boss. Sir, do you know whether it's a man or a woman? She had bright eyes and white teeth, and she was bold and bold. As she shook her head, the silver accessories on her head clinked together. She walked out from behind the counter. She was dressed in blue, embroidered clothes and a flower-patterned brocade skirt. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I only care if your alcohol is good or not. If it's not good, I'll tear down your restaurant. Li Qingshan arrived at the center table and sat down. He thought, the lair of demons sure is filled with masters. I killed one earlier and here comes another. Of course, if I didn't have some skill, I wouldn't have the courage to face him. Though she probably isn't as young as she looks. Sir, you're so fierce. I have plenty of good alcohol here. I guarantee you won't go back until you're drunk. Though, sir, you're not going to see us cave masters, but instead come to my tiny restaurant to drink. Don't tell me you're afraid and want to muster up some courage? The lady boss said with a smile. She seemed very innocent and very curious. As long as it was a man, they would never be willing to be called cowardly or afraid, especially by a beautiful woman. Li Qingshan was a man too. He shook his head. That's not right. It's not that I'm afraid of your cave masters, but your cave masters are afraid of me. What do you mean by that? The lady boss swayed her hips and walked over in a few steps. She directly sat on the table in front of Li Qingshan and asked with her body turned sideways. I'm the guest and they're the host. I'm 1 and they're 8. I'm sitting in their main hall right now, but they actually don't dare to come out of their bedroom to see me. They're as shy and timid as little girls. Tell me who's the one who's afraid of who? Li Qingshan said with a smile. I can't win against you in an argument. If you want to drink, then drink. But we have to settle the bill first. The lady boss bent down and moved closer to Li Qingshan. Her breath smelled like orchids, and the ravine on her chest was faintly discernible. I just sat down and I haven't even had a cup of tea. Where did the bill come from? My table was originally full of people, but because you came, they all dispersed in an instant. None of the money for the food and drinks were paid. Tell me, shouldn't you pay the bill? Li Qingshan smiled. I'm here to dine and dash. I'm not even allowed to pay my own bill, let alone theirs. Chapter 775. Oh, how impressive. There aren't many people who dare make me pay when I want to dine and dash. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He still had a smile on his lips, but it made the lady boss shiver. It was as if the person in front of her was not a human, but a ferocious beast looking at its prey playfully. Even if he did not show any killing intent, the pressure from the top of the food chain was enough to suffocate her. How fierce. If you want a drink, I'll treat you. What are you staring at me for? The lady boss pushed Li Qingshan's shoulder and said flirtatiously, but her expression and movements were rather stiff and unnatural. You don't have to be afraid. If the alcohol is good and the food is good, I'll still pay the bill. Perhaps I'll even pay double. Li Qingshan sat up straight. The smile on his bronze face remained the same. Who's afraid? You can't find a second place in the southern border for the wine and food here. Just be careful not to get drunk. The lady boss raised her voice. It's not your fault if you get drunk, it's your fault if you don't. Isn't this place called Drunk No Return? Today we're not going home until we're drunk. We'll give you cave masters some courage. Let's see if they dare to come down the mountain and drink with me. The lady boss looked deeply at Li Qingshan. This man was not simple. Daring to barge into Savage Mountain was already courageous enough, and even rarer was that he could advance and retreat as he pleased. He did not seem like he was venturing into a dragon's lair at all. It was as if he was the dragon or the tiger, returning to his own lair, treating the 8 cave masters like women and the several thousand demonic cultivators as if they were nothing. This heroic spirit suppressed the entire lair of demons. Out of all the men she had seen in her life, not a single one could compare to him. The lady boss swayed her hips to get the wine. Her butt was round and perky under her skirt. It was truly a flirtatious sight when she moved. Li Qingshan snickered. He loved being charmed the most. However, when he thought about how little and was nearby, he could only look away with some regret. Chef, an esteemed guest has come to visit. Hurry up and cook. If it doesn't taste good, I'll slap you. The lady boss called out loudly and went into the wine cellar. Someone from the kitchen responded, "All right, lady boss." After a while, the lady boss returned with a jar of wine. Breaking the clay seal, the fragrance of wine permeated the air. A stream of light green wine flowed into a large porcelain bowl, filling it to the brim. Li Qingshan glanced at it. There's no poison in the wine, right? Without another word, the lady boss picked up the porcelain bowl and emptied it in one go. He shone the bottom of the bowl at Li Qingshan, then threw it on the table and wiped his mouth. Don't drink it if you don't dare. Drinking alone is tasteless. I was just about to ask you to drink with me, Li Qingshan said with a smile. All right. The lady boss did not stand on ceremony. She placed one leg on the bench and poured 2 more bowls of wine. It was faintly discernible and exceptionally alluring. The 2 bowls clinked against each other and drained the wine in one gulp. Li Qingshan praised, "Good wine. It really has a unique flavor." The lady boss's eyes hid a trace of pride. No matter how crafty you are, you drank the water I used to wash my feet. Now you want to drink wine without poison. Wait for your next life. But his cultivation is too high, so I'll trick him into drinking more. When the poison takes effect, he'll be at my mercy. This wine was called No Return wine. It was not poisoned in the wine, but it was specially refined to poison people. It was still a first-class wine, but it could only be tasted with an antidote. Without her persuasion, Li Qingshan drank bowl after bowl like water. In a short while, the jar of wine was emptied. I'll go get another jar. The lady boss's face was slightly flushed, and her smile became more sincere. She could take advantage of the slow onset of the poison to accumulate more. How can 1 jar of wine be enough? Bring out all the wine in the cellar. All right, you can do whatever you want today. If you're drunk, just sleep in my room. The lady boss's eyes were seductive as she went to get more wine. While they were talking, a fair-skinned fatty wearing a white hat and a white apron walked out of the kitchen and placed 8 or 9 dishes on the table. With a humble and amiable look on his face, he bent over and rubbed his hands. "Please have a taste." The entire hall was filled with fragrance. Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony and tasted the dishes. His eyes lit up and he gave the chef a thumbs up. These dishes were even more delicious and unique than the one the Marquis of Serene Sea had treated him to. The lady boss said that there was no other place in southern border that could match the wine and dishes here. It seemed that she was not lying. All right, if you like it, I'll continue. The chef's smile became more humble. His eyes narrowed into a line and he bowed even lower. At this time, the lady boss returned with the wine. She brushed past the chef and exchanged glances. As a result, Li Qingshan drank the wine and ate the dishes as they came. He ate and drank to his heart's content. He teased the lady boss a little more, as if he had completely thrown his goal of coming to Savage Mountain to the back of his mind. The lady boss's smile grew even more beautiful. You've really barged into hell. Drinking so much in such a hurry, even a deity would not be able to save you. Only death awaits. In the tall tower at the top of the mountain, the cave masters watched this scene with cold smiles on their faces. In the beginning, Li Qingshan's refusal to continue forward had caught them off guard. For a moment they did not know if they should take the initiative to attack. When Li Qingshan entered drunk no return, and began to eat and drink to his heart's content, they sat still, the cold smiles on their faces growing more and more intense. He really dares to eat and drink here. Does he think he can resist all poisons just because his cultivation is high? Way of the Poison grinned, full of delight. Goo and poisons were inseparable. Southern Border accounted for at least half of all the rare poisons in the world. The greatest sect in the south was the Myriad Poison Cult. Let alone a mere golden core cultivator, some of their poisons could even kill demon kings with tough bodies. Silkhorn madam, your disciple is going to do something meritorious, said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. This Li Qingshan seems to be eating your disciple's cooking. He seems to be quite happy. The human chef's culinary skills are renowned throughout the entire South Sea Commandery. Let him eat slowly. The gentleman of heavenly blubber laughed so hard that his fat jiggled. He was filled with malice. Something doesn't seem right. The ghost ascetic frowned. The lady boss had discovered this too. Her smooth abdomen had already bulged from drinking too much. She did not drink as much as him, nor could she refine it in time. She had ingested a large quantity of antidotes beforehand, and she was almost unable to hold on any longer, so why was he still standing? Let alone dying from the poison, he did not even feel any discomfort. Instead, his eyes shone brighter and brighter. She became more and more excited. She began to panic slightly. There's no more alcohol. Go get more. Li Qingshan emptied the jar of alcohol in his hand and casually tossed it onto the ground. The jar rolled around with a gurgle along with the other 20 or so empty jars. The lady boss hesitated. The refinement of no return was not easy. Li Qingshan had already drunk all of it, so where was she supposed to give him more alcohol? And even if she did, it would probably be useless. She did not see him circulate his cultivation. Did his body just happen to be able to suppress the poison of no return? Smack. Li Qingshan smacked her perky bottom and smiled. What are you blanking out for? Why don't you go? It hurts. What are you doing? The gates are wide open, yet you're trying to take advantage of me. The lady boss grumbled as she clutched her bottom. She let out a sigh of relief inside. As it seemed, he had not discovered the poison in the alcohol. Otherwise, with his strength of smashing through the gates of the valley in a single punch, she would have died on the spot. Cut the nonsense. Go go. Li Qingshan waved his hand. All he wanted to do right now was drink alcohol. Even if it was poison, it did not matter. Yes, sir. Sir. The lady boss snuck to the back of the building. The smile on her face disappeared. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She was already prepared to leave. This was the only move that could threaten him. If it was useless, then she would continue to stay. She would definitely not be able to escape the consequences. As for human chef, he could only pray for his own good. This Li Qingshan did not look like a violent and murderous person. As long as he did not discover what was in the food he ate. There were many layers of arrays in this restaurant. She was not afraid of being discovered by his spiritual sense. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Way of the Poison's voice. Don't go. Put the poison in his alcohol. At the same time, a small porcelain bottle was sent to her through the array. The lady boss hurriedly rejected. 8th Cave Master, he is not afraid of poison. If he discovers it, I'm dead. Bullshit. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of poison. Don't worry, this poison is colorless and odorless. He will definitely not discover it. Way of the Poison used both the carrot and the stick. Master, Mate Sanyang said. Just do as I say. The few cave masters are people who know when to reward and when to punish. They will not mistreat you after this. 8th Brother Wei, my disciple is taking such a huge risk to avenge you. You have to show your gratitude. This is a poison-dispelling pearl. If you swallow it, you will be immune to all poisons. Let him continue to drink, the more the better. Way of the Poison did not care about the cost. The lady boss's eyes lit up. The poison-dispelling pearl was especially valuable in the southern border. Since things had already come to this, she might as well go all the way. She swallowed the poison-dispelling pearl and put the poison in the alcohol. She smiled again and returned to the main hall. You're so slow. Why did the taste of the alcohol change? Li Qingshan lifted the porcelain bowl and drank a mouthful. Your alcohol tolerance is too high. You finished that type of alcohol. I can only change it. If you don't like it, I'll take it back. The lady boss's heart was extremely nervous. It's okay. I'll take this. Come, let's continue drinking. Li Qingshan said with a drunken smile. Another bowl of alcohol went down his stomach, and the entire jar of poisoned alcohol was emptied. Li Qingshan remained seated, and the drunkenness on his face deepened. This time, even way of the poison's expression changed. The lady boss had no choice but to take more alcohol. She rubbed her slightly swollen head and cursed in her heart. What way of the poison, how dare you? Hurry up and change your name. Don't blame me now. Forget it, getting a poison-dispelling pearl for free isn't bad either. She came to the back of the building and saw another porcelain bottle filled with poison placed there. It was impossible to take advantage of a cave master in the lair of demons. Therefore she poisoned, sent alcohol and poisoned again. There was venom powder, and all of them had different poisons. In the end, Way of the Poison no longer cared about being colorless or odorless. He only cared about sending more and more poisons into her hands and then putting them in the alcohol. Although the lady boss wasn't afraid of poison, she had drunk too much alcohol. Her eyes were dazed and she could barely conceal her malice. Before she knew it, it was as if she had fallen into a huge gamble. She couldn't stop and there was no turning back. She had to poison Li Qingshan to death. However, Li Qingshan sat there steadily like a mountain. Moreover, he was growing taller and taller as if he could come crashing down at any moment. Chapter 776. Please, dear customer, I really can't drink anymore. As long as you don't let me drink, I'll do anything. The lady boss's face was rosy, but there was a faint trace of green in it. Her eyes were blurred and carried a trace of fear. Although the poison-dispelling bead could repel hundreds of poisons, there was still a limit. It didn't mean that she would be fine no matter how many poisons she ate. From just now until now, she had drunk countless bowls of wine and eaten at least 20 to 30 deadly poisons. Even the poison-dispelling bead couldn't take it anymore. Is that so? Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around the owner's waist, and the owner conveniently sat in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wiggled her perky bottom. She said coquettishly, "Oh my, you're taking advantage of me again. Forget it, I'll give up." She looked like she didn't care what he did. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself my mother? It doesn't matter, if you don't want to drink, I'll feed you. The smile in Li Qingshan's eyes deepened and another bowl of wine was sent to her lips. The lady boss's expression changed and she struggled with all her might. However, the arm around her waist became like an iron hoop, as if it was going to break her. Inexplicably frightened, she reluctantly drank another bowl and forced a smile. "Dear customer, you really can drink. How could I dare to be your mother? I'd be more like your wife. I think I've drunk enough, send me back to my room to rest." Li Qingshan didn't seem to hear it and smiled as he picked up the second bowl. She tightly closed her lips and shook her head to resist. She rubbed against Li Qingshan's arms and said coquettishly, "I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink." "It's not up to you now." Li Qingshan smiled as he covered her mouth and poured the wine down her throat. The wine spilled onto her blue embroidered clothes, causing white smoke to rise. It corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large patch of white skin that was still protected by the poison-dispelling bead. The lady boss's expression changed. Li Qingshan laughed, "This wine is so strong." As he spoke, he picked up another bowl. From this moment on, he did not touch a single drop of alcohol. He poured bowl after bowl into her mouth like a forced duck. The alcohol flowed down from the side of her lips. More than half of her clothes were corroded. Even her embroidered skirt fell apart. She was almost naked. A white ball struggled and twisted in Li Qingshan's arms. However, this lively scene didn't have the slightest bit of charm. Gradually, her face turned green. A layer of green qi floated around their bodies. This was a sign that he could not suppress the poison in his body any longer. Sir, please spare my life. I won't do it again." Tears streamed down the lady boss's face. "Is there poison in the wine? I don't have the antidote, so how can I spare you?" Li Qingshan smiled as he enjoyed the beauty in his arms. However, his hands were not soft at all. Bowl after bowl he put her to death. It was drizzling outside the door, and the fragrance of wine filled the air, mixed with the sweet smell of poisonous gas. Master, save me. The lady boss spat out a mouthful of alcohol and cried out miserably. Li Qingshan, do you know what was in the dishes you just ate? Chef's voice came from the kitchen. A what? Human meat. Adults and children's, men's and women's. Do you think it's beef, lamb, pork, or fish? Ah. The human meat that I, Rin Chef, make is the best in Savage Mountain. How does it taste? Rin Chef laughed wildly, no longer showing any humility or politeness. Although there was no poison in the dishes, the evil intentions were even worse than poisoning the wine. Li Qingshan would definitely be shocked and furious, vomiting in disgust. After all, cannibalism was a rare cruelty even in the southern border, let alone in Qing province. As a Buddhist disciple, he might even develop a heart demon. As long as he was angered, he would immediately escape up the mountain and lead him into a trap. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and said calmly, I see. I was wondering why the taste was so special. He lowered his head and patted his stomach. I ate your flesh to take revenge for you. At the end, he stood up straight and 2 beams of light shot out of his eyes. He waved his hand. Come back. Ren Chef was overjoyed to see his plan succeed. No matter how strong he was, he would need a breath's time to pass through the layers of formations. It would be enough for him to escape. A sudden shout rang in his ears and his head buzzed. His body stopped abruptly and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. A black chain whistled over, wrapping around his waist and pulling him back violently. By the time he returned to his senses, Li Qingshan was standing sternly in front of him. He even held the completely naked owner of the shop in his arms. Her face alternated between green and purple, and her white, smooth skin showed faint signs of festering. Li Qingshan used 2 chains of demon suppression to tie them up and walked out of the restaurant. He glanced at the tall tower at the peak of the mountain, smiled slightly and actually turned to leave. Those few cave masters were really able to keep their composure. Seeing that their own disciples were about to die, they still refused to descend the mountain. To devil cultivators, not to mention their disciples, even their parents and children were not as important as their own safety. They still held on to a sliver of hope that the drunk Li Qingshan would be infuriated and charge up the mountain to settle the score with them regardless of the consequences. If that happened, they would have achieved their objective of sacrificing 2 disciples. They did not expect him to leave just like that. This time they really could not sit still anymore. The expressions of the 5 of them became extremely ugly. If they let a White Eagle commander break through the mountain gate, kill countless demonic cultivators, capture 2 disciples, and then leave so easily, the lair of demons of Savage Mountain would really become the biggest joke in the world. The 5 of them would become the joke of the joke, and they would not be able to face anyone in the future. Not only did Li Qingshan leave just like that, he left very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was almost out of the city, showing his determination to leave. However, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and his expression darkened. That child's corpse lay in the middle of the road, but the old man he stabbed with his cane had disappeared. The demonic cultivators might have been intimidated by his ferocity for a moment, but none of them were easily frightened. They had seen far more vicious and cruel scenes than this. Do you really think you're the cave master of the lair of demons? You want us to obey you with just 1 sentence? So, the moment Li Qingshan left, the old man who cursed him was saved by someone. Of course, they also took away all of his belongings. Very good, I won't ask who it is. Li Qingshan turned around. You finally dare to come down the mountain to see me. How bold of you. Master. Human Chef cried out in joy. The female boss also gazed at the silkworm madam eagerly, but the poison had invaded her body, so she could not even utter a word. Sir, you've clearly come to Savage Mountain to find us, yet you're afraid to come up here. You sure are bold. The silkworm madam sneered. Release him and we can still talk things out. Otherwise, humph. The gentleman of heavenly blubber moved his mountainous body and suddenly took a step forward. The ground trembled violently, and his presence surged into the air, demonstrating the great strength of the 2nd cave master. I originally wanted to become a cave master on Savage Mountain, but it seems like they're all like this. How disappointing. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. His disappointment was not feigned. Instead, it came from the bottom of his heart. Didn't they say there were 8 cave masters? And existences close to the 3rd heavenly tribulation? Why are there only 5 here? Are the other 3 hidden or are they not on Savage Mountain? So much for going to the trouble of luring them down the mountain. I've overestimated them. You want to be a cave master? The silkworm madam squinted her eyes. So that was his objective for coming here? A mighty White Hawk commander actually wanted to be a cave master of the lair of demons. What a joke. That's right. Li Qingshan held back his disappointment and said with a smile. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was rather surprised too, but if that was the case, his series of actions could be explained. If he really wanted to become enemies with the lair of demons, he would have unleashed a massacre in the city a long time ago. Why would he only kill demonic cultivators who had offended him? He seemed fierce and brutal, but he was actually extremely restrained. He did not seem like he would fight to the death. It was said that he had offended a prince, which was why he was sent to the south. As it seemed, he was interested in joining the demonic path. If it were 10 years ago, it really might have been possible for him to be accepted. The lair of demons had always accepted anyone as long as they were powerful enough. If a White Hawk commander could join them, it would be a great show of prestige. But now only death awaited him. Otherwise, how could he force Yu Wufeng out of seclusion? Anyway, he had to trick him first, so he said, "I see. Then it really has been a misunderstanding. Our lair of demons has always been tolerant and accommodating. It's just that your identity is far too sensitive, which made us overly suspicious. If you had stated your intentions earlier, there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. We should have opened our doors wide and welcomed you up the mountain." What? I'll never agree to it. If you want to be a cave master of our lair of demons, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror first? See if you're qualified or not. Way of the Poison panicked. If he really let Li Qingshan become cave master, it was very likely for him to be ranked above him with his strength. He would never be able to avenge himself then. What's your name? Li Qingshan gazed at the hateful Way of the Poison in some confusion. The 8th cave master of the lair of demons, Way of the Poison. Said Way of the Poison. Oh, you must be that Chin something's master. Li Qingshan recalled. That's right. Today only death awaits you. Way of the Poison said sinisterly. It was not like the two people in Li Qingshan's hands were his disciples. He was eager for Li Qingshan to kill them so that the gentleman of heavenly blubber and the silkworm madam could taste the pain of losing a beloved disciple. This is a major matter for our lair of demons. Even the first cave master will nod his head if he's here. Who cares if you agree or not? The gentleman of heavenly blubber shot a vicious glance at Way of the Poison, and Way of the Poison shut his mouth. This wretched disciple of mine can't hold on for much longer. Please release her so that we can sit down and discuss this slowly. The silkworm madam panicked inside. On the ground, the owner's alluring body had already swelled up, covered in blisters. She no longer had the slightest color as she moaned and squirmed on the ground. Release her? Li Qingshan glanced at her. I'll definitely make her apologize to you in the future. You can do whatever you want with her, said the silkworm madam. Who poisoned her? You can deal with it yourself. It's not like I'm stopping you. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Old 8th Way, why don't you go deal with the poison? If it weren't for your stupid idea, how could this have happened? Said the silkworm madam. Way of the Poison was reluctant, but he knew that if he refused, not only would the silkworm madam hold a grudge against him, but even the gentleman of heavenly blubber would blame him. All he could do was make his way over. So it's you again. Li Qingshan smiled. So what if it's me? Way of the Poison raised his guard carefully. At the same time he searched for an opening in Li Qingshan's defense, ready to deal him a fatal blow at any time. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. It's all the master's fault. Your disciple has provoked me, yet you still don't know how to learn your lesson? You still want to avenge him? Die for me. Chapter 777. No one expected Li Qingshan to attack without the slightest hesitation. Was it just a feint when he said he wanted to be the cave master of the lair of demons earlier? Way of the Poison was already prepared, but he never expected the punch to arrive so quickly. It was so fierce. In that instant, it filled his entire field of vision like a black cloud had enveloped the land. Black lightning crisscrossed within the black cloud. It was a crack formed by the power of tremors ripping through the air. Before the punch had even arrived, it had already completely shattered Way of the Poison's confidence. He's actually so powerful. Didn't he just undergo the second heavenly tribulation recently? There was no time to dodge, no time to counterattack, no time to call out. Way of the Poison pushed his poison arts to the limit. Green-black smoke rose up around him, thick and solid as if it was tangible. He hoped it could block the punch for a moment before immediately retreating so that the other cave masters could come to his rescue. However, the defense formed by the poisonous smoke collapsed as soon as it came into contact. Let alone block it, it did not even weaken the punch at all. Bang! The upper half of way of the poison's body turned into a bloody mist, flying towards the cave masters. Only his 2 lonely legs remained standing there. The 4 remaining cave masters had only just assumed a posture to provide assistance when they all froze where they were, dumbfounded. Way of the Poison was the weakest among the 8 cave masters, and he was more skilled in killing his enemies with poison instead of direct combat. However, he was still a powerful cultivator who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation after all, yet he had actually been killed by a single punch like that. Let alone block it, he could not even blow up his golden core in time. Just how terrifying was that? Li Qingshan, why you? The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled as he pointed at Li Qingshan and bellowed furiously, but he subconsciously shrunk back. Don't be afraid. This person has grievances with me. He's constantly plotting against me. I only killed him because I had no other choice. If I became a cave master of the lair of demons, I would rather not be associated with trash like him. I'd rather not be associated with trash like him. Li Qingshan patted his hands with a smile and stowed away Way of the Poison's 100 treasures pouch and greenish-black golden core as he said nonchalantly. My disciple clearly did something wrong, so I helped him clean up the mess. Not only is he ungrateful, but he's even bold enough to seek revenge. You can't be that unreasonable, right? As Li Qingshan spoke, he kicked the lady boss. Right now, she looked like a huge tumor that crashed into the human chef's body. She flew out and exploded in midair. The human chef let out a blood-curdling scream. The pus mixed with dozens of poisons poured all over his body. His whole body was sore, itchy and numb. Rolling on the ground. He crawled to the gentleman of heavenly blubber and extended his hand. Master, save me. However, the only person who could possibly save him had already been turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. The gentleman of heavenly blubber took a step back, afraid to let him touch him. His face reddened. He glared at Li Qingshan with a murderous look. You. Very good. Then he let out a long sigh and said, I will give you a quick death. He raised his hand and prepared to strike down with his palm. Who gave you permission to give him a quick death? Li Qingshan took a step forward and threw another punch at the gentleman of heavenly blubber. The gentleman of heavenly blubber drifted backwards, demonstrating a lightness that completely contrasted with his size. Li Qingshan's punch landed in the air and produced a thunderous rumble. Right when the gentleman of heavenly blubber was about to say something, a tremendous force appeared through the air, sending him flying. Bang, 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 bang. He smashed through several dozen structures. The ghost ascetic retreated. The silkworm madam retreated. The mountain insect retreated. None of the 3 cave masters were bold enough to take advantage of this opportunity to attack him. Instead, they chose to retreat immediately to avoid becoming his next target. If it was Way of the Poison, then so be it, but who was the gentleman of heavenly blubber? He had actually been sent flying by a single punch. It was my disciple who offended you first, fellow. We won't hold it against him. Please stop, fellow. Let's sit down and talk. Don't tell me you really want to fight to the death with our lair of demons? You definitely won't benefit from it. The silkworm madam said as she retreated. In the beginning, she had pretended to talk to Li Qingshan to lure him into a trap. Just now, she wanted to talk to Li Qingshan to save her disciple. Now she wanted to talk to Li Qingshan from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to save her own life. I heard that becoming a cave master of the lair of demons requires a lot of tests. Come and test me and see whether I have the right or not. Li Qingshan let out a long laugh and leapt off in pursuit. His target was the silkworm madam. Suddenly, the dense spiritual chi in the valley began to flow wildly. The formations shone with multicolored light, overlapping and merging with one another. Li Qingshan was trapped in a sea of formations. Some slowed him down while others made him dizzy. In the surroundings, fire blazed, sword chi surged, poisonous water sprayed, and boulders smashed down. In that instant, who knew how many attacks shot towards him furiously? The gray, gloomy clouds in the sky were illuminated into a magnificent color. Break! Li Qingshan bellowed and the demon dragon roared. A dark gold demon dragon sliced through the waves and opened up a path in the sea of formations, heading straight for the silkworm madam. After enduring countless attacks, the demon dragon turned into a long sword. Li Qingshan held it in his hand and slashed it down towards the silkworm madam. Dharma treasure. The silkworm madam's expression changed. She waved her right hand and threw out a white handkerchief. It expanded with the wind and like a cloud curtain, it headed straight for Li Qingshan. The white handkerchief was not only made of sturdy material, it also contained a soft power. Even the sharp sword chi could not pierce through it. Break! Li Qingshan punched out and the clouds dispersed. The white handkerchief was torn into pieces, revealing the shocked and beautiful face of the silkworm madam. Break! The sword light flashed and blood splattered. The silkworm madam felt the world spin and suddenly saw her own body. She had no head and her eyes were wide open in disbelief. This test is too simple again? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan's eyes turned and he saw the back view of the ghost ascetic running. He laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the attacks formed by the layers of formations came at him again. Destroy! Li Qingshan stepped down with his right foot and the power of tremors spread out. Boom 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 boom. The ground rippled, rising and falling. Tens of thousands of tons of rocks surged like a raging tide, as if a giant beast buried deep underground had come to life. All sorts of buildings were torn apart like paper boxes. The layers of formation suffered the same fate. It was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. The city was turned into ruins and the epicenter was right under Li Qingshan's right foot. The ox demon tremors at the beginning was called the ox demon trample. As for the countless demonic cultivators hidden in the city, if they were standing on the ground when Li Qingshan stepped out, even if they were not killed on the spot, they would be severely injured. That was why he did not care who had saved the old man who had cast the curse, because they were all going to die. At the same time, a crack in the ground chased after the ghost ascetic like a bolt of black lightning. Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. The ghost ascetic leaped up, his blood-colored kasaya fluttering in the wind. In midair his body rapidly grew. When he descended from the sky he was already more than 100 feet tall. 7 or 8 sharp horns grew out of his head, some long and some short. His mouth protruded forward like a wild beast, his fangs exposed. Blood-colored light surged between his teeth, and he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored beam of light. Boom! The blood-colored beam of light bombarded the place where Li Qingshan was standing. The soil melted and turned into lava. Li Qingshan's figure moved to the side and brushed past the beam of light. The ghost ascetic turned his head, and the blood-colored beam of light swept towards Li Qingshan. At the same time he waved his claws wildly, summoning dozens of blood-colored light balls that shot out beams of blood-colored light that interweaved into a dazzling light net. A crimson color suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's long hair. His bronze-colored face began to change subtly, gaining a bewitching handsomeness. A pair of wind and fire wings suddenly spread out behind him. In an instant, he also turned into a beam of light that twisted and curled, passing through the light net at an impossible angle. He appeared in front of the ghost ascetic, stepped on his big head, and chased after Mountain Worm without looking back. The ghost ascetic's huge body froze and cracks appeared on it. Blood-colored light shot out from it, like a surging eye under the cracked ground. The light grew brighter and brighter. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the ghost ascetic turned into thousands of dazzling beams of blood-colored light, illuminating the gloomy sky red. Chains of demon suppression. The chains of demon suppression rushed towards Mountain Worm. Clatter. The sounds of the chains colliding were like the demonic sound of death. Mountain Worm let out an inhuman shriek, which was rather like the hum of insects. All of his pockets opened up. Various goo insects of various shapes and sizes surged out, turning into a cloud of insects that surged towards Li Qingshan furiously. Mountain Worm flew forward without even looking back. As long as he entered the vicinity of the central peak of Savage Mountain, he could activate the extremely powerful formations. However, he no longer hoped to lure Li Qingshan into a trap and kill him. He only hoped to escape alive. Li Qingshan did not look at the incoming cloud of insects or the fleeing Mountain Worm. Instead he pointed in another direction. Demon Suppression Tower. Having been sent flying by the punch, the gentleman of heavenly blubber climbed up from the ruins. He was utterly furious. He practiced an extremely special cultivation method that allowed him to absorb all damage with his fat. Right when he was about to fight Li Qingshan to the death, he saw the silkworm madam's head being beheaded in a single stroke. He was taken aback. When the city was reduced to ruins by Li Qingshan's foot, he immediately turned around and rushed into the depths of the valley. He muttered inside, has he really only undergone the second heavenly tribulation? That's impossible. That's impossible. His cultivation had already reached late second heavenly tribulation, almost close to the peak. He was confident that he could kill the silkworm madam if he struck out, but he definitely could not do it so easily. A full-powered strike could also destroy this city, but it was impossible for such a large-scale attack to kill so many cultivators. The strength he had demonstrated had completely surpassed what cultivators at this realm of cultivation could possess. Right when he was about to escape, the majestic demon suppression tower descended from above. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's body shrank. His head and limbs retracted into the huge ball of flesh, rolling forward like a meat egg. He suddenly sped up and the demon suppression tower missed. A petite figure dressed in a white moon monk robe stood in the drizzle, blocking the way. Chapter 778. When the demon suppression tower missed, Li Qingshan said, "Oh no! If the gentleman of heavenly blubber really did roll back into the depths of the valley, then it would be troublesome." He could tell from the qi that the power of the formations could not be compared to the messy formations in the city at all. Things like formations had always been about quality, not quantity. The reason why he could stomp through the hundreds and thousands of formations in the city with a single step was not entirely because of his strength, but because the formations interfered with one another. They were in a precarious situation, yet they operated at full speed without any regard for the consequences. As long as he attacked one of them, it would lead to a chain reaction. However, who knew how many times more brilliant the arrangements of the formations on the central peak of Savage Mountain were? Due to the blood oath between the cave masters, they did not have to worry about being attacked. They were set up purely to fend off external enemies. The formations were linked together and their auras were connected, forming a perfect whole. Moreover, they used the blessed lands of cultivation with extremely dense spiritual qi as their foundation. Once they were activated, even cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation would struggle to get through them. The purpose of the formations was to fend off the powerful with a geographical advantage. At this moment, Little and descended from above, blocking the gentleman of heavenly blubber's path. Only then did Li Qingshan stop worrying and focus on dealing with mountain insect. Rumble. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was like a rampaging tank of flesh. The gales he kicked up created a deep trench in the ground. His bearing was extremely magnificent. Even if a mountain stood before him, it would be forcefully smashed through. He was full of confidence in this move of his. There were not many people in the world who could match up to his head-on collision, let alone stop him from entering the spell formation. This girl who overestimated herself was definitely not one of them. Little Anne's seaweed-like hair drifted in the wind. Her eyes remained as calm as deep pools the entire time. She took out a small blood-red banner from her sleeve and waved it gently at the gentleman of heavenly blubber. The surging sea of blood seemed to contain an extremely vast world. It was the blood sea banner with a handle of white bone and a sea of blood. The gentleman of heavenly blubber ran headfirst into it. He vanished. Li Qingshan threw a punch too, but before his punch had even landed, Mountain Insect's body collapsed. He actually survived. Instead, he turned into countless black insects and fled. At this moment, a crimson streak of light soared into the sky. Streaks of light flew out from the ruined city and the caves on both sides of the cliff, fleeing in all directions. They were the remaining demonic cultivators of Savage Mountain's lair of demons. Originally, they had hoped that the cave masters would be able to take down Li Qingshan. Who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan would be killed? 5 cave masters. 3 people died. Even the strongest gentleman of heavenly blubber had fled, and it seemed like he had failed to escape. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized. The Hawkwolf Guard was their great enemy, the newly appointed White Hawk commander. They weren't here to join the lair of demons. They were clearly here to exterminate the lair of demons. Their previous actions were clearly to lure the cave masters down the mountain so that they could kill them. The cave masters could not be blamed for being careless. They could not even escape back to the middle peak in Savage Mountain. Now all they could do was flee in the face of disaster. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of people left. Those who could set up dwellings on the mountain and survive under Li Qingshan's foot were all masters who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. They turned into over 100 streaks of light and dispersed. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he could not split himself up at the end of the day. If he could kill 20 or 30 of them, then that would be impressive. The scarlet streak of light that flew up first moved extremely quickly, like a meteor. It arrived at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Clearly, it was very confident in its escape technique, which was why it stood out like this. Right when it was about to flee from Savage Mountain, a huge, white, bone claw suddenly extended out from the top of the mountain, grabbing at the scarlet streak of light and revealing the figure of a demonic cultivator. Before it could even beg for mercy or put its life on the line, the bone claw closed and crushed like a firefly. The light was extinguished and the mangled corpse was tossed into a mouth filled with sharp teeth, which roared with flames. A string of prayer beads was missing from little Anne's hand, the skull prayer beads. A huge, vicious skeleton demon extended out from the top of the mountain. Its teeth chattered as it let out a strange cackle. Laughter rang out from everywhere at the same time, echoing through the entire valley. It was a song of death that made all demonic cultivators shiver in fear. Skeleton demons crawled out from the top of the mountain. There was even one guarding the entrance to the valley, surrounding Savage Mountain tightly. Li Qingshan could vaguely remember that every single one of them possessed strength equivalent to a corpse commander. After little and underwent the second heavenly tribulation, they seemed to grow in strength as well, becoming even larger and stronger. Under Little Anne's command they were like a super army. They worked together with great teamwork, advancing and retreating freely. They sealed off all paths of escape, smacking and crushing the streaks of light like they were catching flies. Not a single streak of light managed to escape safely. At the end of the day, fighting alongside you gives me the most peace of mind. The phoenix cried out. Li Qingshan looked away. The phoenix wings blazed with flames spanning several dozen meters across. With a flap of the wings, the flames of the phoenix dispersed the cloud of insects. Only a single black insect remained. It turned into a streak of black light and flew forward without any regard. 300 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. It seemed like it only needed a split second to escape alive. It came to a screeching halt. The thumb and index finger of Li Qingshan's right hand pinched the black insect. He squeezed it gently and the insect exploded. The fifth cave master of the lair of demons, Mountain Worm, was dead. Right now, Li Qingshan was surrounded by flames. Even his scarlet hair rose up like a ball of blazing flames. He had completely turned into a glorious, blazing phoenix, radiating with an incomparable aura of nobility and purity. He had also incinerated all the remaining toxins in his body. Originally, his body was tough, but it was not immune to toxins. At most, his resistance was a little stronger. The toxins from Helicoverpa in the past had made him suffer quite a lot. Even the spirit turtle could only purify them after some difficulty. The spirit turtle was extremely effective at suppressing auras and soul senses, but it was much weaker when used to suppress toxins. However, after reaching the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva and undergoing Nerva rebirth, this shortcoming was made up for. Not only could the endless flames heal his wounds, but it could also ward off disasters and eliminate all factors that wanted to kill him. The death represented by toxins was still unable to contend against the life represented by the phoenix. Although he could not claim to be immune to all poisons, a mere poison from Way of the Poison was still unable to harm him. Otherwise, with how bold and careful he would never take such a risk. Right now he was still very far away from beyond the 9 heavens. Although he had yet to master any of the transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, he could be regarded as having achieved something in the world of the 9 provinces. The battles and slaughters of the ox demon and tiger demon had strengthened his body more and more. His will became firmer and firmer. The suppression and recovery of the spirit turtle and phoenix made his aura more and more pure, and his mind clearer and clearer. They complemented one another, forming a perfect whole. That was the current Li Qingshan. Qingshan, there's still one more. Little and shook the blood sea banner, and the gentleman of heavenly blubber flew out, hurtling towards Li Qingshan like a mountain of flesh. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing the white bone Sarira, all of her arcane treasures had become stronger and operated more freely, but she had not been able to refine them further. As a result, it was very difficult for her to trap a cultivator like the gentleman of heavenly blubber for long. Of course, the Buddha-slaying sword appeared. Killing him was nothing difficult, but she obviously had to leave something like that for Li Qingshan to enjoy. The gentleman of heavenly blubber rampaged about in the sea of blood. He never expected her to actually possess an arcane treasure that could create a space of its own. Just as he was hesitating about how to get out, the sky suddenly lit up again. All he saw was a peerlessly handsome man with scarlet hair and eyes, smiling at him. All right. Li Qingshan smiled. By now, Li Qingshan had already vanished completely. The pair of curved horns on his head were engraved with the name, North Moon. This was a declaration he had intentionally left behind. He swung his fist again. This was his strongest weapon. With a punch he was unstoppable. Li Qingshan? All right. If you want to kill me, then I'll throw my life at you. I refuse to believe you have a spatial arcane treasure too. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was surprised and doubtful at first before making up his mind. He went from a mountain of flesh to a ball of flesh again, spinning at high speeds and kicking up a tornado as he slammed towards Li Qingshan. Boom! The ball of flesh collided with Li Qingshan. With Li Qingshan as the center, all the soil and rock within a range of 5 kilometers immediately broke free from the ground and flew into the air. Savage Mountain shook as a result. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's move was truly vicious. It did not rely on arcane artifacts or arcane treasures, nor was it any profound variations. It was just his fat and the extraordinary spiritual chi and strength in his fat to overwhelm his opponent in a direct confrontation. It was rather domineering, like he could defeat everything with brute force. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan also walked the same path. No matter when, the Ox Demon would always be his foundation. It contained Brother Ox's legacy of power and belief. He's actually blocked it in a direct confrontation. His strength has actually reached such a level. That's impossible. Even the strength of Demon Kings is nothing more than this. It's just a momentary eruption. I'd like to see how long you can last. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was in disbelief before immediately making up his mind. This move of his was indomitable. There was no way back. Li Qingshan's iron fist sank deeply into the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's fat. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber circulated his cultivation method furiously, and his fat trembled like waves, absorbing Li Qingshan's terrifying strength like a sponge. I have to crush him. I have to crush him. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber roared inside, but Li Qingshan's power was endless. The vast earth was like a loving mother, endowing him with power. No one could defeat her prodigy through strength alone. Die! Li Qingshan bellowed out. At that moment it was not just the Ox Demon. There was also the Tiger Demon, the Spirit Turtle, and the Phoenix. The 4 powers fused into the punch and sent the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber flying, slamming him heavily against the wall. However, when he looked at his fist, he frowned instead, as the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was actually still alive. His strength had yet to recover completely after all. The period of growth after the Phoenix's nerva had yet to be completed. If he had not reached the second layer of the Phoenix transformation, he would only seem 14 or 15 years old right now. However, the feeling of fusing the 4 powers together was very nice. He had already begun looking forward to the strength he would feel when he fully recovered. As for the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, all he had to do was give him another punch. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as my master. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber called out. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, who was as fat as a mountain of flesh, had clearly become much thinner. His figure was close to that of a super fatty, which made him seem less deformed. If it were not for his special cultivation method and his fat to block the damage, he would have followed in way of the poison's footsteps already, directly reduced to a bloody mist. Chapter 779. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was truly frightened. Ever since he became a fatty, he had never suffered so much. He could not fight back at all. His opponent was clearly the White Hawk Commander, but in the series of battles just now, he had clearly been using demon chi even though he had been suppressing and hiding it, and he was not a regular human-demon hybrid. The purity of his demon chi was on par with Demon King's. His gaze landed on the pair of curved horns, and his eyes suddenly filled with great surprise. North Moon. One of the 10 Demon Kings, the Dragon King of the Sea, had pursued a demon for several tens of thousands of kilometers, all the way into the Mist Province before finally killing him. Although the south was very far away, news of something as great as this had spread far and wide among the upper echelon of the cultivation community. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber had heard about it too, and the demon that had been pursued seemed to be called North Moon. Fatty, you've heard of that name before? Li Qingshan immediately noticed. No. I don't know what it means, said the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber. He refused to admit it no matter what. There was clearly a great secret here. If this Li Qingshan saw it, he would definitely be silenced. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll punch you to death, Li Qingshan said. Yes. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber prostrated himself on the ground. Forget it. You said you want to serve me as your master. You can't just say it like that. I'm willing to swear an oath that I'll serve the White Hawk Commander, Li Qingshan, as my master from today onwards. I'll be absolutely loyal and I'll be willing to risk my life for you. If I break my oath, my guts will be torn apart and I'll die a horrible death. I'll suffer the pain of samsara for all eternity. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber raised his hand and said seriously, Do you take me for a child? I'll count to 10. Think of a way for me to accept it or die. Li Qingshan stomped down on his huge head. Only someone sick in the head would believe a demonic cultivator's oath. There should be a blood oath scroll in Savage Mountain, said Little Anne. The blood oath scroll was an extremely famous artifact of the southern border. Although it didn't have any combat power and could only be used to write oaths, its binding power was extremely strong. Once an oath was broken, the blood oath scroll would cause a backlash and one's soul would scatter. It was almost a powerful curse, and it was also the foundation upon which the lair of demons was established. It maintained the most basic trust between cave masters. Little Anne had read through the records of the Hawkwolf Guard before choosing Savage Mountain as his first target. A large part of the reason why he wanted to obtain the Blood Oath Scroll was because of this Blood Oath Scroll. If nothing went wrong, this item would play a rather important role during his trip to the Mist Province. I can't do that. If the oath on the Blood Oath Scroll is forcefully erased, I will also die from the backlash. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was alarmed. Originally, he planned on fooling around before finding an opportunity to escape. As long as he was alive, there was hope. However, if he swore an oath on the Blood Oath Scroll, then it would truly be troublesome. You swore a blood oath to fight against foreign enemies together. Now that you've betrayed us and defected to the enemy, you didn't die from the backlash, Little Anne said. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was left speechless. He definitely did not truly want to serve Li Qingshan as his master, nor had he committed any actual acts of betrayal. He was only stalling. Of course, that was not breaking the blood oath. This created a paradox. If he truly pledged his loyalty to Li Qingshan, he would be breaking the blood oath, and only death awaited him. If he only pledged his loyalty verbally, then his loyalty would be meaningless and there would be no guarantee. Since that's the case, I won't let you struggle. I'll give you a quick death. Li Qingshan exerted force with his feet. No, there's another way. I can help you break the formation. The first cave master, Yu Wufeng, is currently in seclusion on the mountain. His strength far surpasses mine. If he doesn't come out, you won't be able to do anything to him. So there's another one on the mountain. He should have heard such a big commotion. Why haven't you come out yet? Are you shivering in your dwelling? Li Qingshan asked. Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, are you really bold enough to help them get through the formation? Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the blood oath? An icy cold voice drifted over with the wind. Li Qingshan looked back and saw a thin, white-haired man standing on the top of the mountain with a sword on his back. His sleeves and clothes were in tatters, fluttering in the wind. Yu Wufeng, you're watching us get killed without lending a hand. Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the blood oath? The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber roared furiously. You want to restrain me, Yu Wufeng, with a mere blood oath? Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, you can just die obediently for the sake of my lair of demons. As for you, Li Qingshan, or should I say North Moon, if you're willing to obey my orders obediently, then so be it. Otherwise, I'll announce this identity of yours. If the Dragon King of the Sea learns that his enemy is still alive, he'll definitely be very unhappy. Yu Wufeng said. Commander Li, I'll get through the formation for you right now and help you kill that bastard Yu Wufeng. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber let out a furious roar and suddenly stood up. He swung his plump hands at Savage Mountain, and the formations began to operate, shining brightly. However, under the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's control, they showed signs of dispersing. At this moment, a bloody handprint suddenly pressed against the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's chest. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth and he was blown away. Every single pore on his body oozed with blood, and he became drenched in blood in the blink of an eye. It happened so quickly that even Li Qingshan failed to react in time. The Blood Oath Scroll had come into effect. However, the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber actually sat up again with a flip. He wiped away the blood on his face and continued to get through the formation, except he had become much thinner again. He seemed almost like a regular fatty now. You've actually also... Yu Wufeng paled in fright. Yu Wufeng, do you think I can't do what you can? If you want me dead, then let's see who dies first. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber smiled viciously with his bloody mouth. Oi, your blood oath doesn't seem to be of much use. Li Qingshan scratched his head. As it turned out, while the Blood Oath Scroll possessed a very powerful binding force, the Blood Oath Scroll in Savage Mountain was ownerless. None of the cave masters could be at ease with letting someone else refine this arcane treasure, so they sealed it in the center of the mountain. If a new cave master joined them, they would need the agreement of at least half of the cave masters, and only then could they work together to open the restriction. The Blood Oath Scroll was not a symbol of fairness and justice in essence. Instead, it was specially refined by ancient demonic cultivators, a tool to control enemies. Although it was placed in the depths of Savage Mountain, which was dense with spiritual qi, it still maintained a powerful binding force. However, with Yu Wufeng's cultivation, he could slowly eliminate the curse of the Blood Oath Scroll as long as he put in a lot of effort. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's cultivation was a little weaker, but he could still weaken the curse to a level where he could endure it. If it had been refined and wielded by someone else, they would never have been given this opportunity. As soon as they showed this inclination, they would be punished immediately. The power that an ownerless arcane treasure could unleash was limited at the end of the day. The light from the formations dimmed very quickly. As the second cave master of the Lair of Demons, the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber knew these formations like the back of his hand, and he possessed the authority to control them. Getting through the formations was basically as easy as opening the door to his own house with a key. Yu Wufeng, who originally thought he was undefeatable, darkened. He desperately maintained the operation of the formations. The formations flickered with light and dimmed at other times. The two powers were locked in a stalemate. With a flap of his wings, Li Qingshan turned into a streak of fire and rushed into the depths of the valley. The formations seemed to want to stop him, but they shattered the moment they came into contact with the fire on him, collapsing and dispersing. Even though Yu Wufeng could barely hold the door, an unlocked door could be kicked open by Li Qingshan with a single kick. He threw a punch at Yu Wufeng on the top of the mountain. "You're called Yu Wufeng, right?" "That's right," Yu Wufeng said proudly. The sword on his back left its sheath with a clang. At that moment, the surroundings were filled with white light. Sword chi filled it, omnipresent. The fogbow pierces the sun. An arcane treasure. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He really is the first cave master of the Lair of Demons after all. So he's actually a sword cultivator, and his cultivation is already extremely close to the third heavenly tribulation. His path of the sword is even greater than mine, and he even has an arcane treasure sword like that. If I fight him alone, it really won't be easy to make him stay. He formed a seal with his hand and guided it smoothly. The figure of a dragon soared out, passing through the white light and colliding with the streak of white light. In a split second, the two swords clashed countless times. The dragon figure was forced back, and the streak of white light dimmed slightly too. The iron fist tore through the air, filling Yu Wufeng's eyes. The heavy aura it contained felt like a mountain had smashed down. Yu Wufeng was stern. Just now, he was watching silently from the sidelines. He was already amazed inside, but only when he personally clashed with him did he realize how ridiculously powerful he was. His swordsmanship was impressive, but it was only impressive before him. His fist was the truly terrifying weapon of slaughter. It made people feel like they could not face it head-on. "No, I can't continue fighting, or my life really will be in danger today." Boom. Rubble flew and dust filled the air. A hole appeared on the top of the mountain. A streak of white light rushed out of the dust. Yu Wufeng had become one with his sword before fleeing into the distance with lightning speed. He had actually chosen to flee without the slightest hesitation. "Commander Li, you mustn't let him escape, or we'll be in endless trouble in the future." The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber clenched his fists firmly and called out loudly. His face was filled with delight. He quickly glanced at Little Anne's back from the corner of his eye. He was clearly not as excited as he was on the outside. His main objective was still to use Yu Wufeng as bait to draw away the two of them, and then use the opportunity to flee. "Don't run," Little Anne said without even looking back. His voice was as calm as water. It was neither a threat nor an order. It did not even seem like he was talking to the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber. He was simply narrating something. "I've already sworn an oath. I'll never go back on it." The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's fat jiggled, immediately dismissing the thought of using the opportunity to flee. He had never seen such great beauty in his life, but what it evoked in his heart was not lust, but an indescribable fear. The white streak of light that Yu Wufeng had transformed into had flown less than 5 kilometers away when he was forced to stop. Huge skulls rose up in the surroundings, cackling strangely as if they had been waiting for a very long time. They flew around and assembled into the skeleton demon formation, trapping Yu Wufeng in there. Since when? Yu Wufeng looked back in shock, meeting a pair of calm, unwavering eyes in the valley. Flames blazed furiously as iron fists filled the surroundings. This time Yu Wufeng was unable to dodge. Chapter 780. Eat my punch first. Li Qingshan continued to show no mercy, throwing a punch. Yu Wufeng threw out a violet talisman with a flip of his hand. Specks of light suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's eyes. Thousands of streaks of golden light shot out in all directions, like spears thrown by a god. The speck of golden light rapidly expanded in Li Qingshan's eyes. He could only tilt his head in time, and a long bloody gash appeared on his cheek. Stabbing pain filled every part of his body. The skeleton demon formation had also stopped operating, but Yu Wufeng's expression became even sterner instead. The golden light struck the skulls, but they only left behind faint marks. They were unable to destroy them at all. As for Li Qingshan, he allowed his blood to spurt out. The blood turned into flames in the air before returning and merging with a ball of fire. His wounds healed instantly without leaving behind a single mark. Even his aura was unaffected. Yu Wufeng originally wanted to stall for time before using the violet talisman to break through the formation, but he never expected Li Qingshan to be so vicious. Boom! A thunderous rumble echoed through Savage Mountain for a very long time. The fogbow sword flew through the air and stabbed into a boulder. First Cave Master Yu, do you think I have the right to be the cave master of this lair of demons? Li Qingshan grabbed Yu Wufeng by the throat and asked with a smile. Sir, your strength is startling. I'm nowhere near as powerful as you. Since I've already fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want to me. Yu Wufeng closed his eyes. His clothes were tattered and drenched in blood. He was powerless to speak. Clearly he was quite injured. Although his cultivation was higher than the gentleman of heavenly blubbers, he did not have a body of fat to nullify the damage. He was already fortunate enough that he had not been killed by the punch. He was powerful enough. I won't force you. If you want to die, I'll give you what you want. If you want to live, I'll give you a way out. Li Qingshan was not worried that Yu Wufeng would refuse. If he really were determined to die, he would not be talking to him here. Sir, you mustn't. Yu Wufeng is extremely crafty, and he's close to undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. If you don't kill him, you'll definitely suffer a backlash in the future. The gentleman of heavenly blubber flew over from afar and called out loudly. Before he finished speaking, little Anne, who was behind him, said, To retrieve the Blood Oath Scroll, we need at least half of the cave masters. Otherwise we will have to break the formation by force. The gentleman of heavenly blubber immediately became speechless. Killing Yu Wufeng was equivalent to eliminating a great enemy, and the seal of the Blood Oath Scroll was not that easy to break through. As long as he was not bound by the Blood Oath, he still had a chance to escape. He never thought she would see through it again. Half. I've killed 4 of them, so there are still 4 left. The 2 of you add up to exactly half. Let's go, cave masters. We're going to retrieve the Blood Oath Scroll, Li Qingshan called out with a smile. I haven't agreed yet. Yu Wufeng suddenly opened his eyes and said, I can submit to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise I'd rather die. Fat Cave Master, fulfill his wish. Li Qingshan cut to the chase. Let's go negotiate with the King of Hell. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was taken aback. Only then did he realize that Fat Cave Master was referring to him. Right now he only seemed like a slightly plump, middle-aged man with a protruding belly. For a moment he became rather hesitant. He was absolutely willing to kill Yu Wufeng, but this bastard would definitely blow himself up and take him down with him. Hold on. Yu Wufeng said in a hurry. He never thought Li Qingshan's temper would be so tough. He sighed helplessly. If he possessed that kind of strength, his temper would definitely be very tough too. He glanced at the ruined city below the mountain. My great cause of unifying Savage Mountain has actually come to an end just like this. Master, I've let you down. In the end, when faced with life and death, Yu Wufeng still chose to live wisely. A large part of it was because he did not want to die to the gentleman of heavenly blubber's hands. That would be a great humiliation to him. With the gentleman of heavenly blubber leading the way, the 4 of them followed the secret path and entered the depths of Savage Mountain. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and Yu Wufeng worked together and opened the numerous seals, making their way all the way to the center of the mountain. Their field of vision suddenly widened, and a primitive hall appeared. The density of spiritual qi had reached a limit. However, the pitch-black hall was filled with dazzling light in Li Qingshan's eyes. The spirit turtle sent a warning. The danger hidden within was enough to threaten him. A formation was constantly operating. Here, even the most ordinary formation can unleash 10 times the power, and a formation that can be cast down here definitely possesses extraordinary power. If I have to forcefully get through the formation, even I would find it extremely troublesome. Raising his head and gazing over, there was a stone pedestal that was 3 feet long and square in the center of the hall. There was a pitch-black scroll refined from the hide of some unknown creature. There were many cracks on the edges. At first glance, it did not seem particularly surprising, but the evil nature within it could be clearly sensed even through the obstruction of the formation. "I'll be troubling the two of you then," said Li Qingshan. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and Yu Wufeng could not help but exchange glances. Even now they were still the masters of Savage Mountain. They could still control the formations that filled the entire mountain. In particular, the formation before them was called the 8-point formation. It was extremely powerful. If the two of them worked together, they still stood a chance. However, their gazes parted as soon as they met. After fighting openly and covertly for so many years, their hatred had already been deeply planted. Neither of them could trust the other. Moreover, the smiling Li Qingshan and the silent little and behind them made them afraid to act recklessly. The two of them raised their hands and received the recognition of the 8-point formation very soon. They bellowed out at the same time, and under their control, light began to ripple, surging over like the tide. Inscriptions drifted about, and 8 vicious beasts vaguely appeared. Their roars echoed through the center of the mountain. "We're injured. We can't last for too long. If you want to retrieve the book, please come up quickly," said Yu Wufeng. Li Qingshan smiled and took a step forward, entering the 8-point formation calmly and fearlessly. Little An's dark eyes turned into the samadhi flames of white bone, blazing as he stared at the two of them. The Buddha-slaying sword was already in his hand. If they dared to make any strange movements, he would kill them immediately. The 8 vicious beasts opened up a path, but they were still filled with reluctance. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, ready to lunge over at any time. Li Qingshan arrived before the stone pedestal and picked up the blood oath scroll before backing away. Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber sat on the ground, gasping for air, but their eyes were glued to the blood oath scroll. The arcane treasure they had dreamed of for all these years was right within reach right now. Li Qingshan opened the blood oath scroll, and an evil, demonic chi flooded his face. In that moment, a hideous, inhuman black head actually appeared in his eyes, staring at him with its empty eye sockets as 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed out. In the blink of an eye, the illusion vanished, only leaving behind a pitch-black background and a line of bloody words. It was the blood oath contract that bound the cave masters of the lair of demons. At the very bottom of the contract, 8 figures could be vaguely seen. 4 of them seemed to have been gouged out of the background, leaving behind the outlines of the silkworm madam and the other 3. The other 2 were extremely blurry, as if they had been rubbed away bit by bit with an eraser. One of them even had a bloody handprint. It went without saying that they were Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Only 2 remained clear. They were the 3rd and 7th cave masters who were away. The blood oath scroll seems to be made from the skin of a demon folk, and it's a demon king at the very least. As Li Qingshan said that, he passed the blood oath scroll to little Anne. If they were going to establish an oath, it would obviously be up to the meticulous her to do it. When Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber saw this, they were both extremely surprised. An arcane treasure like that has actually been given away so casually. Don't they have any wariness towards one another? Little Anne accepted the blood oath scroll. The samadhi flames of white bone surged, enveloping the blood oath scroll. Although it was ownerless, it was still an arcane treasure after all. It took him quite the effort to refine it. A tiny skeleton appeared at the very top of the blood oath scroll. This was the imprint she had left behind. Li Qingshan said, "How's it? Is this thing easy to use?" Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber were extremely nervous too. Their lives, freedom and everything else all depended on the blood oath scroll. The number of cave masters of the lair of demons has always been maintained at around 8 people. Even at the very most, there won't be more than 10. That's basically the limit of the blood oath scroll's restraint. Once they undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, the blood oath scroll can still be used, but it won't pose any life-threatening threat anymore. In other words, the blood oath scroll can turn 10-second heavenly tribulation cultivators, demons and other folk into servants. It can be regarded as a decent arcane treasure. We'll need these people. I see. As long as you have this blood oath scroll, you can immediately establish a powerful sect or organization, and it can guarantee absolute loyalty. Li Qingshan nodded. The blood oath scroll truly was an arcane treasure. If it was used well, it would be even more valuable than a combat arcane treasure. Then he said with some pity, "Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have been a little gentler just now." However, cultivators could not be compared to mortals. Those cave masters were all experts among cultivators. If he did not kill them, as long as he left them alive, there would be countless troubles. They might even flee back to Savage Mountain and control the formations to become his enemy. They're too weak. It's a waste of a spot. Little Anne's calm words made Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber shiver inside. She had said nothing, but she had considered everything for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan only needed to point in a direction and that would be enough. Li Qingshan smiled. Fair enough. The south is so vast. I refuse to believe I can't summon 8 subordinates. Alright, can you change the blood oath? That way I'll have 4 subordinates. The 7th cave master is probably trash too, but the 3rd cave master is worth looking forward to. Once the blood oath is written, it can't be changed. If you want to rewrite the blood oath, you can only choose to remove it or erase it. Then erase it. Li Qingshan said casually before glancing at the gentleman of heavenly blubber again. Not a single word of truth came out of this fatty's mouth. All of the gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled. He said in a hurry, "You're wise, sir. I've never refined the blood oath scroll either, so I didn't know there were so many tricks in it." Little Anne extended her index finger and gently tapped the 3rd and 7th cave master's figures. The vicious heads appeared on the pitch-black background of the blood oath scroll again. Smack. 2 bloody handprints slapped on the 2 shadows, dripping with blood, to be continued. Chapter 781. Somewhere in the south there was a great swamp. There were no towering trees, only churning mud and miasma. A tiny dark green flower bloomed quietly in the swamp, giving off a strange fragrance that tenaciously seeped out from the heavy stench of blood in the surroundings. Blood splattered across the man's chest. He stood among the remains of corpses and bones, gnawing on a thigh. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and his muscles were knotted with a faint gray color, as if he had been carved from stone. He gave off a vicious and brutal aura as he ate. "You pigs, how dare you touch my Xidigarba flower? You're sick of living." Yes. We deserve to die. We didn't know this was Cave Master Stone's Xidigarba flower. Please be magnanimous and spare us pigs. The group of people lay on the ground, trembling all over. In order to find this 1,000-year-old Xidigarba flower, they had paid a great price. They never thought they would run into such a vicious person, killing almost half of their clansmen the moment he struck. They were filled with grief and fury, but all they could do was kneel and beg for mercy. "Spare you? You can all die." Cave Master Stone sneered and raised his hand. Seeing how their lives were in danger, everyone's eyes were filled with fear, but none of them attempted to resist. This power was not something they could contend with. All they could do was close their eyes and wait for death. Smack. The sound was like a clump of wet mud being tossed onto the ground from high up in the sky. The attack they imagined did not arrive. Some people mustered up their courage and raised their heads. The awe-inspiring Cave Master Stone had vanished, replaced by a pile of bright red flesh. It was as if an invisible hand had descended from above, flattening Cave Master Stone in a single strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. They all thought it was a miracle. In the moment Little Anne killed the 2 cave masters, Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber both felt a sense of sympathy. Of the 8 cave masters of the lair of demons, only the 2 of them remained now. Little Anne brushed the blood oath scroll gently, and the bloody words were wiped away, only leaving behind a pitch-black background. Afterwards, after a moment of thought, he began to set down new rules. The head of the dead demon king appeared on the blood oath scroll. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed from its empty eye sockets, spreading across the pitch-black background. It was so bright that it was almost blinding as it flowed into bloody words. In the cultivation world, there were actually many ways to control the life and death of others. However, the person being controlled would definitely try to escape this situation at all costs. If they were forced into a corner, they would not hesitate to perish together with the controller. It was very easy for them to suffer a backlash. If Li Qingshan only controlled their lives, he couldn't always monitor them. They might not dare to go against him head-on, but it was very likely that they would betray his secrets, or think of all sorts of methods to deal with him. This kind of control is a waste of mental energy. The gains are not worth the losses. However, things were different with the Blood Oath Scroll. As long as the restrictions were clearly stated, anyone who dared to violate the Blood Oath, even if they were thousands of kilometers away, would immediately die from the backlash, nipping the betrayal in the bud. The content of the Blood Oath Scroll was obviously very important. The Blood Oath Scroll was not very large, and the size of the bloody words was also fixed. It could only contain 100 or 200 words at most. It had to cover all aspects and not leave any loopholes. At the same time, it could not be too strict. For example, if the two were required not to have any thoughts of betrayal, it would definitely activate the curse, and the oath would be meaningless. However, it could not be too broad either. If the two were required to do their best once they received an order, it seemed to be a matter of course, but it could also easily lead to meaningless losses. It required extremely meticulous thinking and precise descriptions to grasp the limits. Little An wrote the new blood oath in one breath, and then handed it to Yu Wufeng and Li Qingshan to look over. "Swear it." The two looked over. The content of the blood oath scroll was not complicated, and it was not completely filled in. There were many blank spaces, but as they read through it one by one, cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. If they really made this blood oath, unless she suddenly released them out of kindness, they would really be slaves for the rest of their lives, and the very loyal kind at that. Li Qingshan looked at them with a smile. How could they possibly resist? No matter how reluctant they were, all they could do was swear the new blood oath scroll. There was a flash of blood-red light, and two figures appeared at the bottom of the blood oath scroll. The blood oath was established. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Congratulations, congratulations." "Same to you, same to you." The gentleman of heavenly blubber returned the gesture with a chuckle. He glanced at the pale-faced Yu Wufeng and sneered. "First Cave Master you wanted to unite the lair of demons, but you never expected there to be someone stronger than you. Serves you right for having someone like Commander Li in the world." Yu Wufeng's face darkened. He was not that thick-skinned. Li Qingshan and Little An obtained control over the formations on the mountain from the two of them before letting them go back to heal. They even returned the fogbow sword to Yu Wufeng in an extremely generous manner. Since they were hired thugs, they obviously had to be a little stronger. "Though, we still have to prevent him from undergoing the third heavenly tribulation," Li Qingshan reminded. "He'll never have an opportunity like that in this lifetime," said Little An. "That's good. I can finally enter secluded cultivation in peace for a while." Li Qingshan let out a long sigh of relief. Little An smiled too. This was her favorite. As a result, Li Qingshan refined the 8-point formation and remained in the hall in the mountain dense with spiritual qi, beginning another round of secluded cultivation. Li Qingshan had two objectives this time. The first was to push the demon suppression statuary to an even higher level, and the second was to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. The entire time, his paths of human cultivation and demon cultivation had actually been separated from each other. In particular, when he transformed into North Moon, his human cultivation would often not be of much help. At most, he could convert demon qi into spiritual qi in times of need and use it as spiritual qi reserves. And no matter how many arcane artifacts he possessed, they would only be a hindrance. They would not be of much use at all. That was because the level of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was just too high. Compared to Li Qingshan, North Moon was a giant, while Li Qingshan was a dwarf. The giant only needed to unleash a tiny bit of his strength, and he could assist the dwarf in defeating powerful enemies. Even if the dwarf did everything he could, he would not be able to provide much help to the giant. This long-lasting imbalance had even begun to make his human cultivation become dispensable, as if it was only there to support the facade that was Li Qingshan. However, the issue was that Li Qingshan's facade, as well as his identity as a Hawkwolf guard, became less and less valuable to him, almost to the point of being non-existent. All that remained were emotional ties, basically useless. Only when he completely converted his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary did the situation change. As one of the peak cultivation methods in this world, the demon suppression statuary was nowhere close to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but at the very least he had gone from a dwarf to a regular person. He could finally assist the giant. The demon heart in Li Qingshan's body played quite a role in how he was able to defeat Yu Wufeng so easily when his strength had yet to fully recover. It made him stronger and faster. Once the Phoenix's Nerva concluded and he completely integrated the power in his body, perhaps North Moon would be able to equip a brand new set of demonic armor and merge the two powers together, allowing him to display his strongest form. Correspondingly, the power of arcane treasures could not rival arcane artifacts either. If he had not used the demon dragon sword to defeat the fogbow sword, how could he have won so easily? Every single arcane treasure was unique. They were so powerful that even Li Qingshan had to pay attention to their value. He focused on the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but when his demon cultivation reached a bottleneck, he would walk the path of human cultivation. The two complemented each other, constantly strengthening himself, which became the best choice. Chapter 782. Savage Mountain Lair of Demons, First Cave Master's Abode. A streak of white light flashed in the darkness, illuminating Yu Wufeng's face. He opened his eyes and stared at the fogbow sword in his hand. He could sense that his injuries had completely healed, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. How much time has passed? 2 months? 3 months? Perhaps even longer? With his cultivation he should not have lost track of this amount of time, but the impact of this battle was far too great. The plans he had been preparing for a long time had been completely disrupted. He should have taken a step forward and undergone the third heavenly tribulation, then refined the blood oath scroll to unite the lair of demons and become the king of savages. In the end, he had become someone else's slave, and he could not escape this situation with his own strength. His mind was still in a mess. Although the original blood oath could be said to have covered all aspects, there was one thing that could not be written into the oath, which was to prevent the cave masters from raising their cultivation and undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. The first cave master would not have cut off his own path of cultivation. Instead, he had made a secret agreement that whoever underwent the third heavenly tribulation would become the king of savages, and he would be able to unite the lair of demons and establish his own sect. However little and would not leave behind such a loophole. Once Yu Wufeng attempted to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, he would immediately trigger the Blood Oath's curse. The Blood Oath Scroll was no longer a fair and reasonable treaty of alliance between the 8 cave masters. Instead, it was a bona fide slave contract, returning to its original purpose of being created. Even without this restriction, he would not dare to undergo the tribulation so easily. The third heavenly tribulation was incredibly dangerous. Even the slightest mental fluctuation could be fatal. Yu Wufeng let out a long sigh and walked out of the abode. He gazed at the south and said quietly, "Master, do you know my current situation?" Of course, contacting others without permission was also a violation of the blood oath. And even if he had permission, he could not divulge the secret between Li Qingshan and Little Anne. The oath was like invisible shackles binding him firmly. He could not take a single wrong step. I can only wait for the news of Savage Mountain's fall to spread to the South Sea. There's still a chance. Yu Wufeng glanced in the direction of the hall in the belly of the mountain. Li Qingshan, you don't know what you've provoked. That's an existence you definitely cannot defeat. Li Qingshan did not know that someone was talking about him. He was completely focused on the traitorous demon sword on his knees. The straight and narrow sword edge was flowing with a dim light. The hilt of the sword seemed to be a mass of flesh and blood. It wriggled and wrapped around a huge eyeball which looked a little disgusting. Under Li Qingshan's control, the eyeball turned. She met his gaze. In that instant he saw the traitorous demon sword with his eyes, and then he saw himself through his eyes. The two images overlapped. He used the technique of the Sword Collection Palace to refine the traitorous demon sword once more, as well as refine his heart of the sword. He was not a swordsman. What had condensed in his body was a demonic heart, not the sword embryo or sword seed of a swordsman. Even the sword nascent soul that had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations was a completely different path of cultivation. However, it did not affect his comprehension of the sword Tao and the tempering of his sword heart. Although he was multitasking, actually refining the traitorous demon sword, tempering his heart of the sword, and practicing the demon suppression statuary were all one. With a flash of demonic light, he assumed his demon commander form again. After 3 months of cultivation, his outer appearance had changed slightly again. His originally smooth lines had become a little more angular. Unlike regular cultivation methods, the demon suppression statuary was an extremely inclusive cultivation method. Whether it was humans, demon folk, or demons, they could all practice it and convert their cultivation into demon chi. Their demonified form constantly changed too. In the beginning he stood 3 meters tall and wore heavy armor. He had comprehended the will of the demon suppression statue in one fell swoop. It was just an empty shell. Afterwards, his slender and smooth form was influenced by the arts of the boundless ocean and the ocean pearl. Now the effects of the heart of the sword began to manifest. Regular cultivation methods focused on single-mindedness, but the demon suppression statuary was different. It did not care about the cultivator's past, nor did it demand the cultivator's future. It seemed to be all-encompassing. If he wanted to unleash its true power, he would instead have to draw parallels. A demonic light flowed out of the demon eye, enveloping the hilt and blade. It became brighter and denser. Only after quite a while did the light gradually dim, and the pupils of the demon eye vanished. Another demon heart had been depleted. Li Qingshan recovered his normal form too. He let out a long sigh of relief and stood up to move about. Little An had turned into a shiny, white skeleton, also sitting down with her legs crossed. Her bone hands formed a Buddhist seal as she sat in the roaring flames. She seemed dignified. Li Qingshan had handed all the corpses he had accumulated over the years to her. There were many existences that had undergone the second heavenly tribulation among them. In particular, the demon folk corpses he had collected from the battle in the demon suppression tower amounted to mountains and seas. She had turned them all into the samadhi flames of white bone. Probably because she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, the flames seemed even purer, without the slightest hint of evil. Even if other cultivators saw it, they would only think it was divine fire or sacred fire. They would never imagine that the flames fed on flesh, blood, and souls. Little An continued to practice the path of white bone and great beauty, tempering her white bones and stabilizing her current cultivation. This process had already lasted for several months. The white bones became more and more solid and glossy. A white bone sarira seemed to be condensed from flames. As a cultivation method that Brother Ox had personally taught her, even if the path of white bone and great beauty paled in comparison to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, it still completely surpassed any cultivation method in this world. Many years ago, she basically possessed the strength to sweep through all those who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Now that she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation and condensed a white bone sarira, just what kind of strength would she possess? Li Qingshan was very eager as well. After watching for a while, he sat down again and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly. Li Qingshan tossed the demon hearts Duoj had given him into the traitorous demon sword one by one. The traitorous demon sword had the ability to strengthen itself by devouring demon hearts. As Li Qingshan refined it, its form changed bit by bit, shrinking from its original length of nearly 3 meters to 7 feet. The long and narrow blade became much thicker, while the flesh and blood around the hilt seemed to be solidifying. His demonified form changed as well, becoming more and more angular. Even the oval mask on his face had a bulge in the middle, like the spine of a sword. After fusing another demon heart into the sword, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Little An was standing guard nearby, waiting for him to wake up. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. The white bones were covered with flesh and blood, turning into great beauty. The problem was that her body was completely bare. Only her seaweed-like long hair hung down, barely concealing her. Seeing that Li Qingshan had woken up, Little An smiled and threw herself into his arms. "You finished cultivating?" Li Qingshan also smiled and hugged her gently. He could feel the incomparably vast life force contained within that delicate body, but at the same time, it contained the eternal silence of death. The two merged into one in a wondrous way, turning into this soft, fragrant, and delicate jade. The legend of white bones of great beauty was to let people understand that lust was but an illusion. No matter how beautiful a great beauty was, it would eventually turn into a pile of white bones. Li Qingshan admitted that he did not have such great wisdom. He had always been a person with strong desires. Yet when faced with this devastatingly beautiful appearance that could turn all living things upside down, other than the slight pause just now, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not feel embarrassed at all, as if it was only natural. Of course, this was not because he had comprehended some profound Buddhist truth from the transformation of white bones and great beauty. In the past, when he had first transformed into a demon and could not accept his savage appearance, she had wholeheartedly given him her approval. Later on, when he underwent the tribulation and took human form, she did not like him more because he had become handsome, because she had long since reached the peak. It didn't matter whether he gained or lost a portion of his luster, it didn't matter at all. Great beauty and white bones in his heart were equally beautiful. There was no difference between them. Yes, next I have to start refining the sword. As Little An spoke, she took out the Buddha-slaying sword. In reality, it was still just a sword embryo. What a good sword. Li Qingshan accepted the Buddha-slaying sword. As his comprehension of the path of the sword deepened, his ability to appreciate swords grew stronger too. He sighed in amazement. If I can truly forge this sword, then the 10 renowned swords and whatnot will all be scrap compared to it. I wonder when the 3 absolutes calligraphy will be completely restored. Little An changed her position. Back then she was still young and used to sitting in his arms like a child. Now that she had grown a lot, it was a little awkward. Yeah. If we can comprehend the way of the sword within, our strength will definitely rise to a whole new level. We can go to the Ink Sea and seek revenge against that old dragon even sooner. Speaking of which, Li Qingshan did not lack arcane treasures. The Azura Field counted as one, the Demon Dragon Sword counted as another, and the Blood Oath Scroll and Yu Wufeng's Fogbow Sword obviously belonged to him too. In the future there was also a demonic treasure from the Unraging Monk, a renowned sword from the Sword Collection Palace. He was determined to pull out a renowned sword and make the Sword Collection Palace feel the pinch, as well as the traitorous demon sword that he was about to refine. All in all, he had as many as 7 treasures. In the cultivation world of the 9 states, this could be said to be heaven-defying. It was rare for a cultivator of the second heavenly tribulation realm to have a treasure. Even among those great cultivators of the third heavenly tribulation realm, it was rare. However, the one he looked forward to the most was still the 3 Absolutes calligraphy, and it was not just because of the way of the sword it contained. As a work left behind by the 5 Absolutes immortal, its power probably surpassed regular arcane treasures. He had specially left a piece of jade for Chu Danqing. Once he succeeded, he would crush it and notify him. Definitely. Little and gripped the Buddha-slaying sword firmly, and a rare coldness appeared in her eyes. She could still remember how she felt like the world was about to end back then. Then she said to Li Qingshan, "But you're not allowed to take any risks." "I still have to take some risks, or won't I have to wait until I'm about to ascend before I can go find him?" Li Qingshan pinched her nose with a smile. The Dragon King of the Sea was basically a peak expert of this world. Any higher and he would be ascending to another world. "I'll go with you." Little and bit his hand. "All right." Li Qingshan looked at the bite marks on his hand and said helplessly. Chapter 783. South Sea County City, Serene Sea Marquee Manor. The moonlight shone through the dense foliage, casting a silver beam of light on the treetop courtyard with difficulty. Dressed in luxurious clothes, the Marquis of Serene Sea paced back and forth under the moonlight with his hands behind his back. His brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. His expression was relaxed one moment and grave the next. He kept repeating a name, Li Qingshan. Ever since Li Qingshan came, he had been feeling uneasy. At first, she was filled with anger and hatred, wanting to find an opportunity to make him suffer. But now she was filled with fear and uneasiness, wishing that she could never see him again. This child has a vicious nature and will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. He cannot be provoked casually. However, what kind of place was Savage Mountain? It was one of the few dangerous places in the south. According to the news from his subordinates, the entire city had been flattened. Aside from the 8 cave masters, all the other demonic cultivators had been killed. Not a single one had managed to escape. However, the main peak of Savage Mountain was enveloped by formations, preventing any information from being sent back. As a result, he had no idea what the outcome of the battle was. Did Li Qingshan die on Savage Mountain or? No, that was impossible. None of the 8 cave masters of Savage Mountain were weak. The first cave master, Yu Wufeng, was a sword cultivator at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation. He had been a genius disciple of the South Sea Sword Pavilion in the past, slaying countless powerful enemies with his Fogbow sword. His reputation was resounding, even greater than his, the Marquis of Serene Sea. Even third heavenly tribulation cultivators might not necessarily be able to kill him. Yes, that's impossible. Since Li Qingshan hasn't returned, does that mean he's already dead? This deduction lifted the Marquis of Serene Sea's spirits. "Marquis, long time no see." In the tranquil courtyard, a faint voice rang out. That voice was erratic, sometimes sounding like it came from a deep and distant place, sometimes like it was whispering in one's ear. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman, young or old. The Marquis of Serene Sea's heart trembled. Spiritual light surged, and he took out the seal of mountains and rivers with a flip of his hand. He was inwardly shocked. The Marquis's manor is enveloped by a spirit formation. How did someone sneak in without a sound? And they're so close, yet I didn't notice them. Looking back, he saw the moonlight like water. The darkness was like a tide. No one could be seen and no aura could be sensed. "Third cave master?" the Marquis of Serene Sea asked hesitantly. He continued to stare at the darkness before him, his guard not at all relaxed. "You recognized it." A shadow emerged from the darkness. It was a tall and slender masked man. His ears were sharp and long, and his exposed skin was dark blue in color. In this southern region, other than the third cave master, who else would be able to infiltrate my mansion without a sound? The Marquis of Serene Sea smiled, and his expression relaxed. His aura was still condensed, ready to be unleashed. Among the 8 cave masters of the Lair of Fiends, the strongest was naturally the first cave master, Yu Wufeng, but the most dangerous was the 3rd cave master. No one knew his name. He only had a nickname, which was Ghost Shadow. He originated as a night roamer. For some reason, he betrayed his clan and joined Savage Mountain. Adept at concealment and assassination, they were the most terrifying assassins in southern border. Marquis, I just want to know one thing. Was the White Hawk commander, Li Qingshan, the one who took action in the Battle of Savage Mountain? Ghost Shadow asked slowly. A few months ago, he had been hiding in the jungle, preparing to carry out an assassination. Suddenly he felt like he was in great danger. The danger was so great that only the battle when he fled from Deep Shadow City back then could rival it. The blood-red hand slammed down, activating the blood oath. Although he had always been doing what Yu Wufeng and the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber were doing his best to dilute his connection with the blood oath scroll, his cultivation paled in comparison to the two of them. Faced with great danger, he had only managed to escape with his innate ability as a night roamer. He had not been slapped to death. After a period of recuperation, most of his wounds had recovered. As an assassin, he had almost been finished off like this, which was basically a great humiliation. He could endure the humiliation, but what he wanted to understand was just what had happened. Who had refined the blood oath scroll and wanted to kill him? He had yet to recover completely, so he was afraid to go to Savage Mountain. No matter who it was that had refined the blood oath scroll, they definitely could not be underestimated. As a result, he came to the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate to investigate. It's hard for me to say. It's not like he's going to tell me what he's going to do. It's been a long time since I last saw him either. However, someone personally saw him and that woman called Little and head in the direction of Savage Mountain. The Marquis of Serene Sea tried to think of what to say. Li Qingshan, Little N. Ghost Shadow repeated the two names as if he wanted to carve them firmly into his heart. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, or I'll come looking for you again. As Ghost Shadow said that, the darkness surged over like the tide, gradually swallowing him up and turning him into a blurry shadow. The Marquis of Serene Sea frowned. With his identity and cultivation, not just anyone could threaten him. However, the person before him did indeed have the right. Moreover, it was quite nice to add a fatal opponent to Li Qingshan, even though it was very likely that he was already dead. Ghost Shadow vanished into the boundless night. The next morning, someone discovered that all the White Wolf Guards and the Hawk Wolf Guard had died peacefully, as if they were still sleeping, unaware that they had already been killed. Time passed by in the mountains in a hurry. Finally, only a single demon heart remained in Li Qingshan's hand. The traitorous demon sword had changed drastically. It was only around a meter long now, and the narrow edge had become extremely thick. It had gone from a strange sword to a huge sword, shrouded in a layer of black demonic light. Its sharpness was withdrawn, making it seem even more condensed. The flesh and blood on the hilt had already completely solidified. The demon eye in the center swiveled, already possessing quite the intelligence. However, it was still a step away from a true demonic treasure. I've fed several dozen high-level demon hearts from demon commanders. The energy I need is already enough. All I'm missing is a final gamble. Li Qingshan formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the traitorous demon sword. The traitorous demon sword leapt up from his knee, turning the blade around and stabbing towards his chest. One with the sword. The blade stabbed into Li Qingshan's chest inch by inch. Only the hilt remained, but it did not pierce through his body. My unity of man and sword is really ugly, Li Qingshan said in a self-deprecating manner. He gripped the hilt and pressed down hard. The hilt also stabbed into his chest, leaving behind a huge wound that flickered with a dark light. The wound closed up very quickly, but the demonic light seeped out from Li Qingshan's body, dyeing him black. Li Qingshan focused and powered the traitorous demon sword, taking that crucial step. Quite a while later, the darkness receded, and his skin returned to normal. He smiled. It's done. But before he finished speaking, there was a clang and a blade pierced through his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, several dozen blades had pierced through his body, making him look like a porcupine. In the past, when Li Qingshan had taken this sword from the demon general in the demon suppression tower, the demon general had ended up like this. His strength had greatly increased, but the price he had paid was being devoured by the sword, turning from the sword's master into a sacrifice for the sword. The blades trembled and gave off a strange hum. Eyes actually opened on them, staring straight at Li Qingshan, revealing a cruel and greedy light. The traitorous demon sword that had always been as docile as a puppy in Li Qingshan's hand had devoured several dozen demon hearts and become a demonic treasure. It had finally turned into a monster, wanting to devour even Li Qingshan's demon heart. It's just a demonic treasure. You're overestimating yourself if you want to devour me. Whatever, this is your ability, so I'll let you devour me. Collect. A demonic light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes, and the blades were withdrawn into his body. In the boundless darkness, the eyes stared at Li Qingshan's demon heart. Waves of dark energy enveloped over, wanting to corrode and devour it. Not only did Li Qingshan not stop it, he even opened up and allowed the traitorous demon sword to devour the demon heart. The power contained in his demon heart naturally could not compare to the several dozen demon hearts, so it was quickly devoured. Demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed, and the demon suppression statuary began to circulate at full power. The devoured demon heart shone brightly, infusing the power of the traitorous demon sword. Let alone these several dozen demon hearts, even if the owners of these several dozen demon hearts were all revived, he could still suppress and kill them all. Furthermore, these demon hearts had been fused into the traitorous demon sword through his hands, so they carried the imprint of his power. It's just a sword at the end of the day. It might have gained some intelligence, but it's nowhere near intelligent. It only knows how to act based on what it can do. In the past, I made a promise with you that if I wasn't strong enough and you devoured me, I would have no complaints, which was why I named you traitorous. Now that you've failed, there's only one fate awaiting you. A sword thrum rang out from Li Qingshan's body, filled with fear and pleading. However, it subsided very quickly, finally dying away. The intelligence it had just nurtured was directly suppressed and obliterated. It was like an army of 100,000 had rebelled. A single imperial edict had been issued, and the army immediately changed sides, killing the leader of the rebel army and presenting his head before the steps. The heavy demon chi condensed once again, turning into a set of armor and displaying a brand new form of the demon commander. Li Qingshan summoned a spirit turtle's profound shell and used it as a mirror to examine himself. All he saw was that the black armor enveloped his entire body. The lines were sharp and neat, making him seem even more robust. His limbs were long and slender, and his entire body was on full display. Only half of the curved visor remained. A crystal that resembled an eye condensed at the center of his forehead. And it was not just his forehead. There were many crystals on his shoulders, chest, knees, and even his back as well. They shone with different colors as if they were several dozen demon hearts. At the same time, they were several dozen demon eyes that could peer into his surroundings and see through all openings. It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't seem to be what I imagined. Is this a sword seed? Li Qingshan said in thought. He wanted to fuse with the sword and catalyze the traitorous demon sword into a demonic treasure, and he had indeed succeeded. However, he never expected the traitorous demon sword to suddenly rebel, which he suppressed mercilessly. After losing its intelligence, it merged with him. A tiny sword hovered in his demon heart. Although it was unexpected, he was extremely satisfied with the result. The power of the traitorous demon sword had completely merged with his body. Seeking help from an external object was nowhere near as powerful as himself. If it were possible, he would like to merge the demon dragon sword into his body as well. However, the demon dragon sword did not have the ability to devour its owner, nor would it merge with its owner, which was quite a pity. Chapter 784. Then Li Qingshan looked in Little Anne's direction. The samadhi flames of white bone burned silently, lifting up little and like a lotus of fire. Under the illumination of the flames, her skin would fade in and out of existence. Sometimes she would be a white skeleton and sometimes she would be a great beauty. The Buddha-slaying sword hovered in the flames, taking on a blurry, rudimentary form. It was no longer a sword embryo. Li Qingshan saw how she still needed some more time to forge the sword, so he did not disturb her. He dove into the Azura field. In this blood-red world, only the sky held up by the banyan tree king possessed a normal color. Li Qingshan stood on the top of the tree and gazed down. The night roamers prospered and thrived under the tree. It was a very peaceful sight, but the color of blood was currently invading in strand by strand. This peace and tranquility probably could not continue forever. Keeping the night roamers in the Azura field isn't a solution either. Li Qingshan thought as he searched for Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu. He discovered that they were in secluded cultivation as well, working hard to break through to the second heavenly tribulation. The two of them sat before each other. Between them was Yi Mingzhu's spinning night demon core. It had already become much smaller, radiating with power that merged with their bodies. He had no idea how Yi Liubo had convinced her, but Li Qingshan felt rather relieved inside. How's the progress in the south? A gust of wind blew over and the banyan tree king rustled. The aged voice reached Li Qingshan's ears. Not bad. I've already taken down Savage Mountain and obtained the Blood Oath Scroll. I've also accepted 2 cave masters as subordinates along the way. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. Your strength has become more and more refined. As a demon king that had taken root in the Mist Province for 10,000 years, no one understood the Mist Province better than the Banyan Tree King. He knew what kind of place Savage Mountain was. Taking down that place and obtaining the Blood Oath Scroll was anything but easy. We can't just waste our time. Fellow Taoist, are you interested in staying somewhere else? Li Qingshan asked. As the Azura field strengthened, the Banyan Tree King's existence had already started to affect the Azura field's operations. Moreover, the purpose of the Azura field was to train in battle, to summon Azuras to do battle, and not to be a mobile abode. Sure. It just so happens that I'm a little tired too. Savage Mountain is a good place, a famous paradise in the southern border. The Banyan Tree King smiled. Although he had Li Qingshan's spiritual chi replenishment, he had been fighting against the power of the Azura path. It was also very exhausting. It's good that you're willing. This was indeed not a place to stay for long. However, I'm not in a hurry, so please hold on until I'm fully prepared, so that you can return to the Mist Province. With that, Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived in the desert. He called out, Great King Millipede, stop sleeping. His voice echoed through the desert. A while later, the sand dune in front of Li Qingshan began to tremble. The sand flowed and surged. With a thump, a huge pink worm pierced through the sand dune, wrapping around him intimately. Aren't you cultivating a little too slowly? Here, I'll give you something good to eat. Li Qingshan tossed way of the poisonous pill to Millipede. Millipede turned into human form and swallowed the poisonous pill in a single gulp. He burped and rubbed his bald head, grinning widely. Stop grinning like an idiot. Refine this poisonous pill properly and become a demon commander. Don't say I'm not a good friend. Li Qingshan smiled. Millipede nodded foolishly. At this moment, the lake in the distance suddenly surged. With a splash, thousands of splashes flew into the air. A huge, red carp leapt out and shot through the air, lunging towards Li Qingshan. You bastard, you've come to take advantage of me again. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed a young man in red. He was the carp demon he had named Li Hong. Great King, I want it too. Li Qingshan casually fished out a pill and shoved it into his mouth before tossing it out forcefully. With a plop, it fell into the lake in the distance. Li Qingshan returned to the great banyan tree and asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance on the cultivation of the demon suppression statuary. The Banyan Tree King was rather amazed by the wonders of this cultivation method, but he admired Li Qingshan's breadth of mind even more. This cultivation method could be described as one of the greatest cultivation methods in this world. Its value was immeasurable. In the hands of regular cultivators, all of them would view it as more important than their own lives, so why would they tell others so easily? However, he did not care at all. Sensing this trust, the Banyan Tree King also did his best to play the role of a teacher. Although he had never practiced this cultivation method, even the unraging monk paled in comparison to his 10 millennia of experience and knowledge, which allowed Li Qingshan to benefit tremendously. It was not that he did not know how to keep things to himself. For example, he would never tell anyone about the cultivation method of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but a mere demon suppression statuary was not worth so much attention. This cultivation method would be replaced sooner or later anyway. Chatting with the Banyan Tree King was a great joy, and it was not just for cultivation. The Banyan Tree King's knowledge was vast and his experience was as vast as the sea. He knew the history of the past like the back of his hand. He had great foresight regarding the general situation of the world. It broadened Li Qingshan's horizons, allowing him to benefit tremendously. Just like that, time passed day by day. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky one day, producing a great rumble. Someone's undergoing a tribulation. Yilioshing. Li Qingshan stood up and gazed over. All he saw was an island in the center of a lake. The lightning illuminated the surroundings, but it was unable to illuminate Yi Liuxing's gloomy figure. She peered through the light, staring at the horizon coldly. I never thought she'd be the first to undergo the tribulation. Li Qingshan shook his head. Upon closer thought, it made sense. He could vaguely remember that Yi Liuxing's cultivation was higher than Yi Liusu's in the past. Since she could become the matriarch's daughter, her talent obviously went without saying. Moreover, her willpower was cold and determined. When Yi Liusu was distracted by the matters of the clan, she had never slacked off on her cultivation. Instead, she became even more focused due to the end of the civil war. With the development of the night roamers, she obtained quite a lot of resources. Afterwards, she received an origin spirit pill as a reward. After such a long period of accumulation, it was finally time for her to break through. Bolts of lightning struck down, and the entire Azura field shook. The sounds of her clashing with the lightning froze in everyone's vision. Although the second heavenly tribulation was much more dangerous than the first, it did not pose a life-threatening threat to her. The last bolt of lightning struck down, and Yi Liuxing descended from the sky. Her clothes were tattered and her body was covered in scorch marks. Although she seemed in a horrible shape, her vitality had undergone a qualitative change. Her thin lips curled up, and a smile that came from the bottom of her heart appeared on her cold face. It was like a glacier had cracked. Of course, what flowed out was still the icy river water. Congratulations. Yi Liuxing raised her head and saw Li Qingshan. She smiled at her and said politely, Yi Liuxing greets master. The glacier froze up again. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and flames surged over with a whistle. He's going to kill me while I'm weak? Yi Liuxing's heart tightened, but she did not dodge. She allowed the flames to land on her. She felt warm and her wounds rapidly healed. Only then did she relax. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin as he considered whether he should make her the third in the blood oath scroll. If master wants to kill me, why go through all this trouble? Yi Liuxing said. It's for the best that you understand that. You can treat it as congratulations on your success in undergoing the tribulation. If you have any requests, I can grant them to you, said Li Qingshan. Then please allow me to marry Yi Liusu, master? Yi Liuxing's eyes flickered, filled with stubbornness. You won't. Li Qingshan turned her down flatly. You damned lesbian. How dare you set your sights on my woman? Yes. Yi Liuxing said nothing more. Her face was so cold that it seemed like it had frozen over. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking. Li Qingshan wondered, is she purposefully exposing her weakness to me? Yi Liusu viewed the revitalization of the night roamers as her duty. Just for the sake of her race, she would never betray him, let alone their relationship. Although they had not actually done anything yet, their relationship had basically been confirmed. The power of the night roamers was extremely special. They could produce wondrous effects in certain places. Afterwards, he would definitely attack everywhere and gather 10 people for the Blood Oath Scroll so that he could form a tremendous force. Through deterrence and trade, he could get the fire-devouring folk to lend him the divine Wutong tree for cultivation. Otherwise, why would a mere White Hawk commander like him make the fire-devouring king lend his clan's treasure to him? And through the Banyan Tree King's warning, he discovered another hidden danger, which was the Lord of the Mist Province, the King of Southern Yu, and the Lord of the Green Province, Chu Lai King. Before the founding of the Great Xia Empire, these two clans had founded the Kingdom of Yu and the Kingdom of Chu respectively. The so-called Lord of the Province was the ruler of the country in the past. They attacked one another, and the grievances between the two countries stretched over who knew how many generations. Even their ancestral teachings were to destroy the other. They could be described as absolutely irreconcilable. Afterwards, the founding emperor enfeoffed the 8 vassal kings of the provinces and delineated the border between the Mist Province and the Green Province, which prevented the two clans from attacking one another. However, the grievances did not end there. Instead, it was buried until now. The Great Xia Empire's rule gradually weakened, and the smell of conflict between the two provinces grew heavier. In the past, perhaps Li Qingshan would have thought this had nothing to do with him. It was not like he was a member of the two clans, but only after talking with the Banyan Tree King did he realize this. Clans were different from sections. After several thousand years of peaceful development, the number of descendants and clans had swelled to a startling number. They joined the various large sects and their organizations were intertwined. The children of great clans had an innate advantage, not just in terms of bloodline. They grew up drinking spirit spring water and eating medicinal pills. How could mortals who only ate grains and miscellaneous grains compare to them? The education they received from a young age was also like heaven and earth. After joining a sect, they would receive the support of resources from both sides, making it very easy for them to distinguish themselves and become a core figure in the sect. The two queens of Chu Lai King were elders of the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Een sect respectively, and this was not a coincidence. It was not even a political marriage like Li Qingshan had imagined in the beginning, where he would sacrifice himself. On the contrary, the three of them had known each other since they were young. Although they were separated by several generations by blood, they were truly members of the same clan. They were geniuses chosen from the thousands of descendants of the clan. They received guidance together and formed a friendship. The young man remained in the clan to continue cultivating due to his supreme talent, while the two girls joined the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Een sect due to their different talents and personalities. Chapter 785. In the past I was wrong in my thinking. This is the only logical thing to do. The world of cultivation attaches great importance to a cultivator's independent will. How could two powerful and talented female cultivators go against their own will and marry a man, let alone serve the same man? If they were regular female cultivators it might be possible, but they both have a chance at overcoming the third heavenly tribulation. At the end of the day, little Anne's father's harem is really good. It's worth learning from. Though it still fizzled out in the end. Even his own daughter died mysteriously. Li Qingshan could not help but think in the past the three of them were childhood sweethearts. No, they were childhood sweethearts, so why did they turn against each other in the end? Probably the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Een sect were involved. When the clan influenced the sect, it was unavoidable for the clan to be influenced as well, even forming different factions within the clan. It sure was difficult for little Anne's father to run a harem. Two women were easy to deal with, but how was he supposed to deal with two sects? Coupled with the conflict between forces within the clan, even a god would be helpless. In the end it ended up harming little Anne. In short, the Umbral Een sect, the Sword Collection Palace, and the King of Chu's clan were inseparable. They were in each other, completely entangled together. Back then, when he heard the great Banyan Tree King mention it, Li Qingshan even rejoiced that he did not belong to that category. He was a proper monk. Although he was a secular disciple, even if he did not have 6 pure senses, he still had 3 at the very least. However, the Banyan Tree King told him that among the 3 great sects of the Green Province, the one with the closest ties to the royal clan was not the Sword Collection Palace or the Umbral Een sect, but the Buddhist Holy Land, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. These monks obviously came with a home. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga was located in the center of the Green Province. It was extremely close to South Hub City, so this was no surprise. Before the Great Xia Empire was founded, Buddhism was the state religion of the Kingdom of Chu, while the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was the imperial temple of the Kingdom of Chu. There were even kings who entered the Chan Monastery of Devanaga to shave their hair and become monks after abdicating. In the campaigns of the Kingdom of Yu that spanned several millennia, they played a decisive role. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga had been the protector of the Kingdom of Chu during the few major crises they faced. As a matter of fact, even the current sect master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Dauntless Monk, they all had the bloodline of the royal family. As a result, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga seemed to be neutral, cutting off the balance between the Umbral Een sect and the Sword Collection Palace, but when it truly mattered, they would definitely be the central force. The unraging monk went mad, killing countless people. In the end, he was able to safely return to the mountain to cultivate. It was probably not only the sect behind him that protected him, but also the royal family. It was possible to imagine that once the 2 vassal kings resumed their battle, it would definitely develop into a full-scale war between the Green Province and the Mist Province. As for the 2 genius disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan and Little Anne, it was impossible for them to remain uninvolved. Instead, he must be a key figure. The more famous they were, the more likely they would be eliminated by the prefecture overseer's manor as a potential threat. If they were in a state of war, the king of Southern Yu might even directly charge over and slaughter the 2 geniuses. However, the Banyan Tree King told him that there was no need for him to worry too much. At the very least, war would not erupt within the next decade. His identity as a White Hawk commander would come in handy too. The decline of the Great Xia dynasty was not something that happened overnight, even though the sun had already set. Even when the sun had already set, the afterglow could still shine for a very long time. Right now, the 2 provinces were making preparations as well. If the king of Southern Yu personally took action to kill them, they would not be able to do so. If the king of Southern Yu personally took action to kill them, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga would definitely launch a large-scale retaliation. War would immediately erupt, but while they would not do it openly, it was hard to say what they would do in secret. This was all thanks to Li Qingshan moving fast enough. He killed the White Hawk commander as soon as he struck before killing his way into Savage Mountain a few days later. His whereabouts became a mystery and his fate was unknown. Even if others wanted to take him down, they would have to consider the situation first. Although the Banyan Tree King did not give him any direct suggestions, Li Qingshan understood a little. He needed to continue moving quickly and establish the framework of Savage Mountain before the hidden enemies could respond. He needed to use the power of the Blood Oath Scroll to gather 10 experts and form a great organization. That way no one would dare to underestimate him. Even if they wanted to take action, they would have to consider the consequences. The king of Southern Yu might even adopt a more conciliatory approach to recruit him. Only then did Li Qingshan understand why Little and had chosen Savage Mountain after reading through all the books. Even if it was not a flawless plan, it was still a meticulous plan and a precaution. At this moment, a ghostly shadow roamed around the surroundings of Savage Mountain. This was the strongest assassin of the South. After a lengthy period of rest, he had finally recovered from all his wounds. After experiencing a life-threatening crisis, his strength had increased slightly again. This was already the 7th time he had visited Savage Mountain. Every time he would choose the night that was most suitable for him to unleash his strength. Moreover, the stars and moon were both shrouded by dark clouds, unable to shine through it all. As a ghostly shadow, he completely merged into the night. He roamed around the surroundings of Savage Mountain, observing every single trace to determine his opponent's strength. As he faced Savage Mountain, he felt like he was facing a tiger's den or a dragon's lair. Every time he approached it, he would be extremely cautious. The path of an assassin was not about drawing his sword in a fit of rage. Instead, it required absolute patience and calmness. Since he needed to assassinate an opponent, they would definitely be stronger than him, or why would he go through so much trouble? If he wanted to kill an opponent stronger than him, how could he not pay a price? Spending a few years to plan an assassination was very normal. He had a vague premonition that the target this time would be a colossus. There were no stars or moon tonight. There was rain and wind. There are many claw marks like this in the surroundings of Savage Mountain. They seem to be from some kind of colossal demon. There are a lot of them, and they're the ones who stop the people who try to escape. However, the marks can't be compared to the claws of any demon, let alone such a large group. Looking at the proportions, they actually seem like human hands. Is this one of their abilities? Ghost Shadow observed the marks on the cliff before climbing up the eastern peak of Savage Mountain. He used the geographical advantage to observe the ruins below. The city has been destroyed very thoroughly. It doesn't seem like it was destroyed by the shockwaves of battle, but more like an earthquake. Ghost Shadow drifted down and patrolled through the ruins, stopping above a huge pit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber wanted to escape, but he was stopped. Afterwards, he directly collided with Li Qingshan or Little and here. That's why he left behind this huge pit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was actually sent flying and slammed into the wall over there, leaving behind this huge pit. The pit was much smaller than his body, so he was clearly very heavily injured. He was forced to use his fat to offset it. This power is basically terrifying. I definitely can't face it head-on. The more Ghost Shadow observed, the more shocked he became, but this did not make his determination waver. He gazed at the main peak of Savage Mountain and became slightly excited. The more powerful the prey was, the more worth it they were to assassinate. A gust of wind blew over and he drifted up the mountain with the drizzle. Although Li Qingshan had taken control of the formations, how could it stop him who knew these formations like the back of his hand? With his innate ability as a night roamer, he passed through silently and followed the aura into the center of the mountain. Li Qingshan suddenly snapped open his eyes. His mind rippled. This was the spirit turtle's warning. The enemy was already extremely close. However, he failed to sense anything at all. He calmed down and used the spirit turtle to perform a divination. The corner of his lips curled slightly, and he stood up and made his way out. The pale white flames in Little Anne's eye sockets flickered as if she had sensed something too. Li Qingshan nodded at her, and she continued to focus on forging the sword. The 8-point formation in the Blood Oath Hall is a little troublesome. Although I can force my way through it, it's impossible for it to remain completely silent. The senses of the 8 desolate beasts are far too sharp. Once they activate the formation, it'll be very difficult for me to escape unscathed. Just as Ghost Shadow was thinking, his drifting figure suddenly stopped. He thought, even the heavens are on my side. His prey had appeared. Ghost Shadow was not worried about whether he had been discovered or not. He was extremely confident in his ability to conceal himself. Even if he was a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, they might not be able to discover him as long as he did nothing. He did not plan on carrying out an assassination tonight. He just wanted to observe his prey from a closer distance. He focused his mind, and all he saw was a man walking over from the hall in the center of the mountain. He made his way up the stairs step by step. He was tall and large and his steps were firm. His appearance was nothing special, and the aura he gave off was not particularly powerful either. However, Ghost Shadow dared not underestimate him at all. It was very likely for him to be the one who had sent the gentleman of heavenly blubber flying in a direct confrontation. He had probably been injured in that battle and had been recuperating in secluded cultivation the entire time. The fact that he was still alive was the best proof. As Li Qingshan approached, Ghost Shadow gradually felt a sense of pressure. It was not from his aura or presence, but from an ability he had honed through countless life and death experiences, allowing him to understand which prey were extremely dangerous. Li Qingshan did not seem to notice anything at all. He approached Ghost Shadow step by step. 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps. When he was only 3 steps away, Li Qingshan's gaze suddenly became as tranquil as water. He said nothing at all, throwing a punch at Ghost Shadow. He smiled. An esteemed guest has come to visit. I was unable to welcome you from afar, so eat my punch first. Li Qingshan suddenly radiated with surging malice. Ghost Shadow seemed to see a vicious tiger roar. Even with his willpower he was slightly affected. By the time he returned to his senses, the punch had already landed on him. It was already too late for him to do anything. However, Ghost Shadow was not afraid. Having transformed into the night roaming god, he could not be injured so easily. Whether its techniques or blades just passed through my body. That was his final thought before he fainted. Under Li Qingshan's control, the shockwaves condensed without dispersing. A black shadow was peeled away from the darkness, like a blob of ink that was constantly being shaken up. It had completely lost control over its body. Li Qingshan's punch could shatter space, although it was not as powerful in a stable world. The Ghost Shadow was clearly not as tough as space. After over a year of cultivation, he had already passed the Nirvana realm. He was much more powerful than when he fought the Corpse King. Although he had failed to shatter space, he could already shake it up. If the gentleman of heavenly blubber was bold enough to face him head-on now, he would struggle to avoid the fate of being killed in a single punch even if he threw away all of his fat. It's actually a night roamer, but it's a pity that he's a man. Whatever, his strength is passable. Doesn't that make me a third one? Li Qingshan turned around with Ghost Shadow. The strongest assassin of the south had not even managed to endure a single punch at the end of the day. Li Qingshan had also determined that this guy's strength is passable. If you can survive a punch from me, then go swear an oath. P.S. Chapter 786. When Li Qingshan tossed the unconscious Ghost Shadow in front of Little and said, "Ghost Shadow?" Li Qingshan asked in surprise, "You know him?" "The third cave master of the Lair of Demons. I didn't think he'd still be alive. Sure enough, those ranked at the top do have some strength. Yeah, he actually survived a punch from me. Coming to Savage Mountain this time really was the right decision." Ghost Shadow remained unconscious for 3 whole days and nights before waking up. His breathing was feeble and his face was pale white. When he recalled the punch, he still felt lingering fear. Did I still underestimate the terror of prey in the end? This isn't the strength a White Hawk commander should possess. Stop playing dead. Get up. A bellow shook up Ghost Shadow's mind. He dared not be careless, sitting up slowly. All he saw was Li Qingshan crouching in front of him. His face was vicious as he waved a sheepskin scroll in his hand, like a creditor who had come to collect a debt. The 2 people behind him were obviously his subordinates or bodyguards. They currently gazed at him with mixed emotions. There was some sorrow and pity as well as some schadenfreude. "You Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber." Ghost Shadow blinked his eyes in surprise. "Third brother, you've come too." The gentleman of heavenly blubber sighed. After over a year of recuperation, his body had already turned back into a mountain of flesh. Yu Wufeng just shut his eyes. A while later, Ghost Shadow understood everything. He could withstand the backlash of the blood oath without dying, so the 2 of them could do it even more. At the same time, he managed to make out what the sheepskin scroll in Li Qingshan's hand was. He even got a rough idea of the blood oath that had been rewritten on it. In other words, Li Qingshan killed the 4 other cave masters and forced Yu Wufeng to sign a new blood oath with the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber. That's actually how it turned out. How is his strength? Yes, he has the strength. The fact that the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber can withstand a punch from him without dying can already be regarded as his cultivation method. Kid, I can see that you're very talented, so I can't bear to kill you. Swear an oath. Li Qingshan pressed down on Ghost Shadow's shoulder and chuckled. Just kill me. Ghost Shadow said calmly. You want to die? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He never thought there would actually be a tough nut to crack in Savage Mountain, which piqued his interest. I don't. However, I don't want to be a servant anymore and live an ignoble existence anymore, Ghost Shadow said calmly. He stared death with equanimity. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's face reddened, but he was completely red, so it was quite difficult to tell. Yu Wufeng even clenched his fists tightly. He silently told himself that he had to endure the humiliation. He could not give up on this sliver of hope. I heard that you escaped from the clan. What? Because you're a man you were oppressed by those women? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Ghost Shadow's eyes narrowed. He said nothing, but Li Qingshan knew he had guessed correctly. He also felt some sympathy for him, so he said, I know the most about the night roamers. There are benefits if you follow me. I'll send you a few night roamer beauties. Unexpectedly, not only was Ghost Shadow not moved, but he also said resolutely, Don't talk nonsense, kill me. You do have character. I like it. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up and put away the blood oath scroll. With another wave of his hand, Ghost Shadow disappeared. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Ghost Shadow was prepared to die, but the scene before him changed. Seeing the light red sky and a towering tree, he blinked his eyes and cried out involuntarily, Banyan Tree King. Probably no one in the entire cultivation community of the Mist Province did not know this phrase, nor was there anyone who did not revere this phrase. However, the Banyan Tree King mainly existed in the central and western regions of the Mist Province. It did not exist in the south. What left Ghost Shadow even more surprised was yet to come. A night roamer arrived before him. She was a female night roamer. Her nose was straight and thin, but her eyes were very faint, which made her seem even colder. However, she was also a rare beauty. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. This night roamer has already undergone the second heavenly tribulation and condensed a night demon core. Her status in the clan should be very great, so why haven't I seen her before? And even if I haven't seen her before, she should have seen me before. Isn't she a night roamer under the Shadow Queen's command? But the night roamers of the Mist Province have clearly been unified a long time ago. Ghost Shadow sank into his thoughts. He had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Yilioshing suddenly paid close attention and said, Yes. After a moment of further thought, she grabbed Ghost Shadow and made her way towards the great banyan tree. Ghost Shadow saw even more night roamers. The night roamers all looked at him in surprise. He gradually understood. This is a tribe of night roamers that has never been under the Shadow Queen's rule. Arriving beneath the great banyan tree, they passed through the cavern condensed from tree roots and arrived before a black altar. Yilioshing removed Ghost Shadow's clothes and placed him on the altar. She activated the altar and black shadows surged. Ghost Shadow felt his wounds slowly recover, but he did not feel at ease at all. Another strand of dark green liquid poured into his mouth, which immediately melted into his body. His wounds rapidly recovered. That's a branch from the Banyan Tree King, the most renowned medicine for healing in the Mist Province. However, the restraints left behind by Li Qingshan still suppressed him firmly. The black altar possessed this power too. Yilioshing studied Ghost Shadow's body and nodded in satisfaction in the end. Ghost Shadow, who had always been unafraid of death, showed fear in his eyes as if he recalled something. Very soon, Yilioshing summoned a group of female night roamers to the side of the altar. They listened to what Yilioshing said and looked at Ghost Shadow on the altar. They all became interested. Afterwards, a female night roamer stripped off her clothes and began kissing and caressing Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened as his body tensed up, but it was not excitement, but fear. It was unimaginable that a person who was not even afraid of death would actually be afraid of a female night roamer. Seeing how Ghost Shadow did not respond at all, the female night roamers in the surroundings mocked him. The female night roamer was furious too, slapping Ghost Shadow viciously and asking Yilioshing for help. Yilioshing gave a few more instructions. A while later she brought over a porcelain bottle and took out a blue pill, shoving it into Ghost Shadow's mouth. It was like a spark had landed in the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, the flames of lust blazed. His rationality was still there, but his body's reactions were involuntary. The female night roamer on him became excited. A tear rolled down from the corner of Ghost Shadow's eye. Night roamers were a society where women were superior to men, as the talent of men was nowhere close to that of women. Undergoing the first heavenly tribulation was extremely difficult, and those who underwent the second heavenly tribulation were even rarer. All male night roamers who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation would immediately experience an overwhelming change in status. They no longer had to carry out any dangerous missions. They could remain in the safest main city the entire time. Ghost Shadow was one of those lucky dogs. Of course, this did not mean he did not have to do anything. At the very least, there was one job he had to do, which was reproduce with the female night roamers in his clan. It was just like how the children of human cultivators would often possess impressive talent for cultivation. As long as they could guarantee they would only marry cultivators, they would develop a cultivation bloodline. That was how clans came about. Other folk clans placed even more emphasis on bloodlines than human clans. They were born with talent and lifespans that mortals could never hope to attain. They basically possessed the advantages of both humans and demons, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. This was the importance of bloodlines. As a result, Ghost Shadow obtained a job that could drive all men mad with envy. Every day and night, different women would visit him and make love with him. For the sake of this opportunity, the various organizations in the clan even engaged in an open and covert struggle. In the end, the Shadow Queen mediated and set a timetable. As a result, there was a very long period of time when he could not even see a single repetitive face. Countless faces overlapped and became blurry. That was because the stronger the bloodline, the lower the chances of having children. As a result, day and night, it never ended. He felt like he had to face a blurry face like that every single time he was awake, and it became more and more terrifying. Actually, most of the women were beautiful, but they seemed to be deeply envious of him, a man who had actually undergone the second heavenly tribulation. As a result, the so-called making love with him was more like a form of revenge and humiliation most of the time. He didn't know why he had fallen to such a state, nor did he know what he was doing, let alone calming his heart to cultivate. Of course, the clan provided him with many miraculous pills so that his cultivation wouldn't regress, but there was no longer any possibility for him to improve. He wanted to turn them down, but he was just a lowly man. Even the female night roamers with weaker cultivations did not take him seriously. Instead, they scolded him for being ungrateful before humiliating him even more violently. If he dared to resist, he would be challenging the order of the entire clan. As a result, he was like a pig in a pigsty, constantly fattening up and constantly having his flesh cut off. He finally grew numb. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was unable to make him react at all. Afterwards, he was forced to eat aphrodisiacs, finally almost losing his mind. Finally, on that night he ran away. The nightmare finally ended. He knelt in the rain and sobbed, roaming about freely in the night. He finally obtained the freedom he had always dreamed of. But at this moment, the nightmare descended once more. Li Qingshan left him to Yi Liuxing to deal with. He said this person was unwilling to submit to him and only wanted to die. She could do whatever she wanted with him. Even killing him and taking his Naiden was fine. It had to be mentioned that the night roamer's train of thought was pretty much the same. They felt like they had to unleash some of his value before killing him. Perhaps he could help the night roamers give birth to a few geniuses. Li Qingshan held the Azura field and looked at it with great interest. He smiled. That night roamer's body sure is nice. This guy sure is lucky. Even if he dies under a beautiful flower, he'll still be a romantic even as a ghost. He actually shed tears of gratitude. There's no need to thank me. Ghost Shadow was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of sinking into a nightmare like this. To him, this was basically crueler than any form of torture. Through his powerful willpower, he unleashed all of his potential. His lips parted. I'm willing to swear it. Have you been moved by my sincerity? Sure enough, seduction is still the best way to deal with men. Li Qingshan summoned Ghost Shadow out of the Azura field and made him swear a blood oath, successfully obtaining his third subordinate. He conveniently removed Ghost Shadow's restraints and patted him on the shoulder. That felt pretty good just then, didn't it? I'm a very loyal person. As long as you do your job well, even greater benefits await you. There might even be a time when you remove the blood oath in the future. Chapter 787. Are my words that disgusting? You're purposefully provoking me, aren't you? If you really want to die, I'll send you off right now. Li Qingshan was taken aback at first before becoming furious. Just what kind of physique did a second heavenly tribulation cultivator have? How could he vomit so easily? He was clearly purposefully trying to disgust him. Damn it. And no, Ghost Shadow could not speak of his troubles. Surely he could not say it was all because of the female night roamers. Li Qingshan definitely would not believe him, and he was reluctant to mention the greatest humiliation of his life. Actually, he had planned on committing suicide as soon as he removed the blood oath. Even if the blood oath would bite him, he would not care. However, after going through another nightmare, he suddenly felt like he could endure any pain and hardship in life. Since he had already endured the most difficult period of his life, what was there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan's words had basically given him a sliver of hope, giving him some will to live. Forget it. I won't hold grudges against you. Just serve me well and atone for your crimes. Alright, you're also a night roamer. Li Qingshan asked around and learnt that Ghost Shadow came from the largest and only night roamer clan in the Mist Province, the Deep Shadow Clan. The leader of the clan was known as the Shadow Queen. When Li Qingshan listened to the Banyan Tree King's analysis of the situation in the Mist Province, he had heard this name before. He had even asked about it out of curiosity, but the Banyan Tree King was reluctant to reveal it to others, so he was unable to gain a deeper understanding. All he knew was that she led the largest organization of assassins in the Mist Province, the Shadow Palace. As for why he had escaped, Ghost Shadow was reluctant to talk about it. Li Qingshan did not ask about it either. He just thought it was because he could not stand the chauvinism of night roamers. Since you're also a night roamer, stay with the night roamers under me for a while. They probably need you. They need me. Ghost Shadow's expression changed. He seemed like he was about to vomit again. He would rather be sent to assassinate the most dangerous of enemies than see a single female night roamer again, but he could not turn him down. In the end, all he could do was agree reluctantly. In the Azura field. In a tree hole high up in the great banyan tree. Ghost Shadow sat with the three sisters Yiliosu, Yiliobwa, and Yilioshing. They asked and answered questions. Although several days had passed, the disgust in Ghost Shadow's heart had yet to dissipate. He was almost unwilling to look at the three of them directly. He wanted to play the role of a teacher. Teaching them the cultivation method of night roamers was the mission Li Qingshan had given him. He could not turn it down or brush it off. The only thing he was glad about was the attitude of the three of them. The one with the highest cultivation, the one called Yilioshing, had a very cold expression the entire time. There was a sliver of disdain in her eyes. He wasn't afraid of being despised. Anyway, he was already used to it in the Deep Shadow Clan. As long as they didn't look at him with that kind of expression, he would be fine. However, Yilioshing would glance at Yiliosu from time to time with that gaze, which made him feel very relieved. So you're not interested in the opposite sex. Although Yiliosu's cultivation wasn't high, she was still a saint. However, he seemed to be the leader of the three. From their conversation he learnt that she was even the leader of this clan. When he asked what the clan was called, Yiliosu was taken aback. She thought about it for a while and said, Yuing. Ghost Shadow used his experience with countless women to discover that Yiliosu seemed to be inexperienced. He discovered that Yiliosu did not seem to have any experience. Was she the same as Yilioshing, someone who liked the same sex? It did not seem like it. Among the night roamers, this was basically as unbelievable as a child who had grown up in a brothel and was still a virgin at the age of 80. Among the three of them, Yiliosu was the most focused. She constantly asked Ghost Shadow questions. After being oppressed by Helicoverpa Rosa underground for several thousand years, she had lost a lot of important information on the cultivation method, let alone any progress. Ghost Shadow's arrival was basically a welcome rain after a long drought. Even if it went without saying, it would be of great assistance to her current cultivation. She was extremely curious about the Deep Shadow Clan. She never thought there would actually be such a powerful clan of night roamers in the world. She constantly asked the Shadow Queen how she led them, frowning in thought from time to time as if she did not agree. However, the person who worried Ghost Shadow the most was still Yiliobwa. It was said that she was the one Li Qingshan trusted the most. She seemed like a typical female night roamer. Back in Deep Shadow City, women like her would often be the most fearless when they humiliated him, which still lingered in his heart. You're saying, you were thrown in here by a person called Li Qingshan, not North Moon? Yiliobwa asked. Ghost Shadow had only learnt from their conversation that their master was actually the North Moon that the Dragon King of the Sea hunted down. All he could think about his current fate was, serves you right. Even the 10 demon kings could not kill him, yet he tried to assassinate him. What else could he do other than serve him right? What left him even more surprised was the Banyan Tree King's attitude towards Li Qingshan. According to Yi Liuobua, the Banyan Tree King actually referred to Li Qingshan as a fellow cultivator. Even though the Banyan Tree King was known for his peace and neutrality, not just any random person had the right to be referred to as a fellow cultivator by him. Ghost Shadow deeply doubted this. He must have just dug a great banyan tree into the Azura field. With the Banyan Tree King's personality, he probably won't do anything for a measly branch, but if this makes it out, there'll be a show to watch. The Banyan Tree King's status in the cultivation community of the Mist Province was so great that it was unimaginable to cultivators from other provinces. He was like a benevolent grandfather. Children were not too afraid of him. Normally they would even climb onto his back and tug at his beard, but if someone tried to harm him, the children would definitely leap forward and fight them. However, if someone tried to harm him, the children would definitely leap forward and fight them. Many of these children had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Even Li Qingshan had to repay his kindness. Oi, why aren't you saying anything? I'm asking you. Yi Liuobua said impatiently. I can't answer that, said Ghost Shadow. This was the restriction of the blood oath. He could not purposefully expose Li Qingshan's secret. You idiot, don't you understand? This is his other identity. He uses it to move about in the human world, Yi Liuoxing said coldly. Is that so? You're the idiot. Yi Liuobua bellowed furiously. Yi Liuoxing smiled coldly. Alright, stop arguing. Fellow ghost, please continue explaining the fifth transformation of the night roaming god. This was within Li Qingshan's expectations. Since even Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber knew about his dual identity, there was nothing wrong with telling them. Moreover, this was different from exposing the North Moon's identity under Li Qingshan's name. He did not have that many qualms. Sure enough, since they had never had any contact with Li Qingshan before, they were not too surprised by this identity. The North Moon had done far too many shocking things. Disguising himself as a human and becoming a White Hawk commander really was nothing. In short, after spending some time with them, Ghost Shadow was convinced that the three women did not have any romantic thoughts towards him. The pressure he felt decreased drastically, and he definitely did not feel any sense of loss at all. He had already slept with all the women he should have slept with and should not have slept with in his 10 lifetimes. From today onwards he would sever his emotions. There were only two things that could interest him, which were assassination and cultivation. At this moment, Li Qingshan appeared in the tree hole. Only then did Ghost Shadow see his other form. He had scarlet hair and eyes and he was peerlessly handsome. Master. Yi Liuobua immediately threw herself over. Looks like you're about to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. Liusu, what's wrong? You don't want me to hug you anymore? Li Qingshan picked her up with a smile before extending his hand towards Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu placed her hand in his and he pulled her gently. She leaned into his arms and could not help but say, "Thank you." What was she thanking him for? She was thanking him for bringing Ghost Shadow here, allowing her to take a step closer to her dream. She was thanking him for his warm embrace right now. Perhaps these two feelings had already merged together completely, such that they could not be separated. She yearned for the night roamers to love one another instead of killing one another. She also yearned for his warm embrace, instead of his cold gaze and vigilance. Li Qingshan whispered into her ear, "If you say something like that again, I'm going to spank you." Yi Liusu's delicate face reddened slightly. She lowered her head and said nothing more. It made Yi Liuoxing's face become colder and colder, but there was nothing she could do. Not only was he so powerful that she could not reach him right now, but as a bystander, she understood the best that Yi Liusu had already bet everything on him. Ghost Shadow lowered his head and stared at the wood grain on the floor. It was not because he was concerned about not looking at indecent things, but because this scene had stirred up far too many unpleasant memories. He was like a person who had eaten so much meat that he vomited and swore he would never touch any meat again. Even when he saw someone else eating lavishly, he would still feel very uncomfortable. He would even feel a sense of sorrow. You have no idea how disgusting this is. Li Qingshan then asked Ghost Shadow, "Once they undergo the second heavenly tribulation, we'll have to prepare for a big fight." Ghost Shadow lowered his head. "If the four of us work together, there'll only be a handful of places in the south that can stop us." "Very good. We'll be making a quick move when the time comes. Alright, I won't disturb you any further." Li Qingshan was just about to leave the Azura field, but Yi Liuobua wrapped her arms around him firmly, refusing to let go of him. Li Qingshan patted her back. Be a good girl. Cultivation comes first. It's already been so long. If you still don't keep me company, how am I supposed to be in the mood to cultivate? I might as well just die, Yiliobwa grumbled. Don't spout nonsense, said Li Qingshan. Yiliosu said, fellow ghost, let's stop here for today. Ghost Shadow was more than happy to do that. Although the attitudes of Yiliosu and her sisters did not pressure him too much, his disgust towards women, especially female night roamers, had already become a form of hatred. He could not get over it, nor did he want to get over it. Not to mention that he had yet to recover from his wounds completely. You can return to your dwelling and rest. Li Qingshan waved his hand and released Ghost Shadow from the Azura field. He asked Yiliobwa in his arms, how do you want me to keep you company? Master, you already know the answer. Yiliobwa grumbled coquettishly. Without anyone else present, her expression was basically seductive. She gently licked his ear and rubbed her full chest against his arm. Chapter 788. Li Qingshan saw how flustered Yiliosu was and asked with a smile, what's wrong? You don't want to spend a little more time with me? I do. Yiliosu lowered her head and said softly, but Li Qingshan was clearly going to do it with Yiliobwa. Was he going to do it with her too? She felt her body heat up. Yiliobwa said mischievously, what do you want, big sister? Yiliosu shot a glance at her. What do you think about this place? Li Qingshan released them and pointed into the distance. They currently stood on the top of the main peak of Savage Mountain. They could see the entire valley from there. It had just rained today, so the thick mist merged with the clouds, basically burying the entire valley. A waterfall plunged 1,000 meters down like a white dragon, flickering in and out of the clouds. What dense spiritual chi and what beautiful scenery. This really is a rare blessed land. Yiliobwa gazed at the scenery in the distance and sighed in amazement. Yiliosu temporarily forgot about her embarrassment and gazed over. This is the Mist Province. Before I knew it, I've already crossed over 50,000 kilometers with him, reaching a distance I've never imagined in the past. I've also seen scenery that has never been recorded in books. Once the time is ripe, I'll move the tree out and have it rooted in the valley. You can rebuild the territory of the night roamers here. As long as you cast down a powerful formation, it'll be enough to stop third heavenly tribulation enemies, and Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and pointed out the environment in the valley, imagining how he should decorate the village of night roamers. Yiliosu's gaze followed the tip of his finger. She was fascinated, but it gradually returned to his face and became fixated on it. Yiliobwa's gaze moved past their faces. She sighed with a smile and sighed. Is Master using his method to express his apologies? What a great gift. With how dreamy my sister is, she'll definitely be enchanted by it. Li Qingshan was rather delighted too. Compared to hard work and cultivation, defeating powerful enemies was another kind of happiness. He had used his own strength to help a race. Step by step, he was confident that he would not let Yiliosu down. How is it? Facing Li Qingshan's question with a smile, Yiliosu took a step forward, tiptoed, and kissed him on the cheek. She said seriously, thank you. I'm really going to spank you this time. Li Qingshan smiled and patted her perky butt. In Mate Sanyang's cave, there was a faint fragrance in the air. The stone walls were covered with embroidered wallpaper, which looked like it was woven from silk. The decorations were very elegant. The most eye-catching place was the center of the cave. A huge white cocoon hung under the dome. It seemed to be where Mate Sanyang rested and cultivated. Yiliobwa dived into the cocoon. He poked his head out and said, you guys come in too. It's so comfortable in here. Hurry up and go in. I'll look around. Yiliosu said to Li Qingshan, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet his eyes. Li Qingshan carried her up and jumped into the cocoon. The space inside was not small, but it was still a little cramped to accommodate 3 people. The pure white silk was smooth, cold and soft, glowing faintly like a huge sleeping bag. This cocoon is a treasure. Li Qingshan examined it. Before he finished speaking, Yiliobwa pounced on him and sealed his mouth with her plump lips. Her tongue slid in like a snake and she mumbled, Master, love me. You're so horny, can't you see your sister is still here? Li Qingshan flipped her over and pressed her under him. With a light wave of his hand, her bra fell off and 2 voluptuous mounds jumped out. He held them in his hands and played with them, pinching the tips lightly. Yiliobwa moaned softly and said with a flirtatious look, It's not like I can escape from your demonic claws anyway. Iliyosu, who had always been composed and generous, was basically at a loss for what to do. Born as a night roamer, she had seen many things like this before. She was not as shy as mortals and treated it as a matter of course. She had been mentally prepared for this a long time ago. But only now did she realize she could not act as naturally as she imagined. Li Qingshan's hand caressing Yi Liubo basically felt like it was on her body. Even her breathing became labored. Li Qingshan glanced at Yi Liusu with a smile. He adjusted his posture and placed her beside Yi Liubo. Two equally beautiful faces were currently looking at her with different expressions. Yi Liusu's body tensed up. She was like a small beast that had fallen into the hands of a hunter and was waiting to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Yi Liubo's eyes were already flirtatious, burning with admiration. Her upper body moved gently with Li Qingshan's caresses. Her breathing turned into actual heat when it reached Yi Liusu's ears. At this moment, Li Qingshan's hand landed on her cheek and caressed it gently. "Master, please wait until I undergo the heavenly tribulation, all right?" Yi Liusu pleaded. "Don't worry. I won't eat you up this time." Li Qingshan smiled. He also understood that Yi Liubo needed release to cultivate in peace, while it was best for Yi Liusu to maintain her original state. However, since she had come with him, he obviously had to bully her properly. Thus, he withdrew his hand and caressed Yi Liubo. He kneaded her plump and soft breasts wantonly into the shape he liked. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, sealing the sudden high-pitched chanting. Perhaps it was because they had been apart for too long each time, or perhaps it was because of her fanatical admiration for him, but she had always been easily engrossed in it. At this moment she even forgot about Yi Liusu and hugged Li Qingshan tightly. Like a parched land, she was enjoying the long-awaited rain and dew. Li Qingshan was infected too. His lust began to blaze, but he broke free from her embrace and admired her again. Yi Liubo opened her eyes in a rather daze. Between the armor and the boots, a plump thigh rubbed against each other gently. Beside her, Yi Liusu felt a little thirsty. She quietly swallowed her saliva. Li Qingshan's right hand reached under Yi Liubo's skirt armor. Yi Liubo suddenly opened her eyes wide and let out a long high-pitched moan. Li Qingshan stuffed the index and middle fingers of his left hand into her mouth. Her fragrant tongue wrapped around it as if he was tasting a fine wine. His 4 fingers were tightly surrounded by scorching heat. Yi Liubo stretched out her arms but she couldn't reach him. She felt empty. She couldn't get the caress she wanted, so she could only caress herself. This scene made Li Qingshan purse his lips and glance at Yi Liusu again. Her armor was neat and tidy, but in that moment she felt like she had been pierced. She did her best to act like she was unaffected, but her drifting gaze constantly landed on Yi Liubo beside her. She had never seen her younger sister show such deep love either. It was like she had been bewitched, yet also like she had lost her sense of self, becoming a puppet for him to toy with. However, it made her heart waver and she felt a sense of desire. Chapter 789. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled back his hand, and Yi Liubo recovered a sliver of clarity from her delirium. She let out a grunt of displeasure and heard a soft cry. Opening her eyes, she saw that Yi Liusu was already in Li Qingshan's arms. She giggled and threw herself at Yi Liusu, kissing her cheek. The huge cocoon shook gently. The next morning, Li Qingshan emerged from within. He was completely naked. His figure was tall and sturdy, and his bones were clearly visible. His scarlet hair draped over his shoulders as he yawned loudly, revealing 4 sharp fangs and a scarlet tongue. He seemed like a lazy, vicious beast. Afterwards, he immediately pulled himself together and strode out of the dwelling. Yi Liusu stuck her head out of the cocoon silently. Her hair was a mess as she gazed at his back, rather hoping that he would look back. However, he left without even looking back, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yi Liusu was not disappointed. She had already understood this habit of his a long time ago. He would always stride forward like this. He would stop and rest from time to time, but he would never look back. As a result, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo remained here. The silkworm madam's dwelling was indeed very suitable for cultivation. The density of the spiritual qi could be regarded as one of the densest on the entire Savage Mountain. In particular, in the cocoon they could calm their minds, free from the intrusion of stray thoughts. Another half a year passed. Yi Liusu underwent the second heavenly tribulation first, while Yi Liubo followed closely behind. She also underwent the tribulation successfully. After another period of rest and recuperation, On Savage Mountain, Li Qingshan gazed at the sky and turned around. It's time. Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, and Ghost Shadow all stood with their hands by their sides, while the three sisters Yi Liusu accepted the order sternly. The moon illuminated the sky. The light shone across the sea of trees, but could not reach the Worried Eagle ravine. This deep ravine was like a scar on the earth. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. The mountain wind was as cold as water, whistling against his face. A layer of powerful formation enveloped the pitch-black deep ravine. This place was not as good as Savage Mountain, but it was still a rare blessed land. However, it was not suitable for establishing a sect. It was more suitable for independent cultivators, and the Mist Province had no lack of independent cultivators like that. The gentleman of heavenly blubber said, "The formation's here." It was called the Darkstar Skylock Formation. The Hawk's Worry was extremely renowned in the south. He was wanted by the Hawk Wolf Guard 300 years ago. Back then he had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation. But with the great art of heaven evasion, he unleashed it. Even the Hawk Wolf Guard could do nothing to him. He was untraceable within 1,000 kilometers. 100 years ago he built his cave abode here. However, with the protection of the formation, no one can do anything to him. All I can do is ask fellow ghosts to infiltrate this place with a few night roamers. Ghost Shadow's voice drifted over. If the four of us work together, as long as we spend some time preparing and planning, killing this Hawk's Worry will be easy. No matter how powerful his escape technique is, he won't be able to use it. However, we don't have the confidence to strike immediately and subdue him and make him swear a blood oath. The path of assassins focused on killing with a single strike. If they did not have the determination to kill, their vigor would decrease drastically. They would not be able to use their full strength. Iliosu said, "That's right. There's no need for you to plan and prepare. Feel free to strike. If you kill him, then so be it." The south is so large, so isn't it easy to find a few subordinates? Then Li Qingshan said to Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber, "Make your preparations as well. If he manages to survive, you can't let him escape." Then he glanced at Yu Wufeng deeply. Yu Wufeng lowered his head and pressed down on the hilt of the fogbow sword. Ghost Shadow said nothing more. His aura suddenly vanished, merging with the night sky and drifting towards the Hawk's Worry ravine. Yi Liuxing and the other two secretly admired him, following closely behind him. A while later Li Qingshan smiled. "Sure enough, you do have some tricks up your sleeves." Before he had even finished speaking, a streak of light rushed into the air from the Hawk's Worry ravine. Li Qingshan did not take action. A streak of white light flew out from beside him, piercing the sky and intercepting the streak of light. A pale-faced old man in black robes appeared. He was as short as a monkey. He asked in surprise and fury, "The fogbow sword? Yu Wufeng, I have no grievances with your Savage Mountain, so why have you launched a sneak attack on me?" Yu Wufeng said nothing. He formed a seal with his hand, and the fogbow sword turned into a slithering streak of white light, surrounding Hawk's Worry. "Who's that?" "The White Hawk Commander." Hawk's Worry glanced at the man in white clothes before Yu Wufeng, standing with his arms crossed with a smile. Under the moonlight, his white clothes resembled a silver hawk spreading its wings. The gentleman of heavenly blubber who was renowned for his viciousness also stood behind him with his head lowered, doing his best to maintain a humble posture. Hawk's Worry forced himself to calm down. The fogbow sword's light was dense, but it could not trap him. Right when he was about to use the great technique of Heaven's Escape to break free, several drifting strands of killing intent froze him where he was, preventing him from moving. A while ago, if it were not for his sharp senses that had been honed from many years of life and death, he would have almost died to a terrifying assassination before he could even use his escape technique. Apart from Ghost Shadow, the other three were clearly peak assassins of the Shadow Palace, which scared him witless. Although he managed to escape by luck, he was heavily injured, even abandoning his dwelling. Yet, the first cave master of Savage Mountain intercepted him with his renowned fogbow sword. In an instant, killing intent filled the air from all directions, but it was like a bow that was ready to be drawn. Just as Hawk's Worry was thinking about a countermeasure, the Demon Suppression Tower descended from above. Demon Suppression. The four Night Roamer assassins worked together to assassinate him. The first cave master of Savage Mountain used his arcane treasure, the fogbow sword, to trap him, and Li Qingshan suppressed him in the end. No matter how powerful Hawk's Worry's escape technique was, all he could do was surrender. In the Demon Suppression Tower, Hawk's worry turned into a streak of light, charging around, but it was obviously useless. The demon suppression tower was rather clumsy in actual combat, but as long as it suppressed an enemy, they would struggle to break free. At this moment, a figure passed through the tower. Li Qingshan appeared and said, "Don't waste your energy. Let's talk about something useful." "You're Li Qingshan? How extravagant of you, sir." Hawk's worry did his best to maintain his distance from Li Qingshan. His eyes were filled with caution. Just what was he capable of to actually order around the 3 cave masters of Savage Mountain and 3 peak assassins of the Shadow Palace? Li Qingshan took out the Blood Oath scroll and smiled. "Come, fellow, swear an oath." "The Blood Oath scroll. You've actually refined the Blood Oath scroll." Hawk's worry's expression changed drastically. He finally understood why the 3 cave masters of Savage Mountain obeyed his orders. "I'll give you half a minute to think about it," Li Qingshan said. Half a minute later, the demon suppression tower turned into demon chi and dispersed. Li Qingshan stowed the Blood Oath scroll away and patted Hawk's worry's shoulder. He said in praise, "Fellow Hawk truly is a sensible person." Hawk's worry was dejected. He forced out a smile. Yes, let's go to the next stop." Li Qingshan waved his hand in high spirits. 7 days later, in the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate. The Marquis of Serene Sea was currently meditating with his eyes closed when the caretaker reported, "Marquis, that Li Qingshan is outside requesting an audience." "He's still alive." The Marquis of Serene Sea snapped open his eyes and received him at the entrance. He saw Li Qingshan's back to him, currently lecturing a group of people. "From today onwards you must turn over a new leaf and start anew. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future." The Marquis of Serene Sea counted a total of 8 people. They varied in height, weight, and weight. Every single one of them wore a black cloak with the hood covering their faces. Although they all lowered their heads like servants, the auras they gave off vaguely left the Marquis of Serene Sea alarmed. "These people are so familiar. Who's that big fatty? The gentleman of heavenly blubber. And that shorty." The Marquis of Serene Sea was unable to identify them one by one, as Li Qingshan had already turned around. Chapter 791. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through the sea of trees like waves. The Marquis of Serene Sea suspected that he had misheard and asked instinctively, "What did you say? Don't pretend you can't hear me." Li Qingshan laughed, and the 8 figures in black cloaks behind him also laughed coldly. The eyes under their hoods gleamed with schadenfreude. Since they had already suffered misfortune, then watching others suffer the same misfortune was a rare joy in life. A chill ran down the Marquis of Serene Sea's spine. He involuntarily took a step back, wanting to retreat into the main gate. 3 black figures appeared behind him, their killing intent as cold as ice. After continuous battles and Ghost Shadow's teachings, Yi Liusu and her sister's teamwork had become more and more coordinated. Although others could not see it, the Marquis of Serene Sea could sense it. His heart trembled. Shadow Palace assassins. Only a top-notch assassin of the Shadow Palace would be able to sneak up on him without him noticing. He immediately did not dare to move recklessly. He shouted, "Li Qingshan, what do you think you're doing? I'm the Princess of South Sea Commandery, the Marquis of Serene Sea appointed by the Emperor." "Alright, stop being so cocky. I'm looking for you," Li Qingshan said. The laughter behind him became even more unbridled, filled with malice. Li Qingshan was satisfied. The demonic cultivators of the south had one great advantage, which was that they were very adaptable to circumstances. He had attacked them for 7 consecutive days. As long as they managed to survive the combined attacks of Ghost Shadow and the others, none of them would rather die than submit. Moreover, once they swore a blood oath, they could quickly adjust their mentality and show sufficient obedience. There was a shameless person who said that he wanted to take Li Qingshan as his adoptive father. He said that he had cultivated for hundreds of years just for this day, which greatly shocked Li Qingshan. If it was a woman, then so be it. At least he could barely be an adoptive father, but it was clearly an old man. How shameless. This was the culture of southern border. There was no sense of propriety, justice, or honor. Only the strong were respected. As long as your fist was hard enough, no one would use their head to clash head-on. There was a commotion in the manor. A large number of cultivators rushed out. Some were guards of the House of Marquis, while others were guest elders. There were hundreds of them, and they took out all kinds of spirit artifacts and dharma artifacts. He activated all sorts of strange goo worms. They surrounded Li Qingshan and the others. However, this scene. Not to mention that Li Qingshan didn't care, even the 8 black cloaks behind him didn't care at all. Because among these hundreds of people, none of them had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Commander Li, you dare to be rude to my marquis? Do you know that all the White Wolf guards were killed while you were gone? Just you wait for the Hawk Wolf guard to punish you. If you know what's good for you, I can let my marquis put in a good word for you. Steward Zhou of the Hofu said. He saw that his family had the advantage in numbers and also had the geographical advantage. He believed that Li Qingshan would not dare to commit murder, so he jumped out to express his loyalty. As for the 8 black cloaks behind Li Qingshan, his cultivation was insufficient for him to make an accurate judgment. As for the 3 black shadows behind the Marquis of Serene Sea, he was completely unaware of them. Who did it? Li Qingshan really did not know about this. It's me. A reply rang out from space. The Marquis of Serene Sea's face lit up. It was Ghost Shadow's voice. As long as Ghost Shadow carried out the assassination, even if he failed, he would be able to divert some of Li Qingshan's attention. He could use this opportunity to retreat to the estate. He had specially prepared an escape route in the secret room of the estate. It was a formation that could teleport him 500 kilometers away. This was different from streaks of light. It was completely untraceable. The assassins of the Shadow Palace are impressive, but since they've already exposed themselves, there's nothing to be afraid of. In terms of strength, the 3 of them definitely can't rival the greatest assassin of the South, Ghost Shadow. Sure enough, Ghost Shadow had taken action. However, the sliver of joy in the Marquis of Serene Sea's heart immediately turned to fear. Caretaker Zhou of the Marquis estate glared at Li Qingshan furiously. A bloody mark had appeared between his eyebrows. The mark was so thin that only a bead of blood seeped out. He seemed to sense something, extending his hand to touch it instinctively before collapsing like this. 3rd Cave Master. The Marquis of Serene Sea paled in fright. His heart sank. I could tell a long time ago that those bastards were colluding with demonic cultivators. It's clean even if they die. I can go to the Mist Capital to ask for a reward. Li Qingshan said in an unconcerned manner. Marquis, don't be so stubborn and rely on luck. Even Boss you and I have sworn loyalty to Commander Li, so 3rd Brother Shadow will obviously be no exception. If you still don't tell these several hundred pieces of trash to piss off and piss me off, I'll swallow them all. The gentleman of heavenly blubber patted his belly with a smile. His fat jiggled about. The gentleman of heavenly blubber, it really is you. Apart from me, who else can be so plump? The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled and extended his huge fan-like hand. A guard of the estate over 30 meters away cried out as he flew over. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's mouth widened to an unbelievable degree. He actually swallowed the guard in a single gulp. He could vaguely make out a figure below his belly, which vanished after a few struggles. Ah, it's the 2nd Cave Master of Savage Mountain, the gentleman of heavenly blubber. And the 3rd Cave Master, Ghost Shadow? Everyone cried out and dispersed in a large circle. All of the Cave Masters of Savage Mountain were renowned for their viciousness. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea's gaze was focused on the black-cloaked figure to the right behind Li Qingshan. His white hair draped down from the hood, and he carried a sword on his back. He was in disbelief. If it was anyone else, then so be it, but he was a sword cultivator wielding an arcane treasure. How proud and arrogant was he? Why would he submit to Li Qingshan? With a final sliver of hope, he called out, Cave Master you. Marquis of Serene Sea, stop wasting time. Yu Wufeng gripped the fogbow sword and said coldly, Yeah, do you want to live or die? I still hope you can survive. Although finding a second heavenly tribulation cultivator in the vast south is quite easy, there aren't a lot of truly useful experts. However, if you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Li Qingshan said. The Marquis of Serene Sea despaired. Li Qingshan was already an extremely terrifying opponent. There were also the 3 peak assassins of the Shadow Palace, the first 3 cave masters of Savage Mountain, and the remaining 6 people. He had already recognized them all. Every single one of them was a renowned demonic cultivator of the south. Right now, they all stood behind Li Qingshan listening to his orders. Even across the entire south, no one could underestimate a force like that. His voice trembled slightly. I'm a marquis. Are you bold enough to kill me? Li Qingshan smiled. Kill him. Before he had even finished speaking, the 3 black figures behind the Marquis of Serene Sea vanished. Ghost Shadow drifted over, locking onto him with killing intent. The fogbow sword left its sheath with a clang, and the gentleman of heavenly blubber reached out with his hand. The remaining 6 black-cloaked figures struck out at the same time as well. It was a sure-kill move like a landslide or a tsunami. The Marquis of Serene Sea was unable to dodge, flee, or block them. All he could do was yell out with all his strength, "I want to live." Li Qingshan raised his hand and all of the attacks came to a halt. It was like the tsunami had been frozen the moment it was about to slam down. As long as you want to live. Swear an oath. If the Battle of Savage Mountain had only caused an uproar in the south due to the unknown outcome, then Li Qingshan's appearance in the commandery city of South Sea this time had answered all of their questions. However, it did not just reveal the outcome of the Battle of Savage Mountain, but the change in the entire structure of the South. After receiving the Marquis of Serene Sea's oath, Li Qingshan held a banquet in the Marquis estate and invited the 10 cave masters. These 10 renowned figures of the South toasted Li Qingshan together, formally pledging their loyalty. The cultivator who accepted Li Qingshan as his foster father even referred to him as king, no longer referring to him as sir or commander. Li Qingshan was confused. He asked for the reason and the cultivator said, "Who in the South doesn't know that the one who unites Savage Mountain is the king of savages?" Li Qingshan laughed aloud, accepting the title happily. The Marquis of Serene Sea cursed him for his shamelessness inside, but he forced a smile on his face and also called out, "My king." After the banquet, Li Qingshan gave the order to set off immediately and continue his campaign. He basically rounded up all the second heavenly tribulation cultivators in the south apart from the myriad poison cult, making the arrogant declaration he made when he first arrived in the South Sea Commandery a reality. "Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die." Savage Mountain basically rose up overnight, becoming a great organization in the south that was only second to the myriad poison cult. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had not undergone the third heavenly tribulation, he would have been able to establish a large sect. The Mist Province was thrown into an uproar. When Li Qingshan received orders to come to the Mist Province and assume the position of White Wolf Commander, he attracted countless gazes. This was because of the dazzling glory of the two geniuses, but it was also because cultivators wanted to use this to predict the changes in the situation between the Mist Province and the Green Province. Some people guessed this was part of the Great Xia Empire's plan, purposefully sending them to the Mist Province as hostages to ease the situation between the two provinces. However, even more people believed the Great Xia Empire had no intention of mediating between the two provinces like in the past. Instead, they purposefully made the two provinces wear each other down so that the Dragon Province would remain absolutely powerful in the center. As for Li Qingshan and Little N, they were just chess pieces to speed up the war between the two provinces, pitiful sacrifices. There were plenty of malicious speculations. How will the Chan Monastery of Devanaga react when they lose these two genius disciples? As soon as Li Qingshan arrived in the South Sea, he killed the White Hawk commander and successfully ascended to his position. He demonstrated viciousness that completely differed from his identity as a Buddhist disciple. However, across the entire Mist Province, it was only a small matter. Over 2 years had passed since then, and Li Qingshan's name gradually faded from everyone's sight. It was only mentioned from time to time and guessed at the outcome of the battle. Only when Li Qingshan used the Blood Oath Scroll to command the 10 cave masters and conquer the entire south did his name suddenly ring out again. However, the prefix of his name was no longer the position of White Hawk Commander, nor was it the identity of Unraging Monk's disciple. Instead, it was King of Savages. King was originally a title that only existences who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation had the right to use. The King of Chu, the King of Yu, the Monk King, the Demon King, and the Great General King were all supreme experts, only one in a billion. They were the absolute ruling class of the 9 provinces. With Li Qingshan's cultivation, he originally did not have the right to be referred to as king. However, the first cave master of Savage Mountain had once said that whoever underwent the third heavenly tribulation could refine the Blood Oath Scroll and rule over Savage Mountain. The other cave masters would refer to them as King of Savages, and they would receive the recognition of the other 7 cave masters. In everyone's minds, this was something only great cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation could achieve, so the title of king went without saying. Chapter 792. The sky was dark and gloomy. Thick leaden clouds hung low and low, as if they were going to cover the sea of trees. It was as dark as night. This article is from A ray of light streaked across the sky, and a short man flew on his sword. Although he was not tall, he was born with a square face and a wide mouth, revealing a valiant aura. The long sword under his feet was a magical treasure. The light landed on the ground, and the man sheathed his sword. He looked up and saw that Savage Mountain towered into the clouds. However, when he tried to look deeper, all he saw was churning mist, sealing off the entire mountain. Even his divine sense could not penetrate it. This is the 8-directional Misty Sea Formation. Sure enough, Old Freaksville was killed by him, and even the guarding formation was destroyed. In less than a month, those renowned figures of the South have either been killed or forced to swear a blood oath and become servants. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga really does live up to its reputation. Just how powerful is this Li Qingshan? The man muttered to himself. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly turned around and looked back. He gripped the hilt of his sword with a wary expression. A green cloud pierced through the clouds and flew towards Savage Mountain. The color of the green cloud was not emerald green or dark green, but rather a wretched green. It surged as if it had a life of its own, and its speed was not much slower than the man's. In the blink of an eye, it had also landed in front of the valley. The ghastly green-colored cloud and mist seemed even more strange. It surged as if it wanted to pounce towards the man and emitted a strange droning sound, as if it was a monster that wanted to swallow a person whole. If one looked carefully, it wasn't a cloud and mist at all. It was clearly a myriad of tiny green-colored insects that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Myriad poison cult. The man frowned. Cough cough. Fellow Peng, what are you doing in my southern border instead of drifting about on the sea? A feminine voice came from the cloud of insects, and a tall and thin figure walked out of the cloud of insects. It was a young gentleman dressed in luxurious clothes with a sickly face. The cloud of insects rolled and gathered, returning to the rattan pot at his waist. So it's the sickly young master. This Li Qingshan really has a great reputation. Peng Jingyi said with a smile. A fighting spirit rose in his heart as he unsheathed the shocking centipede sword halfway. You and I both have a mission today, so let's forget about it. Since you were here first, you can go first. If you really don't accept it, then we'll do it again after we're done. The sickly young master elegantly raised his hand and gestured for Peng Jingyi to go first. Peng Jingyi wasn't a fool. He knew that if he met Li Qingshan first, he would definitely mess things up later on. Although the Myriad Poison Cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion dominated the southern region and the South Sea Sword Pavilion, they had been neighbors for many years and had many conflicts. The Myriad Poison Cult was a standard demonic sect, while the South Sea Sword Pavilion prided itself on being righteous. As a sword cultivator sect, there was no lack of chivalry. And the most fundamental reason was the competition for benefits. Once a magic treasure was born and a spiritual grass grew, there would inevitably be an open and veiled struggle. Generation after generation. It was unknown how many fellow disciples had died at the hands of the other party. When they met, they had to be amiable. That would be strange. As the most outstanding disciples of the sect, they would usually fight when they met. If you're not in a hurry, then I'll go first. The sickly young master smiled and stepped forward. A wave of sword chi swept past him, plowing a deep ravine in front of him. Don't even think about it. Peng Jingyi drew his sword. This person has a glib tongue. If I let him in first, he'll definitely ruin my plans. I can't go left or right. What are you trying to do? The South Sea Sword Pavilion sure is impressive. Don't forget that this is the southern region of the Mist Province. The sickly young master's pale face sank. Let's fight first and decide who's victorious. Watch as I chase away a sickly bastard like you first. Peng Jingyi smiled. Fair enough. It won't take me much time to poison a shorty like you anyway. Why don't the two of you come in together? When they were ready to fight, a voice rang out from the valley. The mist dispersed, revealing a path. Both of them thought of something. The sickly young master took a step back and made an inviting gesture. Peng Jingyi snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. The two of them rushed into the valley one after another, and the mist closed up again. Peng Jingyi passed through the mist sea formation of the 8 directions first, guarding against the sickly young master behind him as he sped along. Seeing how there was no opportunity for a sneak attack, the sickly young master gave up. Arriving in the valley, the lair of demons that had once stood out in the south had become very cold and cheerless. The structures of the old city had all been razed to the ground, replaced by vegetation. So it's just a facade, a defensive formation. What a waste of resources. The sickly young master felt disdain. If he were in control of the Blood Oath Scroll, he would definitely establish a strict organization on Savage Mountain. However, Li Qingshan clearly had no plans to do that. Right when he was about to fly towards the main peak, he saw Peng Jingni suddenly turn around. Below the spring in the western mountains, someone waved their hand. Over here. A waterfall that resembled a white dragon seemed to fly down from the clouds and land in the deep pool. The grass beside the pool was luxuriant, blooming with exotic flowers and plants. Li Qingshan sat on a rock beside the pool and said to Little An beside him, "Doesn't this look like where we first cultivated?" Little An nodded. She wore a string of white prayer beads on her wrist. There were a total of 27 of them. She had spent a long time refining the skull prayer beads again. Although she had only increased the number by 1 or 2, the effort and resources she had expended was immense. The skull prayer beads had also reached the 3rd stage. Every skeleton demon had become stronger, and the power of the skeleton demon formation had greatly increased as well. It could be said that even without Little An personally taking action, with just this string of prayer beads, even if the 10 people who swore a blood oath worked together, they would not be a match for it. This was why Li Qingshan did not have any plans to establish a strict organization. His strength came from himself and Little An beside him, not from a bunch of messy demonic cultivators. Everyone focused their attention on the powerful forces he had gathered, but they did not know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Anyone who thought they could step on him would end up crashing into an iceberg. However, Li Qingshan could vaguely sense that this secret was close to being exposed, as far too many people knew about it. Although he had various safety measures in place, he was no longer an insignificant figure that no one paid any attention to. He would always leave behind traces in everything he did. From a certain perspective, this was all thanks to the Dragon King of the Sea killing the North Moon. No one believed the Dragon King of the Sea would fail. Even those who doubted it in the beginning would no longer connect Li Qingshan to the North Moon now. It would be best if he could maintain this secret until the day he went dragon slaying in the Ink Sea. By then, even if everyone in the world knew that Li Qingshan was the North Moon, it would be nothing. However, this would probably be very difficult. Li Qingshan understood. Having reached the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, his premonition was definitely not groundless. Someone's here. It's the people of the Myriad Poison Cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Sure enough, I've alarmed them? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Little An said, "That disciple of the Myriad Poison Cult is known as the Sickly Young Master in the South. He's a member of the Imperial Clan of the Kingdom of Yu, one of the successors to the throne. He probably doesn't just represent the Myriad Poison Cult." Chapter 793. P.S. Today is my cousin's engagement. I set off in the morning and ran to Jianghu for a whole day. I spent most of the time in the car and only returned at night. I'm dead tired. I was too depressed last month. I need to adjust my pace and pull myself together this month. After all, this is the only meaningful thing in my life right now. From tomorrow onwards, I will resume 2 nights a week. Please cast your monthly votes. Dream Talker thanks you. Peng Jingni arrived before the deep pool first. He saw 2 people sitting under the waterfall. One was a tall man dressed in white. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He sat there casually, but his aura was as heavy as a mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. So this is Li Qingshan. He lives up to his reputation. As for the other person, Peng Jingni narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of amazement. The sickly young man also rushed over. His first glance landed on Little An, and he exclaimed inwardly, "To think there's such a beauty in the world. How incredible." He then said to Li Qingshan, "You must be Li Qingshan." "That's right. How should I address the 2 of you?" Li Qingshan examined the 2 and asked with a smile. "Peng Jingni of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Qian Liangmu of the Myriad Poison Cult." The 2 reported their names at the same time, but they were rather dissatisfied. This Li Qingshan was too arrogant. They came from extraordinary backgrounds, possessed outstanding talent, and had made a name for themselves many years ago. No matter where they went, everyone would show them some respect. However, not only did Li Qingshan not invite them to the main peak for a discussion, but he did not even stand there. He looked down on them without any manners at all, asking for their names right away. "What can I do for the 2 of you to come from afar?" Li Qingshan propped his face with his fist. He tilted his head, curious about their intentions as well. "I came from afar to pay a visit, intending to gift a great fortune to the commander, but I don't even have a cup of hot tea or a stool. That's too stingy. It doesn't match the reputation of the king of savages, Qian Liangmu said. Peng Jingyi hugged his sword and did not comment. However, he agreed with Qian Liangmu for once. He had come from the sea. He was acting as an envoy. Personal honor was secondary. They absolutely could not weaken their momentum and lose the reputation of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, how could they talk about this matter if they felt inferior to each other the moment they met? I didn't notice that. My bad. But I don't have tea here. Only wine. If you like it, let's have a drink together. If you don't like it, let's drink together. This pond water is refreshing and sweet. Li Qingshan smiled. He took out 2 jars of wine from his summer ring and tossed them to the two. Then he picked up a jar of wine and drank it heartily. Peng Jingyi caught the wine jar that flew over and was stunned for a moment before he said, "Why drink water when there's wine?" He opened the clay seal and drank a few mouthfuls before praising, "Good wine." This praise was not at all polite. There was no need to say more about the taste of this wine, but in terms of the density of the spiritual energy, it was comparable to elixirs, enough to cause a bloody battle in the southern border. He admitted that if he had such a jar of wine, he wouldn't be willing to share it with others. Li Qingshan had gone on a killing spree in the southern border and obtained many spoils of war. This wine was just one of them. In any case, he had obtained it easily, so he did not feel that it was a pity. Qian Liangmu took a few sips and was speechless. He found it strange. If Li Qingshan wanted to take them down a notch, he would not have taken out such a precious spiritual wine. If he wanted to befriend them, he should not have been so disrespectful. He raised his head and met Li Qingshan's bright eyes. He suddenly realized that his attitude was indifferent. It did not matter how precious this jar of wine was, nor did it matter who they were, nor did it matter what kind of powerful faction they had behind them. Since you've come, I'll treat you to a drink and listen to what you have to say. That's all. Peng Jingyi also saw this point. He, who had always been known for his heroic spirit, could not help but be secretly impressed. Legend has it that this Li Qingshan is incomparably arrogant, saying things like, "Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish." Looking at it with my own eyes, he is more magnanimous and heroic. He is not an arrogant and conceited person. If I met him on a normal day, I would definitely befriend him. However, the more he is like this, the harder it is to deal with him. I'm afraid the objective of this trip will not be easy to achieve. Peng Jingyi looked at Qian Liangmu and coincidentally, Qian Liangmu also looked over. Their gazes met and they immediately separated. They were actually more willing for Li Qingshan to bring out all the 10 great cave masters under him. Whether it was to boost his prestige or to take him down a notch, the more powerful he appeared, the more weak he showed inside. Such a normal situation was really troublesome. They felt that no matter if it was coercion or temptation, it would not achieve the desired effect. As for stools, there aren't any here. The two of you can sit wherever you want. If you're afraid of lowering your head to me, you can just fly into the sky. As Li Qingshan said this, he tilted the jar in his hand and fed it to Little and beside him. His movements were very light, unlike his rough manner just now. He asked, "How's the taste?" "Very good." Little and took a few small sips. Actually, to her, there was no difference whether it was fine wine or dirty water. She just liked the wine he fed her. Peng Jingyi flew up and sat down on a large rock in front of him. Qian Liangmu smiled rather helplessly and chose another rock. Peng Jingyi said, "The first cave master under you, Yu Wufeng, is a traitor of our South Sea Sword Pavilion. Ever since he betrayed us 30 years ago, he has always been hiding in Savage Mountain. I never expected you to find him. I'm under orders from my master to ask you to return him to our South Sea Sword Pavilion and accept punishment." "So that's how it is. Wufeng, you've been listening for so long. Come and meet this former disciple of the same sect." Li Qingshan nodded. A streak of swordlight flew over from the main peak and landed in front of the waterfall. He corrected himself, "It's Wufeng." After a moment of silence, he bowed and said, "My king." "There's no difference. Fellow Peng, is this the person?" Peng Jingyi's eyes lit up when he saw Wufeng. He immediately straightened up and withdrew his gaze. He said to Li Qingshan, "That's him. If you help us capture the traitor, the South Sea Sword Pavilion will definitely repay you in the future. Yu Wufeng, are you willing to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion with your junior brother?" Li Qingshan asked. "I am." Yu Wufeng fell silent again. "Is that so?" Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. "This fellow Yu is not a traitor of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, But a hero, Chen Liangmu interrupted. Peng Jingni glared at him. This bastard really was going to ruin his plans. What do you mean? Li Qingshan asked. This is an open secret in the southern border. This brother Yu of the South Sea Sword Pavilion endured the humiliation, pretending to be a judge and joining Savage Mountain. His goal is to unify Savage Mountain, turning this place into a springboard for the South Sea Sword Pavilion to enter the southern border, so that they can fight our myriad poison cult. Commander, if you let him go, once he transcends the third heavenly tribulation and becomes the pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he'll definitely have his revenge for today's humiliation. Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingni with a smile. He laughed at the South Sea Sword Pavilion schemes. In the end he suffered a double loss. Peng Jingni was about to retort when Yu Wufeng sighed and said, Junior brother, there's no need to say any more. He smiled and said, deceiving people with clever words is never your forte. Senior brother has a heavy responsibility. Yet he had fallen into such a situation. He had truly let down his benefactor. I've let the sect down. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingni's chest warmed up as he lowered his head. Yu Wufeng then said to Li Qingshan, Commander Li, if you are willing to show mercy, I swear that I will not take revenge for today, nor will I divulge any of your secrets. I'm even more willing to lend you a hand and make you unrivaled in southern border. His words were filled with killing intent, directed at the myriad poison cult. Qian Liangmu said, I wonder how this oath compares to a blood oath? Brother Yu is truly scheming. Are you trying to get someone else to do your dirty work? Commander Li, a single thought of benevolence can lead to endless trouble in the future. There are many things that can replace the blood oath scroll in southern border, such as the poison Vaogu, the thousand needle curse. Qian Liangmu interrupted. I wonder which of these things can restrain a cultivator who has transcended the third heavenly tribulation. Are you trying to deceive the commander into not knowing about southern border's Gu curse arts? The two of them engaged in a verbal battle. In the end, Qian Liangmu was the more eloquent one. Every word struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Yu Wufeng speechless. He could only bow deeply towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan countered with a question, if you were in my position, what would you choose? Yu Wufeng was speechless, his expression dim. Then my answer would be the same, Li Qingshan said. Fellow Li, do you really think nothing of my South Sea Sword Pavilion? Peng Jingni shouted angrily. Fellow Peng, it's best if you keep your cool. If you go too far it won't be good. Li Qingshan glanced at him quietly. There was no killing intent in his gaze, but it made him shiver inside. Yu Wufeng's gaze was even stricter, reminding him of when he was practicing the sword many years ago. I lost my composure. Please forgive me, fellow Li. Peng Jingni glanced at Qian Liangmu from the corner of his eye. Indeed, he saw a smile in his eyes. If they really fell out and invaded southern border to attack Savage Mountain, it would only make Li Qingshan side with the myriad poison cult. Not to mention that he still held a hostage that the South Sea Sword Pavilion could not give up. You don't have to hate me. When your senior brother drew his sword against me back then, didn't he want to kill me? The path of cultivation is about fighting for a chance of survival with all one's strength in the first place. I will not hate him. One day in the future I might release him, but it definitely won't be now. I don't need to explain the reasoning behind this. You should understand it as well. Li Qingshan's words still left Yu Wufeng and the South Sea Sword Pavilion a glimmer of hope. I'm clumsy with words and there are many things I can't say clearly. I would like to invite you to the South Sea. Our master will definitely give you a satisfactory result, Peng Jingni said. Commander, be careful not to fall into a trap, Qian Liangmu said indifferently, but it made Peng Jingni grit his teeth in anger. All right, we will go. The one who spoke was not Li Qingshan, but little Anne, who had been listening quietly the entire time. Peng Jingni rejoiced inside and looked at Li Qingshan. If she agrees, then I agree. Li Qingshan was originally stuck between two options. Since little Anne had spoken, she definitely had a plan. As long as he did not go to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he was confident that he could put up a fight even if he faced that great sword cultivator, not to mention that he had the spirit turtle to foretell fortune. Qian Liangmu wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth again. Even he would struggle to turn down a woman like that, let alone go back on his word after turning her down. Li Qingshan was clearly not an indecisive person. Moreover, this matter might even be an opportunity. Peng Jingni let out a sigh of relief. This outcome was barely satisfactory. He never thought he would actually feel so much pressure when he faced this Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, Prince Qian, let me hear what you mean by great riches and honor. Chapter 794. Qian Liangmu coughed gently. The leader of the Myriad Poison cult, the Myriad Poison ancestor, would like to invite you to become a protector of the cult. Peng Jingyi immediately sneered. The Myriad Poison cult sure has schemed well. Is this the great riches and honor you speak of? Li Qingshan took a sip of alcohol. That's right. To regular cultivators, the identity of a protector of the Myriad Poison cult is indeed great riches and honor. However, what he was implying was as clear as day. This was absolutely nothing to him. He thought, a mere protector wants to pull me into the Myriad Poison cult's war chariot? Isn't that a little too naive? The Sword Collection Palace invited me as a guest elder, and they gave me a powerful arcane treasure at the very least. And if I really do run into trouble, the Sword Collection Palace will lend me a hand for the sake of their pride. For a demonic sect like the Myriad Poison cult, it'll be nice if they don't stab me in the back. Qian Liangmu smiled as if everything was within his grasp. Then he said, then what about the identity of a guest elder of the King of Southern Yu's estate? Yu Wufeng raised an eyebrow and thought, here comes the main show. The King of Southern Yu's estate had always had a tradition of recruiting guests, regardless of their identity or race. As long as they could pass through the corresponding test, they could become guests and receive the protection of the royal family, enjoying many benefits. In the past, whenever they recruited guests, countless cultivators of the Mist Province would flock over like ducks. In the Mist capital, they would wage a bloody battle for the identity of a guest. Peng Jingyi's lips parted, but he said nothing in the end. The South Sea Sword Pavilion could oppose the Myriad Poison cult, and they did not fear Qian Liangmu's identity as a prince, but they dared not ruin the King of Southern Yu's estate's grand plan. The King of Southern Yu's method of selecting a successor was even harsher than the imperial clan of Great Xia. They revered the primitive law of the survival of the fittest. Princes trained in various parts of the Mist Province, so dying was very common. As long as a great cultivator like the Master of the Sword Pavilion did not directly take action and carry out targeted killings, the King of Southern Yu's estate basically would not seek revenge. However, this matter was clearly connected to the conflict between the Mist Province and the Green Province. If the King of Southern Yu's estate could recruit Li Qingshan, it would be equivalent to directly dealing a heavy blow to the cultivation community of the Green Province. Who would be reckless enough to drag the King of Southern Yu down? Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingyi with a smile, filled with provocation. Right now, he no longer represented the Myriad Poison cult, but the King of Southern Yu's estate. However, to his disappointment, Li Qingshan did not reveal any expression of surprise. He still appeared very calm. Not bad, this can also be considered a great fortune. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. Qian Liangmu's brows twitched. Should I say that he is greedy or is he heartless? In the face of such an important decision he could actually still smile. Esteemed guest. Qian Liangmu narrowed his eyes and spat out these two words as if he was spitting out a knife. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The dagger was revealed. Humph, let's see if you can still laugh. Yu Wufeng's eyes narrowed. He never expected the King of Southern Yu to offer something like that. The King of Southern Yu's estate was known to have 3,000 followers, which were divided into upper, middle and lower levels according to their cultivations. Those who had to go through the first heavenly tribulation could become low-ranking officials, while those who had to go through the second heavenly tribulation could become mid-ranking officials. Only those who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations had the right to become an honored guest. Just the mere status of a lower honored guest was enough to make countless people scramble for it. Before honored guests, even the King of Southern Yu had to show some respect, referring to them as fellow. Although Li Qingshan was known as the King of Savages, he had yet to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The King of Southern Yu had actually broken tradition and directly appointed Li Qingshan as an honored guest. As long as he became an honored guest, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the Mist Province. There were countless other benefits as well. This truly was a great fortune. However, it was exactly because this fortune was great enough that it made it even more difficult for him to turn it down. Since the King of Southern Yu had demonstrated his determination, there were not a lot of people who dared to turn him down. If Li Qingshan turned him down, he would not necessarily be safe even if he remained within the formations of Savage Mountain. However, if he agreed, it would be equivalent to breaking off ties with the Green Province. As Qian Liangmu had expected, Li Qingshan's smile vanished as expected. He frowned slightly, but Qian Liangmu's heart sank. However, Qian Liangmu's heart sank. Li Qingshan had only straightened his body. Just this simple action was like a mountain suddenly growing several hundred meters taller, casting down a huge, heavy shadow. He felt the pressure suddenly increase. He was shocked. Li Qingshan had clearly not purposefully displayed his bearing to deter him. He had only assumed a stern stance, yet it was enough to make him feel greatly threatened. It was like a mortal facing a vicious tiger. Even if the vicious tiger had no intentions of hunting, all it needed to do was stare, and it was enough to frighten them. The startling salamander sword in Peng Jingni's hand thrummed and flew out of its sheath with a clang. He pressed down on the hilt in a hurry and comforted the startling salamander sword spirit. He sighed in amazement inside, just a slightly stern expression and no aura, and he managed to make the startling salamander sword give off a warning. What boldness! Originally, I thought with my cultivation I wouldn't be among the best at the second heavenly tribulation, but I wouldn't be any weaker than anyone. Looking at it now, I've really overestimated myself. Senior brother Yu has cultivated arduously for so many years and is already close to the third heavenly tribulation, yet he still lost to him. Looks like it's no coincidence. In the past few years, Li Qingshan had been decisive in killing. Who knew how many second heavenly tribulation humans, demons had died to his hands, so he had developed a certain bearing. Please consider it carefully, Commander. Do not let down the King of Yu's kind intentions. Chen Liangmu knelt on the rock and clasped his hands. His sleeves fluttered as he bowed to the ground, bowing deeply. Originally, he was rather dissatisfied with the King of Southern Yu directly giving Li Qingshan the status of honored guest. Once Li Qingshan became an honored guest, even he, the prince, would have to take the initiative to bow when they met. But at that moment, most of his dissatisfaction vanished. Instead, he came to a realization. If it really became a battle to the death, I'll probably die to his hands. I won't even be able to escape. This was not a judgment based on rationality. It was purely a feeling of intuition. This intuition had only come to him through countless trials of life and death since he was young. Who knew how many times it had saved his life? Even if the title of King of Savages was still a little undeserving right now, with his talent and boldness, as long as he did not die along the way, there would be a day when he would leap over the third heavenly tribulation and stand alongside the various kings. It was not a shameful thing to bow to such a person. However, his bow was already a form of etiquette towards honored guests. It was close to forcing him to abdicate. He stared right into Li Qingshan's eyes fearlessly and thought to himself. Make your choice, King of Savages. Whether it's the Mist Province or the Green Province, if you take a wrong step, even geniuses will die. Their souls will disperse and they'll be crushed to pieces. Li Qingshan smiled. What are you being so stern for? He scratched his head and sighed. I originally wanted to muddle my way through, at least for a few years, and wait until the war actually begins. But sure enough, a mighty provincial lord isn't that easy to deal with. Of course, pretending to agree first before explaining to the Green Province without offending either side seems to be the smartest choice. However, I've never been a clever person and I don't like putting on an act and feigning civility, so... Li Qingshan drank all the alcohol in the jar and smiled. I refuse. Chapter 795. Chen Liangmu was originally complacent. He was extremely satisfied with his performance just now. Not only did he put on a sufficiently humble front, preventing Li Qingshan from venting his anger on him, but he did not back down at all in terms of bearing, directly forcing Li Qingshan to make a choice. He could not do it half-heartedly. When he heard Li Qingshan's earlier words, the corner of his lips had already curled up slightly. Since he understood the King of Southern Yu's power, all he could do was agree obediently. He had already begun imagining what kind of reward he would receive after completing this mission of persuasion. He would be taking another step closer to the King of Southern Yu's throne. If he could pull Li Qingshan and Chen Liangmu into his side, that would be for the best. However, when Li Qingshan gave his answer, even Chen Liangmu was stunned despite how shrewd he was. Peng Jingni and Yu Wufeng were taken aback too. They knew Li Qingshan would not agree so easily, but they never expected him to turn it down so straightforwardly. His words were equivalent to cutting off his path of retreat. He was not half-heartedly, not fooling around, not deceiving. He was rejecting him flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. Littleton looked at him, blinked his eyes and smiled. Commander Li, have you thought it through? Do you know what the consequences will be? There are a lot of people who don't fear the Emperor in the Mist Province, but there aren't a lot of people who don't fear the King of Southern Yu. Even if there are, they probably won't be able to live for long. Chen Liangmu was not threatening Li Qingshan. He had no intention of creating a powerful enemy for himself over the matter of the king's estate. Instead, out of surprise, he questioned him instinctively. He was tempted to smash open Li Qingshan's head and see what he was thinking. My life. Li Qingshan extended his hand towards Chen Liangmu. In that moment, Chen Liangmu felt like the hand could blot out the sky and envelop him. He could not help but lean backwards. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan did not give off any killing intent, he basically would have turned around and fled already. Li Qingshan clenched his fingers gently and smiled. Only in my own hands. Chen Liangmu coughed violently a few times to hide his loss of composure just now. He let out a long sigh and said, I didn't expect Commander to be so loyal to the sect. That's rare in the Mist Province, but have you ever considered, Commander, when you were set up by despicable people and sent to the Mist Province, did the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and Chu Lai King ever protect you? The so-called righteous path is nothing more than using a set of hypocritical morals to restrain mortals. We cultivators should not be restrained by such things. Haven't I made myself clear enough? I'm loyal to no one. Whether it's the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Chu Lai King, or the King of Southern Yu, I came to the Mist Province because of my own choice. Of course, I haven't forgotten about the name Si Qing either. Regardless of gratitude or enmity, I will return it double. Li Qingshan resumed his lazy posture and gently stroked little Anne's seaweed-like long hair. The smooth and silky touch was very comfortable. Then I have nothing else to say. All I can do is bid farewell. Chen Liangmu stood up and clasped his hands. Please. Li Qingshan waved his hand. After a moment of thought, he took out another jar of alcohol and tossed it to Chen Liangmu. He tossed it to Chen Liangmu. Send my regards to Lord Prefecture Overseer. If the opportunity arises, I'll pay a visit to the Mist Capital. Chen Liangmu was taken aback again. He only felt like his actions were always unexpected and unpredictable. Probably all geniuses had a few eccentricities, but he had forgotten that he was also known as a genius in the south. Chen Liangmu left in a hurry with the alcohol, returning to the Myriad Poison Cult and the Mist Capital to report back. Peng Jingni originally stayed behind because he wanted to ruin Chen Liangmu's plans, but in the end he did not even get a word in. However, he still felt extremely satisfied after watching the show. You're quite gallant, fellow. Peng Jingni personally believed he did not have the courage to remain composed after turning down the King of Southern Yu. I've just turned down something that I should turn down. What gallant is there to speak of? Li Qingshan said. Though I'm a little confused. Why did you say it so decisively without leaving any room for negotiation? Peng Jingni originally thought that Li Qingshan did not turn down the South Sea Sword Pavilion's request outright and even left behind a sliver of hope because he was fearful of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Looking at it now, that was not the case at all. Why would someone who did not even take the King of Southern Yu's estate seriously fear the South Sea Sword Pavilion? How can the mighty King of Southern Yu be brushed aside with words? If I agree, I'll definitely go to the Mist Capital to accept the appointment. By then, if I don't offer up a few proof of my allegiance, how can he spare me? If I want to turn him down again, I won't have a choice. In the end, I'll end up in an awkward position at a loss for what to do. I'll be looked down upon by the Green Province, but I won't be trusted by the Mist Province either. I still have to make a choice. Li Qingshan shook his head in disapproval. Many times it was not that he had to be resolute. Instead, there were many things where taking a step back would only lead to constantly retreating until there was no more room to retreat. The outcome would instead be even worse. He would be better off taking a step forward right from the beginning and carving out a path. I see. Peng Jingni came to a realization before letting out another long sigh. He should not have thought of such a simple principle. However, the influence of the King of Yu's estate was just too great, making people want to run away involuntarily. Then he asked, May I ask when you'll be visiting the South Sea? Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's head. When she wants to go, I'll get your senior brother to contact you. I have a word of advice. This Chen Liangmu is a prince in name, but he's actually a despicable person. When he returns, he'll definitely stir up trouble and make things difficult for the Myriad Poison Cult and the King of Yu's estate. Why don't you lie low for a while? The South Sea is boundless. You can just find a random place there, and even the King of Yu's estate won't be able to reach you. Peng Jingni tried to persuade him. Before he knew it, his attitude towards Li Qingshan had changed from hostility to admiration. He really did not want to see him die here. And if the King of Yu's estate really took action, Yu Wufeng would have to go down with him. If Li Qingshan went to the South Sea, he would definitely have a use for the South Sea Sword Pavilion, which would give him an opportunity to exchange for Yu Wufeng. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't think the provincial lord will be so impulsive, said Li Qingshan. If he really was afraid of danger, then he might as well flee back to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Why would he go to the South Sea? Why had he come to the south in the first place? Peng Jingyi did not agree. How could he entrust his life to someone else? With his personality, how could he ever think about getting lucky? He was just about to try and persuade him a little more. Junior Peng, there's no need to say anything more. My king has his plans. Go back and report to master. There's no need to worry about me. This is my fate. In the past, I was in a hurry to break through the third heavenly tribulation, so my foundation was unstable and I was doomed. It's perfect for me to consolidate my cultivation now. I'll serve the king of savages for a while. I believe there'll be a day when the time is right for me to return to the Sword Pavilion, said Yu Wufeng. Since Li Qingshan could survive the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit, he obviously had his own methods. Moreover, the Banyan Tree King was probably standing behind him. In the beginning, he had been forced to swear a blood oath, hoping that the South Sea Sword Pavilion would save him, but during this period of time, he had instead given up on this thought as he fought across the south with Li Qingshan. He did not want his sect to get involved in this mess because of him. He had gained a slight understanding of Li Qingshan's personality. Even if Master holds a sword to his neck, he probably won't yield. It'll still be difficult for him to remove the blood oath in the end. Since he said that it's not necessarily impossible for him to set me free, he might not have just said it casually. All I can do is wait for this opportunity to appear. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingyi agreed. Yu Wufeng's judgment was also his judgment. Once he returned to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he definitely would not suggest using force against Li Qingshan. In the end, he said to Li Qingshan, I still have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. Let's hear it. I want to ask for a jar of alcohol for my master, Peng Jingyi said as his eyes shone. Yu Wufeng nodded. No problem. The Myriad Poison Cult, the Poison King Palace, the Poison Heart Hall. An old man in green robes sat on the altar. His face was withered and his long hair draped over his shoulders, but it was black and translucent. As his eyes opened and closed, a sliver of green light flowed through them. Qian Liangmu stood below the altar and reported what had happened on Savage Mountain. He did not purposefully stir up trouble like Peng Jingyi had guessed. Instead, he narrated what had happened extremely calmly without any of his own thoughts. The Myriad Poison Ancestor listened to Qian Liangmu and closed his eyes. The hall fell silent. Qian Liangmu lowered his head deeply. A while later, the Myriad Poison Ancestor snapped open his eyes and asked, He told you to bring a jar of alcohol to your father? Yes. Qian Liangmu was taken aback. He had always prided himself on his cleverness, but even he found it rather difficult to wrap his head around this right now. There were so many important details, yet he just had to ask about a jar of alcohol. Only a single jar? The Myriad Poison Ancestor asked. Yes. What an arrogant brat. The Myriad Poison Ancestor said sternly. Qian Liangmu was rather confused. There were many areas where Li Qingshan was arrogant, but it was nowhere near this jar of alcohol. He had no idea how to answer, so all he could do was continue with an affirmative. Go to the Mist Capital and report back. In the King of Yu's palace, under a flowering tree in a quiet courtyard. A young man leaned against his hand and held a shiny, white chess piece as he stared at the crisscrossing chessboard in thought. The tree was an apricot tree and the flowers were apricot flowers. They were pinkish-white and bright red, giving off a faint fragrance and elegance. A gentle breeze blew over and the flowers fell like snow. A while later, a thin layer covered the chessboard. A woman as pretty as an apricot flower blew gently with her pink lips. There were only the two of them in the courtyard, but the woman was not one of the players. Of course, the man was not pretending to play against her either. On the opposite side of the chessboard, there was a bonsai placed on a stone bench. It was a delicate, small tree. The trunk of the tree snaked around like a dragon, entrenched in the pot. Within its tiny space, it gave off a vigorous aura. My king, Prince Liangmu, has returned. An attendant from the palace reported. Let him in. Qian Liangmu walked in slowly and bowed towards the young man first. Greetings, father. The young man happened to be the lord of the Mist Province, the king of Southern Yu. He continued to stare at the chessboard. Then Qian Liangmu bowed towards the bonsai. Tree King. The bonsai was a banyan tree, one of the countless clones of the banyan tree king. He shook the aerial root with the black chess piece as a response. Just when Qian Liangmu was about to bow towards the woman urged him, "Don't be so polite. If you have something to say, just say it. I still want to watch the game." Qian Liangmu agreed in a hurry. Just like how he did in the myriad poison cult, he described what had happened on Savage Mountain. However, this time he added a lot of his own opinions. He carried out various evaluations and analyses of Li Qingshan and Little N, ranging from the various changes in the south to the situation of the Green Province and Mist Province. His content was over 10 times colder than before. The woman became impatient. The king of Southern Yu continued to stare at the chessboard. Only when Qian Liangmu finished did he turn around. Chapter 796. Yes. Qian Liangmu offered up the jar of alcohol. He was very confused. Why were they all asking for a jar of alcohol? Yes, the jar of alcohol was precious, but that was only to someone at his level. Whether it was the myriad poison ancestor or the king of Southern Yu, they would never ask for it. In reality, ever since the king of Southern Yu was appointed as a provincial lord, he had indeed rarely received such an ordinary gift. He fiddled around with the jar of alcohol in interest. "What do you think, fellow cultivator?" The banyan tree king in the pot swayed gently and said in an ancient voice, "I'm familiar with this child. I usually refer to him as a fellow cultivator." Qian Liangmu was dumbfounded. He referred to the banyan tree king as a fellow cultivator? The woman was surprised too. The banyan tree king had a mild temperament, but given his status and cultivation, even if others referred to him as a fellow arrogantly, he would not be angered. But just how many people in the world could he truly acknowledge as a fellow? "No wonder you're bold enough to come to my Mist Province. As it turns out, it's nice to enjoy the shade under a great tree," said the king of Southern Yu. The banyan tree king had always maintained a neutral stance. He would never give advice or suggestions. He would only analyze the situation and let you make your own decision. It was truly rare for him to directly express his preference like this. It's just sowing good karma. It's nowhere near protection. If you've thought it through, make your move. The banyan tree king obviously would not reveal Li Qingshan's secret to the king of Southern Yu, nor would he tell Li Qingshan about what happened here. This was his principle, so he could not analyze certain situations. However, what he was implying was very clear. It was not because he wanted to protect him, but because he felt that Li Qingshan had taken action against him. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. As for how to make this move, as for how to proceed with this move, the king of Southern Yu pondered for a while before suddenly slapping open the seal and drinking all the alcohol in the jar. Clang. The white piece landed on the chessboard. He had given up on the opportunity to kill his piece, instead reopening the situation and building up his momentum. In that moment, Qian Liangmu suddenly understood the jar of alcohol's intentions. He was filled with disbelief. The jar of alcohol was not a gift to curry favor with the king of Southern Yu. He didn't have any intention of taking the initiative to ask for peace either. There were only 8 words in his words: treat him with courtesy and treat him as an equal. It wasn't that Qian Liangmu wasn't smart enough. It was just that this matter was too unbelievable. Although he thought highly of Li Qingshan, it wasn't to this extent. The most unbelievable part was the king of Southern Yu actually accepted the jar of alcohol. No wonder master is angry. This Li Qingshan only gave him 1 jug of wine. It was clear that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He didn't even want to talk about friendship, let alone being his protector. Qian Liangmu took his leave. He thought about how he was going to tell the myriad poison ancestor about what had happened here when he returned. Though with how the banyan tree king referred to him as a fellow, it's not a big deal. Perhaps even his master would have to think twice about this. What was the background of this Li Qingshan? Wasn't he from Qingzhou? How could he be friends with the banyan tree king? I really don't understand. The king of Southern Yu's decision was not just because of what the banyan tree king had said. The banyan tree king possessed a great status, but it was not enough to sway his decision. However, this was not enough to influence his decision. Moreover, after considering various factors, the current situation was not suitable to start a war with the Azure province. Li Qingshan had stated his stance too. He would not become embroiled in the conflict between the 2 provinces for the sake of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Of course, this guarantee was utterly unconvincing to the king of Southern Yu. If the 2 provinces actually went to war, he refused to believe that Li Qingshan could remain uninvolved. As a 3rd heavenly tribulation cultivator, Why would he be willing to become embroiled in conflict? Could the hatred passed down from his ancestors really make him empathize with them, even to the point of losing his rationality? Compared to that, he would much rather remain in his courtyard, playing chess and admiring the flowers, focusing on cultivation. However, how could people truly be alone in the world? They would definitely be tied down by various connections such as friends, lovers, children, and even enemies. It would lead to endless conflict. As for people who only wanted to avoid conflict and not prepare for battle, they would definitely lose all peace. His actions will be quite troublesome. There aren't a lot of banyan trees in the south, and the myriad poison ancestor isn't a magnanimous person. I'd like to see what he does next. The king of southern Yu thought and took a few more steps. However, the banyan tree king's skill at chess had always been superior, so he was still distracted. The situation for the white pieces took a sudden turn for the worse. The black pieces were about to kill the dragon. The woman clapped her hands and smiled. Grandpa Banyan Tree is about to win. This game doesn't count. I was distracted. The king of southern Yu waved his hand and messed up the chessboard. Lingji, you're being shameless again. How shameless, the woman said. Even a small area needs to be fought over when it comes to games, let alone a region that spans thousands of kilometers. It's a matter of life and death. The king of southern Yu tapped the chessboard, producing a clear thumping sound. Stop quibbling. You've never been obedient since you were young and your skills at chess are terrible. Grandpa Banyan Tree was far more distracted than you. The woman did not buy it, revealing the king of southern Yu's past without holding back. Who told me to be called Lingji? It's obviously because I'm unwilling to lose out. The king of southern Yu smiled. The Banyan Tree king smiled silently. Just like the woman had said, his mind was divided into countless parts, listening to countless words and watching countless flourish and decline, birth, age, sickness, and death. It was always the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, love and hatred, repeated over and over again, but when he thought about it carefully, it was all different. It was like thousands of stars gathered in his heart, turning into a sea of stars. He had never grown weary because of his long lifespan. There were many, many things he needed to think about and questions he could not answer. As he played chess with the king of southern Yu, he also conversed with Li Qingshan. Of course, he scrupulously abided by the rules of being a tree and did not reveal anything. Li Qingshan had to discover everything himself. Are you ready, sir? In the Azura field, Li Qingshan stood on the branch of the tree and asked. He had already decided to move the Banyan Tree King to Savage Mountain. He had moved all of the night roamers outside the Azura field. I'm ready. Then I'll have to trouble you to come out yourself. I really can't move you. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a blood-red swirl appeared above the Banyan Tree King, expanding to several hundred times its original size in the blink of an eye. The ground shook, and the Banyan Tree King rose up slowly, flying towards the blood-red swirl with thousands of tons of soil and rock, vanishing into the swirl bit by bit. A similar swirl appeared in Savage Valley. The Banyan Tree King's colossal figure slowly appeared. The verdant crown was like a green cloud, blotting out the sky. All of the night roamers gazed at this sight with emotions from the bottom of their hearts. As for Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, and the other cave masters, they struggled to hide their shock, as the Banyan Tree King resided in the center of the Mist Province. He rarely had any branches in the south. They had only heard of his name, but they had never seen him in person. They could not help but sigh in amazement inside. So this is the Banyan Tree King. Ghost Shadow was basically the one who understood the Banyan Tree King the most out of everyone here, so the shock he felt became even more intense. He stared at Li Qingshan on the branch. When Yi Liubo told him that Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King referred to each other as fellow cultivators, he was filled with doubt. Only when he personally witnessed Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King chatting one day did he become convinced of this reality. As a result, he lost all thoughts of resistance. Just like Yu Wufeng, he just cultivated obediently and waited for the day when Li Qingshan would show mercy. A little more to the east. Yup, a little closer to the main peak. Be steady. Don't fall. Alright. Luo. Li Qingshan directed, and the Banyan Tree King adjusted its direction. With a great rumble, the Banyan Tree King landed slowly right in the center of the valley in the city of the past. Afterwards, it dug its roots deep into the ground. If everyone was surprised by how the Banyan Tree King referred to Li Qingshan as fellow cultivator, then probably even the King of Southern Yu would struggle to believe him if he told them his true opinion of Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan purposefully avoided talking about many things, the Banyan Tree King still noticed quite a few signs through their conversations. Afterwards, through his intelligence, he gathered and analyzed them and obtained an answer that left him surprised for a very long time. In the distant 9 heavens, who is waiting for him? Are you satisfied with this place? Li Qingshan said to the Banyan Tree King. I still have to thank you for allowing me to return to the Mist Province and for having such a great place to cultivate. The Banyan Tree King thanked Li Qingshan. Although it was only one of the countless branches, being able to take root in a blessed land like this was beneficial to his cultivation. You're welcome. However, I do have a small request. In the future, I'll have to ask you to preside over the formations of Savage Mountain. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. He wanted to establish Savage Mountain as a base of operations so that it would be convenient for him to carry out his activities in the south. However, although he had cast down a few formations of extraordinary power, formations at this level could not be used on a whim. If he wanted to unleash its full power, he needed to possess a relatively deep understanding of formations, but that would take a tremendous amount of time. Even with Little Anne's intelligence, it was impossible for him to accomplish it in a single stroke. Moreover, it was impossible for him and Little Anne to remain on Savage Mountain forever. If there was no one to preside over it, the formation's power would decrease by another 30%. Right now, all of his potential opponents were Third Heavenly Tribulation great cultivators, so it would be very difficult for the formations to stop them for too long. I'm just a tree. It's my duty to provide shade, but as for presiding over the formations, the Banyan Tree King was rather troubled. He had always maintained a neutral stance, so he would never directly interfere with these matters. You said you want me to follow you to the Mist Province, so I fell out with the old dragon in the Green Province. I'll be a demon commander under your command in the future, so why don't you take care of me? If someone barges in, my identity will be exposed immediately, and once it makes it out, that old dragon will even kill his way over. Do you think you'll care or not? Li Qingshan teased. You brat. Fine then. The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. Under his control, the formations paused slightly, and the inscriptions flickered and vanished in the air before operating again. They merged with one another and radiated with an endless aura. From the outside, the mist that enveloped Savage Mountain grew thicker, but it was possible to see the sky outside from the mountain. If you have any orders from me in the future, Great King, I'll go cut down any insect that offends you. Li Qingshan smiled. He had made up his mind. With that, he had nothing to worry about. Even if the King of Southern Yu attacked, he wouldn't be able to get through the formations so easily. I'm not worthy of being referred to as Great King by you. I'm afraid my lifespan will be shortened. The Banyan Tree King said in exasperation. Your lifespan is very long anyway. Even if you shorten it by a few years, it won't be a problem. Yu Wufeng and the others who watched on from the side had already become completely speechless. Chapter 797. Li Qingshan sat on a branch, chatting with the Banyan Tree King at ease. That's more than just fellow. The gentleman of heavenly blubber murmured. He's basically like his own son. The Banyan Tree King was most renowned for his peaceful, neutral attitude. He was so extreme that he refused to do anything himself even when a worm had grown up in his tree. Now he had actually agreed to help Li Qingshan maintain the formations. He seemed very helpless, but it had undoubtedly deviated from his principles that he had always done. It's no wonder he's not afraid of the King of Southern Yu. With the Banyan Tree King's protection, he can move about freely in the Mist Province like it's flat ground. Yu Wufeng sighed inside. In the Mist Province, 2 great organizations each occupied half of it. One was the human cultivation community with the King of Southern Yu as their leader. The other was obviously the demons, but it was not just demons. There were many other folk too, all led by the Banyan Tree King. In reality, the latter's organization was even greater. Although he had never directly used this organization to fight for any authority, just like how peaches and plums did not need to be spoken, things were naturally different. He was different from the other 10 demon kings. He practiced the way of nature, benefiting countless lives. He established a system of order in the Mist Province without using force. However, little did he know that the reason why the Banyan Tree King had agreed to this excessive request was not because he admired Li Qingshan as a person, but also because Li Qingshan knew when to advance and when to retreat. He knew when to stop and when to stop. Even when he was hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea and was on the brink of death, Li Qingshan did not ask for help from the Banyan Tree King, nor did he flee to his territory. If he was afraid the Dragon King would catch up to him if he was too far away, Then the golden cicada spirit king was right beneath the clear river prefecture in the magma. He was clearly an arm's length away, but he did not even think about asking for a favor. He asked for protection. It was exactly this character of taking responsibility for his actions that made the Banyan Tree King willing to break his principles for him. This kind of respect could be said to have been earned by Li Qingshan's life. If the king of Southern Yu truly launched a large-scale attack and reached a point where he could no longer turn back, Li Qingshan definitely would not rely on the Banyan Tree King's protection. Under Yi Liusu's command, the night roamers all took up residence. After settling down, the men and women, old and young, were all overjoyed by this new environment. In the future, I will definitely go to your towering sky city to take a look, Li Qingshan said to the Banyan Tree King. Towering City was located in the Solitary Tree Commandery. It was the largest city in the Mist Province, as well as where the Banyan Tree King's main body resided. Sure, you're welcome anytime. At that time I'll introduce a few young friends to you. Actually, it's more suitable to be a monster, said the Banyan Tree King. I'll have to go through 3 heavenly tribulations. After settling things with the Dragon King of the Sea. That way it'll be easier for me to meet them, just in case your young friends look down on me and think I've come to make trouble for you, Li Qingshan said. The Banyan Tree King's young friends were all demon kings that had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. They were the core force of the Mist Province's demons. With the passing of the era of the 72 demon kings, many more demons had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations in the past few millennia, becoming demon kings and maintaining the balance with the humans. However, probably only the Banyan Tree King possessed such cohesiveness among the 10 demon kings' royal court. Li Qingshan had only learned from a conversation with the Banyan Tree King that there was also a group of demon kings in the Dragon King of the Sea's royal court, but they only obeyed orders. They obeyed the Dragon King's commander in name and cultivated in seclusion. Unless war between the humans and demons reignited, they basically would not emerge. Compared to humans, demons had always been reclusive. They would not found their own sects or establish clans. And, in this age where humanity flourished, the Treaty of Kings was still in effect, so there was even less reason for demon kings to wander about. That was because demons had long lifespans, and their concept of time was different from humans too. After reaching this realm of cultivation, entering secluded cultivation for a century at a time was common. It had only been 2 decades since Li Qingshan left the Crouching Ox village. Most of the time he was active in the human world. Meeting a demon king was much more difficult than meeting a human great cultivator. Li Qingshan also felt fortunate. Fortunately, the Dragon King was reclusive, or revenge would have been 10 times more difficult. At this moment, the Azura field flashed with blood-red light and began to operate automatically. Li Qingshan sent his soul sense in a hurry and discovered that after the Banyan Tree King had left, the empty space left behind in the Azura field had already been enveloped by a faint, blood-red mist. The blood-red swirl in the air suddenly began to revolve. There seemed to be a huge funnel in the depths of the swirl, and the aura that belonged to the Azura realm surged in. Li Qingshan handed the Azura field to Little Ant for safekeeping before leaping into the Azura field. Fierce winds blew and killing intent surged. Li Qingshan stood right below the center of the swirl. A deafening roar rang out by his ears, and he discovered that it was his own voice. The tiger demon that had remained silent for a very long time roared at the sky. Ever since his battle against Mou, he had encountered many opponents and killed many after the phoenix's Nerva. However, not a single one of them could rouse the tiger demon. Li Qingshan had always been focused on the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Although he wanted the tiger demon to break through to the 5th layer, there had never been any progress. Only at this moment did the vicious tiger in his heart awaken from its slumber, sensing the summoning from another world. That was a land of endless slaughter. Battle was its only theme. Li Qingshan's mind roused. He was like a sleepy person breathing in the cold air of winter. He thought, sure enough, the Azura field is of great assistance to the tiger demon's transformation. At this moment, something seemed to flash past the depths of the whirlpool like a flash of light. When Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and looked over, he saw nothing at all. He suddenly felt a sense of danger and he turned around abruptly. It was more like the tiger demon's battle instincts than the spirit turtle's premonition. Its pitch-black eyes shone brightly, and a circular blade flew out from the space before him. It spun rapidly but also silently, cutting towards his neck. The angle it chose was so ingenious and vicious that even Ghost Shadow could not match it. It also contained countless variations. It actually made Li Qingshan feel like he could not dodge it even though he had been through countless battles. The strike had already pushed the art of assassination to a breathtaking level. Nice. Li Qingshan praised. He exhaled and blew the circular blade away with a whistle. He threw a punch towards the back of the blade. Tremble? His strength had completely recovered now, and after the Phoenix's Nerva, he was even stronger than before. He completely unleashed the power of the tremors of the Ox Demon. No matter how fast his opponent was, they would be caught up in it and forced to reveal themselves. With a great rumble, the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers cracked and the air shattered. However, to Li Qingshan's surprise, the punch still missed. It did not hit the invisible assassin. Instead, the circular blade flew back. Chapter 798. The circular blade spun towards Li Qingshan. Suddenly, it shone with blood-red light, and a ripple-like blade of blood condensed on the edge of the circular blade. It grew to the size of a round table and whistled shrilly as it spun rapidly, as if it wanted to cut through everything. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Spirit Turtle's profound shell. A thin, faint blue barrier of light formed from countless hexagons blocked the circular blade's path. However, the collision he imagined did not happen. With a flash, the circular blade passed through the Spirit Turtle's profound shell and slashed towards his face. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. The Spirit Turtle's profound shell was unscathed, but the circular blade had actually directly pierced through space. Not only did it render his strongest defense useless, but it had also happened extremely suddenly, catching him off guard. This head-on attack was even more vicious than the silent sneak attack just now. Just when he was about to gain the upper hand, the circular blade suddenly descended and slowed down. Gravity of the Earth. In a battle between experts, there was only a single line. Whether it was fast or slow, it was a line. It was a matter of life and death. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed. Wherever the black shockwave passed by, the blood-red light shattered. He directly grabbed the rapidly spinning circular blade and stopped it immediately. A deep, bloody gash appeared on Li Qingshan's palm, but it recovered in the blink of an eye. Esteemed guest, why don't you come out and greet the master? You're the master of this Azura field? A figure suddenly appeared 10 steps away. Before this, even Li Qingshan had failed to sense any aura. She wore a vicious mask as she stared deeply at Li Qingshan with her blood-red eyes. A female Azura. Li Qingshan immediately became interested, but it was not because he was excited to see a woman. Instead, all the Azura that came to the Azura field from the Azura realm were male. This seemed to be due to the imbalance in the ratio of males and females in the Azura realm. It made sense when he thought about it. Bloodthirst and warlike was more of a male instinct. It was said that the males of Azura were extremely ugly, while the females were extremely beautiful. He had no idea what they looked like behind the mask. So he smiled and said, "Not bad, you seem to have some strength. Why don't we make a deal and submit to me? Why don't we make a deal? Hand over this Azura field to me and I'll spare your life." The female Azura sneered. "Ha, spare my life? You've even lost your weapon. What else can you do?" Li Qingshan waved the ring blade in his hand. It was unknown what material this circular blade was made of. He squeezed her hand. It didn't change shape. "What can you do to me?" The female Shura waved her hand and the circular blade returned to her hand. Then it disappeared into the void along with her. Her figure flickered from time to time, searching for an opportunity. Just now they had exchanged blows twice. Her opponent's strength was beyond her expectations, but she wasn't afraid. She was proficient in the art of hiding in the void, and could hide and travel through the void. This technique completely surpassed the night roamer's night roaming techniques. If space was compared to a piece of paper, then everything in the world was a painting on the paper. She could dive deeper into the paper. No matter how sharp her opponent's senses were, they would struggle to discover her. Even if she could not win, she would be undefeatable. This technique required the most exquisite control over the laws of space. According to her judgment, although this world wasn't a small world, it couldn't be considered a great world either. Instead, it was a medium world. The third or fourth heavenly tribulation was the limit. Any higher and they would have to ascend. Across the entire world, there were probably not a lot of people who could restrain her art of hiding in the void. The man before her was only at the second heavenly tribulation, so it was even more impossible for him to do that. However, she felt slightly uneasy inside. His first punch just now seemed to shake up the void, but she believed it was just her imagination. Sure enough, women like men who are a little more forceful? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and sniggered. Demon chi surged from his body and it suddenly expanded. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 100 meters. He had ox horns and ox hooves, tiger claws and a tiger tail, and his back was as broad as a spirit turtle's, while his wings were unfurled like a phoenix's. Demon. The female Azura shivered inside. She had never expected him to actually be a demon despite seeming like a human. However, he also gave off a rather unusual feeling, which made her think of those people of the heavenly ways for some reason. This was the first time Li Qingshan had transformed into a demon after undergoing the phoenix's nerva. He was in no hurry to deal with the female night roamer. Instead, he summoned the spirit turtle's profound shell and formed a huge mirror, inspecting himself. He also sensed the changes in his body. In the past, when he practiced the ox demon transformation and the tiger demon transformation, he was a demon through and through. His entire body radiated with ruthlessness. At this moment, his tranquil eyes and broad back exuded a steady aura. A pair of huge phoenix wings hung down from his back like clouds in the sky. Every single feather seemed to be formed from condensed flames. Logically speaking, it would be very incongruous for such magnificent wings to appear on his dark, vicious demon body, but it was the exact opposite. Not only did it not feel incongruous at all, but it was instead like he was born like this, like he was supposed to look like this. Although his appearance greatly differed from humans, there was a wondrous smear of divinity within his demonic nature. Even if a mortal were present, they might still feel fear, but they would struggle to associate him with the word monster. That was a body of the demonic and divine that had transcended the aesthetic standards of humans. If you still don't surrender, I'm going to take action. I'm just afraid I'll accidentally kill you. Li Qingshan's metallic voice rumbled through the clouds like thunder, echoing through the entire Azura field. The female Azura hid in space. This was a world of absolute silence. Whiteness stretched out endlessly, giving off a feeling of boundless emptiness. The slightest carelessness would make them lose themselves in there forever. Although this world seemed empty, every step forward required a great deal of effort. She cast her spiritual sense into the Azura field, not only to find an opportunity to fight, but also because she was afraid of losing her sense of direction. The scene was different from what she saw in the real world. Indescribable colors surged before her eyes, close yet far away. It was as if paint had seeped into the paper. From the outside it looked like a normal picture, but from the inside, it was a blurry block of colors that blended together. What was needed was not rational discrimination, but keen intuition to immediately make a judgment. But even so, she could still feel an indescribably enormous pressure. The colors that belonged to him were so bright that she could not ignore them. However, she still treated his threat with contempt. I'll just hide here and not come out. Let's see what you can do to me. As if responding to her thoughts, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and punched out in the direction of the space she was in. Boom. An explosion suddenly broke the silence of the space. This white world was shaking. Before she could recover, she had already been swallowed by the power of the tremors. Chapter 799. How does he know I'm in this region of space? How can he attack me? The female Azura was shocked. She felt every single bone in her body tremble before shattering. Her flesh went without saying. She was like a rag that had been ravaged viciously. With a thump, she fell out of space. She was already a bloody mess. She no longer resembled a human. Li Qingshan bent down and picked her up like he was pinching a bug. He placed her in his palm and touched her with his fingertips. Don't play dead. In terms of battle prowess, the female Azura was no weaker than Li Qingshan. Across the 9 provinces, she could be regarded as one of the best among the second heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingshan's strength had surpassed the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago. He had no shortcomings in any aspect. All he needed to do was lock onto the female Azura's position through the spirit turtle's senses. Then all he had to do was throw a punch at her. It sounded simple, but even third heavenly tribulation demon kings and cultivators might not possess both the ability to predict and the power to shake space. As a result, he only needed 3 moves. The first move was to learn of the enemy's existence, the second move was to understand the enemy's methods, and the third move was to defeat her. Fortunately, Azura's life force truly was extraordinary. The bloody mess wriggled. Before it could recover completely, it suddenly flashed and used the technique of hiding in space again. Li Qingshan snickered. He released a chaotic shockwave from his palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and laid on his palm. He did not understand the laws of space, but he had already sensed her when she recalled the circular blade just now. How could he let her escape again? He couldn't hide in the void. However, it was very simple to prevent her from doing so. The female Azura was unwilling to give up. She tried 2 more times, but it only worsened her injuries. In the end, she gave up. The legends really are true. The women of Azura are all beauties, Li Qingshan said. The shockwave attacked indiscriminately. Not only was the female Azura's visor gone, but her beautiful face was also revealed. A beautiful face was revealed, and even the clothes on her body were torn to shreds. Her body was exquisite and could be said to be a stunning beauty. However, even Li Qingshan was surprised. He didn't have many lustful thoughts, not only because of the huge difference in their stature, but also because he felt that his mind had become broader after transforming into a demon. Mere lust was not enough to linger around him. The ambition to dominate the world. Instead, it was burning fiercely. His only wish was to pluck the stars and the moon, moving mountains and filling seas. The ambition of a real man. Not only was it between the mattresses, even this Azura field that was hundreds of miles around felt small and restricted. They could not be allowed to roam freely. The cultivation method was called the 9 transformations of the demons and gods, and as his cultivation increased, due to the difference in his realm, his way of thinking and vision had also unknowingly changed. Li Qingshan rummaged through his Sumeru ring and took out a dress, tossing it to the female Azura. She sure was straightforward, accepting the dress without any hesitation. She stroked it and admired it carefully before putting it on without much fuss. This was a set of spoils of war from the Silkworm Lady's 100 treasures pouch. She wore it and looked even more charming. However, that cold and bloody aura would not change. With a boom, Li Qingshan sat down and looked at the female Azura in his hand. What is your name? Inqing. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Li Qingshan saw that she was still fearless despite being in the enemy's hands. He couldn't help but feel that it was strange. Anyway, this is not the first time I have been killed. I will naturally revive in the Azura realm, Inqing said indifferently. In reality, she had already died over a dozen times. As long as one was accepted into the Azura realm and became an Azura, death was normal. And as long as the will to fight did not disappear, even if they were killed, they would revive. This was called the undying Azura body. If you die in my hands, you may not be able to revive. Li Qingshan grinned, his sharp teeth like giant stalactites. Then we can just end it, Inqing said. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He studied her face. This definitely was not an act of facing death calmly. Instead, it was an almost numb indifference. Forcing her to submit to him would probably be rather difficult. He probed, be my subordinate. Okay, Inqing said. Li Qingshan was stunned. You agreed just like that? What else do you want? Your fellow clansmen should at least let me release my domineering aura before they bow. Then release it, Inqing said unconcernedly. However, she had a strange feeling. This was indeed not the Azura realm. Okay. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened and his nose wrinkled. He was like an enraged tiger, extremely ferocious. His aura surged and his scarlet hair flew like fire. Inqing was dumbfounded. She looked up at him. Azura King? She was not surprised to encounter experts from other worlds, but this kind of aura made her feel as if she had returned to the battlefield of the Azura realm. After Inqing entered the Azura field, the blood-colored vortex had already slowly stopped spinning. However, stimulated by Li Qingshan's aura, it started spinning again. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and said with a smile, how about it? Unfortunately, you're too weak and can't stimulate my fighting spirit. Otherwise, I could be even more impressive. This isn't a place you should stay, Inqing said. Oh, then where should I stay? There. Inqing pointed upward at the depths of the blood-colored vortex. One day I will go. Li Qingshan glanced over and then he lowered his head and said, but before that, I have to understand what sort of place it is. Do you know? He'd always been trying to understand the appearance of other worlds. Even if he was unable to clearly see above the 9 heavens, he could at least get slightly closer. The guests from the Azura realm were naturally a good choice. However, it was slightly regretful that those ordinary Azuras and Azura generals were utterly unable to give Li Qingshan a satisfactory answer because their strengths were too low and they were immersed in the endless battles. I know a little. But before that I have a request. Yin Qing's attitude softened slightly because Li Qingshan revealed the aura of an Azura king. To a certain extent this was almost instinctive. She'd followed many Azura kings to battle all over the world, and when she was drawn into the Azura field, a battle had just ended. She'd relied on her ability to hide in space to survive until the end. On the battlefield that was illuminated by the blood-red moon and covered in corpses, a blood-colored vortex had suddenly appeared. She could have escaped, but she hesitated for a moment and allowed the vortex to suck her into it in the end. "Speak," said Li Qingshan. "I want to take a look at the outside world." It was an unexpectedly simple request. Li Qingshan said, "You wouldn't be thinking of escaping, right? Don't you know? Once an Azura, forever an Azura. Unless you're able to leap out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, otherwise you'll forever be unable to escape. You can only leave temporarily," said Yin Qing. In other words, she had to rely on the Azura field to maintain her existence in this world. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't have any other way, and that was to ceaselessly slaughter. However, she couldn't torture and kill those who were weaker than her by too much. Squatting at the edge of an ant's nest and crushing ants wasn't called slaughter, and to her mortals were no different than ants. However, if she targeted cultivators, then it would undoubtedly be challenging the order of the cultivation world, and in the end she would be unable to escape the fate of being slaughtered by the experts of this world. As a result, there had been many instances of Azura invading the 9 provinces and committing massacres, but none of them were as terrifying as the invasion of the Hungry Ghost Realm. Li Qingshan saw that she seemed to have thought of something, and a shadow appeared on her face as she pondered, "Endless battles probably can't be considered a happy life, especially for a woman. Alright, then come out and take a look with me." The moment Yin Qing walked out of the Azura field, her heart almost stopped beating. Misty rain drifted through the valley, and a few birds chased each other as they flew into the hazy sky. Everything seemed so peaceful. She took a deep breath and a smile appeared on her face. Then she saw little Anne at the side and praised inwardly, "What a beautiful person." Although Azura women were known for their beauty, and she was one of the best among them in the Azura realm, the only beauty was the beauty of slaughter. The desire to battle and slaughter suppressed everything else. When a male Azura saw her, their first thought would definitely be to kill her. Moreover, because every female Azura was very beautiful, the concept of beauty became even more blurry. However, when she saw little Anne, this concept suddenly became clear, and she instinctively made a comparison. She felt that although she was slightly inferior, she was not bad either. Only then did she calm down. This long-lost thought caused her emotions to surge. Li Qingshan only understood after a very long time why male Azuras were ugly, while female Azuras were all beautiful. In each rebirth, the old body would return to the Azura realm, and the new body would walk out from the sea of blood. The changes in their bodies were largely due to their thoughts. Men wanted to become more vicious to intimidate their opponents. As for women, no matter how many times they had been reborn, they were unable to abandon their love for beauty. Li Qingshan introduced, "This is Yin Qing who has just come from the Azura realm. She can hide in the void and her strength is very good. She's a powerful assassin, and I plan to learn about the Azura realm from her. This is little Anne. In the future, apart from me, you only need to listen to her orders. Don't worry, her strength is definitely above yours. If there's a chance, we'll have to compete to know." How could she still be in the mood to listen to Li Qingshan's long-winded words? She wandered through the wilderness to her heart's content, breathing in the moist air that did not smell of blood. Her face was brimming with a moving smile. Every leaf and every insect was so novel and so familiar, reminding her of those blurry memories from a long, long time ago. Li Qingshan and Little An looked at each other and shrugged. "Country bumpkin, you've never seen the world." Little An stared at Li Qingshan. "So many women, so many. You can't blame me." She ran over from the Azura realm herself. "And I have no interest in this kind of woman who reeks of blood and doesn't even know how to be shy." Chapter 800. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly and hugged her affectionately. Then he flew to the peak of the mountain beside Yin Qing and saw that she was staring at the sky in a daze. The leaden clouds pressed down heavily, sprinkling down waves of rain and mist. She opened her arms and let the rain fall on her face as happy as a child. "It's a pity that it's a cloudy day and we can't see the sun. If it were a sunny day, the scenery would be better." "The sun," Yin Qing's eyes lit up as if she'd received a hint. She leaped up into the air and charged through the clouds. The dazzling sunlight illuminated everything, and the sea of clouds surged for thousands of li. Her temperament suddenly became bright and beautiful, and the gloom of the past 100 years was completely swept away. After roaming around to his heart's content, he returned to Li Qingshan's side and said, "From now on, I will serve you. I still don't know your name." Li Qingshan. Because the mountain below is called Savage Mountain, people call him Savage King. All right, then Lord King of Savages, what do you want me to do for you? Yin Qing cupped her hands and bowed. She naturally carried the bearing of a soldier, appearing valiant and formidable. "I want you to cook for me." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Yin Qing was surprised. Let alone the years she had spent in the Azura realm, she had never done this even before she had become an Azura. The food of the Azura realm was famous for being disgusting. There were even rumors that the Azura realm had conquered the Heavenly Way because it was jealous that the Heavenly Way had delicious food to eat. She said awkwardly, "This? I can give it a try. Other than assassination, what else can you do?" Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. She really had no sense of humor at all, but he was very satisfied with her respectful attitude. You're right." Only then did Yin Qing realize that he was joking. "After a while, there will probably be a mission for you. However, this isn't the Azura realm, so there aren't as many battles here. I'll take care of most of the battles myself. You can treat this as a vacation and rest in a different environment," Li Qingshan said gently. Among his many subordinates, Yin Qing's strength could be said to be the strongest. Her void movement technique made it almost impossible for her to find an opponent. Even Yu Wufeng, who was close to the third heavenly tribulation, would be assassinated by her if he was not careful. Moreover, she was a warrior who did not fear death. Although she lost to him, she did not submit to him because she was threatened with death. To Li Qingshan, it was better than the 10 fellows on the Blood Oath scroll. That was more worthy of respect. "Now that I've heard what you said, my lord, it seems like losing to you is a good thing." Yin Qing smiled. "Good or bad? You can slowly experience it yourself. In short, tell me about the Azura realm first." The two of them sat on the sea of clouds and started talking. The sun slowly moved, until the stars filled the sky and the moon rose high in the sky. "That's about all I know. After all, my cultivation is limited and I have heard many things from others. As for whether it's like that or not, I can't guarantee it." Yin Qing glanced at the moon in the sky reluctantly. "I have to return to the Azura field." Li Qingshan nodded slightly and opened the Azura field, letting Yin Qing enter. He continued to sit alone on the sea of clouds, frowning in thought as he muttered to himself, 3,000 worlds, 6 paths of reincarnation, 4 dhyanas, 9 heavens, stones from other mountains could be used to attack Jade. This was indeed true. Yin Qing's words that even she could not verify greatly affected Li Qingshan. Some of his questions had been answered, but there were 10 times more questions. This was the appearance of the world that she had seen and heard from the Azura realm. That feeling was like humans discovering that they were drifting in the boundless universe for the first time. They could not help but sigh at their insignificance. An overly narrow space would make people feel restricted, but an incomparably vast space would also disturb people's minds. So that's how it is, Li Qingshan sighed and the corner of his lips gradually curled into a smile. He just spread his limbs and lay on the sea of clouds, laughing aloud. "Little and the world is so big. The 9 heavens are so far away. No, it's not that far, right?" Before he knew it, Little and had already crouched beside him, cradling his face as he gazed at him and nodded with a smile. Li Qingshan stared at the silver plate-like moon. Now that the foundation was set, and the king of Southern Yu had made his preparations, it was about time for him to carry out the next step. But before that, he should go to the Great Cloud Dream Marsh and see how Ru Xn was doing. The vast Great Cloud Dream Marsh was perpetually shrouded in mist. White water birds danced about in flocks, flying from one small verdant island to another verdant island. In the depths of the marsh, the jade melting cauldron was covered in mud. It trembled from time to time, flashing with red and blue light. Ru Xn sat inside quietly with her beautiful blue fishtail curled up. She practiced the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace and spent the most peaceful 3 years of her life. In order to refine the Great Cloud Dream Marsh, Li Qingshan killed a demon commander there, which had actually raised some attention a long time ago. However, it did not become an actual threat in the end, which was obviously all thanks to the Banyan Tree King. Otherwise, if a guy of unknown origins refined such a great marsh, it would undoubtedly destroy the original order of the demons of the Mist Province. And the temptation of a water god seal like that was so great that even demon kings would be interested. Of course, when the Banyan Tree King helped Li Qingshan, he was also protecting the demons of the Mist Province. Otherwise, if they ran into him recklessly, even his little friends might not necessarily be able to deal with them. Even if they gained the upper hand right now and stole the water god seal, who knew how they would die in the future? This bastard Li Qingshan treated the Dragon King of the Sea as his target. He wholeheartedly wanted to go to the Ink Sea to slay dragons. As a result, the two sides were at peace. The king of Southern Yu did not care too much either. Refining water and mountains was very common in the Mist Province. It was not as important as the Green Province. Moreover, this was a region under the rule of demons in the first place. Since the Banyan Tree King had not responded, he only thought it was internal strife among the demons of the Mist Province. Afterwards, a certain powerful demon gathered enough water god seals and built a water dwelling. This was a very common matter. The Mist Province had never been at peace. Even human cultivators constantly fought against one another, let alone demons that were completely different and purely based on strength. They did not have an ironclad rule like the Green Province that forbade demons from killing one another. Sometimes, it would even reach the level of the Third Heavenly Tribulation. Many times, the two kings would even be needed to mediate between the two. Within chaos, order naturally exists. This was the deepest understanding that Li Qingshan had after coming to the Mist Province. It seemed like a lawless land of chaos, completely ignoring the laws of Great Xia or the morals of mortals, but there was a set of invisible laws operating here. Thump, thump, thump. Ru Xen suddenly opened her eyes. Someone was knocking the pill cauldron, and a familiar voice rang out by her ear. Chapter 801. Ru Xen smiled. No. Little girl, if you don't open the door, I'm going to break in. With a soft sound, a series of white bubbles rose up, and the sludge slid down from the pill furnace. The pill furnace opened and Ru Xen walked out. Their eyes met and they both smiled. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 3 years, but in this smile, it was as if they had just parted yesterday. Your cultivation speed is too slow. I gave you the water god seal, but you still haven't undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan sized her up. She had already retracted her fishtail and turned into human form. Her skin was even more lustrous like the highest quality white jade. Even her lips were like natural red jade, and her flowing eyes were like rare black jade. She was like a jade beauty that had been enlightened by an immortal, coming to life, and had an otherworldly aura. How can it be that easy to undergo the second heavenly tribulation? I can't compare myself to some beast. Oh, I'm not talking about you. Ru Xen said with a smile. You don't need to emphasize it. I know you're talking about me. It's useless to be envious, jealous, and hateful. This is the difference between a genius and a mortal. All right, don't forget you're not a human either. Mutant, Ru Xen said and tossed a jade bottle to Li Qingshan. Drink it, you beast genius. This is? Li Qingshan opened the jade bottle, and a faint red liquid rippled within. Ru Xen had given him a bottle of medicine like this before. It could balance the power of water and fire, and it had a miraculous effect when used when advancing to Demon Commander. And this bottle of medicine seemed to be even purer and richer than the previous one. Stomachache medicine. My stomach hurts after drinking it. How can there be such a medicine? Just how was this thing refined? Didn't you say you didn't have the flower of water and fire? Li Qingshan asked. To him, this small bottle of medicine was more precious than any miraculous medicine, but the more it was so, the more he wanted to understand its origins. You're a man, no a beast. Why are you so wishy-washy? If you keep talking nonsense, there won't be any more in the future. How are you doing in Nanjiang? Ru Xen changed the topic. With my methods, I can do whatever I want in a mere southern border. I'm now known as the King of Savages. I've established a dwelling in Savage Mountain, and I have countless experts under me. I was just about to invite you over to enjoy yourself. Li Qingshan toyed around with the jade bottle in his hand. King of Savages. Ru Xen was stunned. She clearly knew what kind of place Savage Mountain was. And what did the Savage King mean? However, he smiled and said, Don't you think this nickname is very stupid? Just by hearing it, I can tell that it sounds like it's just there to make up the numbers and it doesn't sound good. It doesn't matter what it's called. But before we go to the southern border, you should at least tell me. Why do you want to go to the South Sea? Although she had deliberately changed the topic, Li Qingshan would not let her go so easily. I'm a mermaid from the South Sea. I've returned because I miss my hometown. Isn't this reason very reasonable? Ru Xen shrugged. You said it's a reason, so you better tell me the truth. Don't force me to torture you. You're not my man, why do you care so much about me? If you want, I can be too. As expected, you don't want it at all. Ru Xen thought about it seriously. Hey, what is it that you can't say? Tell me. Li Qingshan truly ground his teeth in hatred. He was tempted to knock her mouth open. He pressed down on her shoulders with both hands, about to throw down a few harsh words and force her to speak. However, when he looked into her eyes, the words turned into a long sigh. He let go of her and shook his head with a bitter smile. I give up, my lady. Sigh. Ru Xen agreed with a smile. Let's go. We'll go to Nanjiang. When you have something to say, you can tell me. I have to say, you've reminded me that there are still some things that can't be done forcefully. Li Qingshan had a helpless expression. It's not that I can't. The corner of Ru Xen's lips curled into a smile. It's that I'm unwilling. As long as you understand. Li Qingshan left behind his mirror clone in Great Marsh of Cloud Dream to wield the water god seal before taking off on a cloud, traveling to the south with Ru Xen. Sitting on the cloud, Li Qingshan told Ru Xen about his experiences in the south. Ru Xen could not help but mock him a little, but she was unable to hide her concern. In her eyes, Li Qingshan's current situation was not very optimistic. The king of Southern Yu definitely did not hold any goodwill towards him. Once the Mist Province declared war with the Green Province, he would definitely be the first one to sacrifice him. The king of Southern Yu was weaker than the Dragon King of the Sea, but if Li Qingshan wanted to contend with him, he would have to unleash the power of the North Moon. Once his identity was exposed, the Dragon King of the Sea would immediately kill his way over. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga probably would not be able to tolerate him either, so how was he supposed to run around freely? What, are you worried for me? Li Qingshan saw how she furrowed her brows and could not help but smile. To his surprise, Ru Xen did not respond viciously. Instead, she said seriously, it's best if you don't cause too much trouble. Just cultivate in seclusion on Savage Mountain for a few years and find an opportunity to return to the Green Province. Then what about you? We're cultivators. Shouldn't we each walk our own paths? Ru Xen said. Every single cultivator's paths were different. Perhaps they would overlap from time to time, but they would still walk in different directions at the end of the day. If they got in each other's way because of their feelings, then it would be better for them to forget about each other than helping each other in difficult times. Without you, who's going to refine pills for me? We've known each other for so long, so when have I ever been afraid of trouble? Once we get to the south, come with me to Firemelt Mountain. That's an old enemy of you merfolk of the South Sea, but I don't think you have any racial sentiments. Li Qingshan said. He was in no hurry to ingest the bottle of medicine that balanced fire and water. He had just undergone a lengthy period of secluded cultivation, so he was in a good mood right now. He would stick to the plan and go to Firemelt Mountain first to obtain the divine Wutong tree before ingesting it. The effect should be better. Why are you going to Firemelt Mountain? Ru Xen's expression was rather strange. I'm going to negotiate with the fire-devouring king and see if he can lend me the divine Wutong tree for a few days. The divine Wutong tree. Ru Xen's expression changed slightly. That's the sacred tree of the fire devourers, and it's where the royal court is located. Even the fire devourers can't approach it casually, so why would he lend it to you? You sure know a lot about it. Help me come up with some ideas. How can I make the fire-devouring king change his mind? Li Qingshan said. Fire devourers have violent tempers. They're courageous and belligerent, and they're extremely vengeful. They're definitely not easy to get along with. I'd advise you to give up. I wouldn't be worried if you provoked the myriad poison ancestor. At his age, he'll definitely be weighed down with misgivings no matter what he does. However, the fire-devouring king will really make it impossible for you to establish a foothold in the south. Ru Xen said. Aren't you just trying to goad me into contending with the fire-devouring king? Li Qingshan smiled. Ever since he had spoken to the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King, he had become determined to obtain the divine Wudong tree. He wanted to see just how difficult the fire devourers were to deal with. I have absolutely no such intentions. Ru Xen suddenly raised her voice and looked at Li Qingshan, saying sternly, Chapter 802. Wuxia also realized she had lost her composure. She shook her head gently. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Her long eyelashes cast a deep shadow, preventing Li Qingshan from seeing her eyes. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. As the cloud rapidly traveled south, Wuxian's words gradually faded away. In the end, she fell completely silent, staring towards the south for a very long time. When the sun set in the west and the stars filled the sky, Li Qingshan said, "We've arrived at Savage Mountain." Wuxian said, "Inside the south I've returned." Fire Melt Mountain stretched for several hundred kilometers. It was a huge mountain range. The rocks were scarlet red like fire, and there was not a single blade of grass growing on it. There was only a vermilion color. Bam-like plants grew and grew like clumps of fire. Li Qingshan and Little and gazed down from the cloud. All they saw was that the mountains were like fire. Every single scarlet red peak seemed to be burning, like a sea of fire that spanned several hundred kilometers. At the center of the sea of fire was a huge volcano that stood several thousand meters tall. The rocks had already crystallized and firelight seeped out from the belly of the volcano. At first glance, it seemed like a ball of flowing, scarlet fire. The entire mountain is actually made of fire spiritual stone. If I can cultivate here, my phoenix transformation will definitely advance rapidly. It's no wonder the phoenix used this place as a cultivation dwelling in the past. Li Qingshan had once cultivated in a group of volcanoes to the north of the Mist Province. He found it quite nice, but compared to Fire Melt Mountain, it was nothing worth mentioning. Several hundred pillars of black smoke rose into the air. This was the smoke produced by active volcanoes that erupted all year round. The smoke condensed without dispersing, resonating with one another from afar. It seemed to possess some intelligence, entangling with one another in the air like snakes. Great rivers flowed down from the crater of the volcanoes or gushed out from the cracks. They flowed around in channels that were clearly man-made, forming a complicated inscription that gathered power. This is a colossal formation. Little and was afraid Li Qingshan did not understand what he was trying to say, so he added, "Even if the king of Southern Yu wants to launch an attack, he'll have to pay a corresponding price." In other words, even if they went as far as to expose themselves, it was impossible for them to take down Fire Melt Mountain. Despite their strength, it was comparable to 3 heavenly tribulations. However, the purpose of the Fire Melt Mountain formation's existence had always been to fend off opponents at this level. Li Qingshan nodded. Across the entire Mist Province, only the Fire Devourers did not fear the king of Southern Yu. He ignored the Banyan Tree King. He must have something to rely on. Fire Devourers were renowned for their violent and warlike nature among other folk. They could be said to be a warlike race, and they had occupied such a treasured land for thousands of years. The strength it contained was truly immeasurable. Apart from the formation and the fire-devouring king, no one was bold enough to say whether Fire Melt Mountain had any other king-level masters. The lifespans of other folk paled in comparison to demons, but they were much longer than humans, and they were born with the spiritual nature of the world. In terms of bloodline, only descendants of clans and certain exotic beasts could rival them. They could be described as possessing the advantages of 2 races at the same time. They could be described as prodigies of heaven. This point was extremely evident with Yi Liusu and her sisters. Among the group of friends Li Qingshan knew in the Clear River Prefecture, basically all of them could be described as geniuses, but they were still stuck at Foundation establishment. Not a single one of them had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Just how many years had it taken for his father-in-law, Han Anjuan, to undergo the second heavenly tribulation? Although the 3 of them had Li Qingshan's assistance and some guidance from the Banyan Tree King, their cultivation speed was still startlingly fast. And, apart from them, there were a few other night roamers who were close to the second heavenly tribulation. They were all matriarchs and princesses of past night roamer clans. The bloodline of regular night roamers was equivalent to descendants of clans. Their talent was great. Even though they were not as great as Chu Tian's 5 elements constitution, Yu Zijian's pure yang constitution was not too far off. And they were the best of the best among the night roamers. However, they had been suppressed by Helicoverpa rosa for many years, unable to unleash their full potential. They had basically built up their strength now. If Li Qingshan was not stingy with origin spirit pills, he would be able to obtain a group of powerful night roamer assassins in just a few years. He also understood why the Great Xia Empire allowed the sale of other folk as slaves and why they did everything they could to suppress them. Legend had it that the 9 provinces had once been ruled by other folk in the ancient times. Other folk were known as God folk. They established divine kingdoms and enslaved humans and demons. Afterwards, they only overthrew them by combining the strength of the two races while the other folk were in conflict. Looks like the fire devourers really are a tough bone to chew. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Profound light illuminates all. The spirit turtle's profound shell condensed into a sphere in the surroundings before suddenly dispersing. Every single piece illuminated a scene, illuminating Fire Melt Mountain down to the slightest detail. Fire devourers could be seen playing and fighting in the magma and flames, as well as red stone structures in a crude style that sat on the two banks of the Fire Seam River. Li Qingshan waved his hand again, and the spirit turtle's profound shell stacked together. He gazed at the huge, red, crystal-like volcano on the main peak like a pair of binoculars. In the crater of the volcano was a majestic city built on the rock face. Long corridors wound around it, leading straight to the very bottom of the volcano. The weakest fire devourers who could reside and move about here had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. There were so many of them that it would make many large sects ashamed. A palace hall that seemed to be carved out of red crystals was located at the bottom. Its foundation was also a thick layer of red crystals that covered the entire crater. Flames were surging under the crystals as though they were ice formed from fire. That was the purest fire spirit stone of the highest quality. Firelight flowed through every single piece of fire spiritual rock. It was beautiful. That was where the royal court of the fire devourers resided. Found it? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. In the very center of the crater was a huge wutong tree. Its roots were deeply rooted in the fire spiritual rock, extending into the magma. Its pale white trunk and fiery red leaves gave off a holy glow. That was the legendary divine wutong tree, the habitat of the phoenix. Just by glancing at it from afar, Li Qingshan felt a sense of familiarity and closeness, like a wanderer who had left home for many years had returned. The wutong tree seemed to be calling out to him. No, not him, but the phoenix. The phoenix would never return. Who's so bold as to spy on my Fire Melt Mountain? A furious voice exploded in Li Qingshan's ears like a volcano eruption, filled with violent fury. A streak of fire rushed out of the crater like a meteor flying in the opposite direction, flying towards Li Qingshan. The White Hawk Commander Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and stated his name. He asked, "Fellow, are you the fire-devouring King Zhu Yan?" With a boom, the meteor suddenly came to a halt. A bare-chested man in his prime strode out of the flames. His face was handsome and rugged, like he had been carved from red rock. His fiery hair burned fiercely as he held a spear in his hand. His fiery red eyes stared at Li Qingshan, producing two sparks. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.